Hey, yo, what's up, fools? Today is 2/2/2025. It is 12 a.m. Eastern Time. We're trying to start on 12/1, but it didn't work. Didn't get here in time. Trying to get my headphones connected. Are they connected? Yeah, it sounds like they're connected. Okay. How's everybody doing today? Oh, I don't have chat up. No wonder. Thank you, Spartacus. Yeah, so we got a lot of reactions that we want to go over to Hasan's content bomb that Ethan Klein put out yesterday, or content nuke. We got a lot of clips to go over. Let's see. Where are we at? But we'll check out some other stuff first. Have you guys ever seen? So there's a song called "Gary Hit 'Em with the Meow." Has anybody ever heard this? Have any of you guys ever heard the Gary Hit 'Em with the Meow song? It's a song that apparently went viral on TikTok a while back, and I'm just now hearing of it. And now I'm kind of obsessed with it a little bit. It's kind of like a funny song, but the first couple times I heard it, I couldn't understand a word this person was saying. I couldn't understand a word they were saying, but it just sounded so good. It sounded so fucking good. Tom, I got a new dirt bike today. I'm stoked. Nice. What kind of dirt bike you get? I'm gonna look it up. What'd you get? G'day, Tom and fools. What's up, Catmere? How's it going? How you doing? All right, let's see. Let's see what you're working with. Put your thing down, flip it, and reverse it. Yes, you're flipping the. Ooh, girl. Let's see. Did you get it in the red? Does it only come in red? Because every single one of these is red. I don't know anything about dirt bikes, so I've ridden them a couple of times, but I don't know shit about them. Hondas are always red. Are they really? Is that true? All Honda dirt bikes are red? What the fuck? That seems retarded, dude. That's Kawasaki is always green? I didn't know that. What the fuck? They're always the same colors? Okay, well we got some here, but I guess you got to get like the special ones in order to get it in a different color? Damn, dude. That's insane. That's insane, dude. Hold on. Hold on, dude. Oh man, so these come in white and like white and pink, or white and I guess cyan, but then it also comes in red. If you get it painted a different color, is that like sacrilege? Like, is it wrong if I go and like paint my Honda green? Is that bad? Is that considered like a bad thing to do if I get a Honda but then I paint it the Yamaha color. No, it's badass. Okay. All right. Red is the best color, anyways. I like red here and there. I like red in some things. Every time I put out a thumbnail though with like red on it or something, I get messages from Mantis, all pissed off. She hates. Yeah, I knew it was coming. I fucking knew it was coming. I was about to say. Anytime there's something red, like Mantis fucking throws a fit. She does not like the color red. She's got PTSD from it. So yeah, Republican red. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's the fucking. Her TDS is so bad that she hates the color red because of Trump's red tie and his red hats. That like, yeah, she's got problems with red. Wow, red is my favorite color. Is it? So yeah, I've never really been like attached to the color red. When I was younger, I really liked like baby blue, like powder blue, sky blue sort of colors, a little bit similar to like my color blue over here. I was a huge Tar Heels fan too, so like I really liked Tar Heels blue. I forget what they call it. They have their own name. Is it Charlotte blue? Is that what it's called? Or Churchill blue? They have like the color blue for the Tar Heels was literally their own brand of blue. Like they invented the color blue. People thinking they invent things is stupid. Powder light blue and seafoam green is dope. Yeah. I mean, I've talked about this a bunch. That when I was younger, there were car washes. There was a car wash that I would walk by or drive by almost every day, and so they had uniforms where everybody either wore a green shirt or a hot pink shirt, like this right here, and then over time, and then their logo was also like light blue and hot pink, or like turquoise. It was like turquoise and hot pink, and I just thought those two colors together were so amazing looking. It was so cool, and I always loved it. But then as I got older into my like adult years, I started to like everything to be like gray and black. I really liked gray and black. And so when I first made the logo for my channel, I made the whole logo gray and black, which is why like in the intro for my streams, you guys, the first logo that you see is a gray and black logo, because that was the original logo. Let's see. Oh, I used a different intro today. I forgot about that. But yeah, the first thing that you see is the gray and black logo, because that was my original logo. And so I really liked gray and black. I really thought that everything was like very it just looked elegant. It looked adult. It looked very like, good gray and black.
Then you became a bisexual. Based.
Yeah, that's what it was. So I and I've had girlfriends who complain about the fact that like all of my furniture is always black, and that like it's hard to see things, because I literally, when I went live, I realized I couldn't find my headphones, and I couldn't find my vape, and I was looking everywhere for them, and I finally found them, but they were on my table the whole time, right in front of me. The first place that I looked at there like 3 times, but I couldn't find them. And then finally I saw them there. But yeah, they were there, just you couldn't see them because my coffee table is black, and my couch is black, and my lamps are black, my shelves are black, my desk is black, like everything's just kind of black, and I like the way that looks. And then having like white walls, everywhere with like black lining. I like it. It just looks, yeah, very simple, eloquent, adult to me. And so I've done things like that for a long time. So when I created my logo, I just did it in gray and black. But then over time, because I chose this background eventually, because used to my background was hardwood. It was gray and black hardwood. That's everything was gray and black hardwood. And so, yeah, I really moved away from that when I moved to this background. And then I really liked like having things in a colorful light. Like I was like, oh, I really like the like more colorful shit. And I had like a lot of like colored lights in the background, and so yeah, that's when I invented tomfoolery lighting. And then over time the logos got more and more colorful. And I think they were like light blue and dark blue, and then light pink and dark pink, and then eventually I mixed the two together to make the one that I've the color mixture that I've always liked, which is hot pink and light blue. And so yeah, now everything is always a very, very colorful version, and all of the thumbnails are always, hot pink and blue. I used to do a thing that apparently people didn't seem to like it. But I used to do a thing where like whoever was on the thumbnail, I would change them. I would change their faces to blue, like this. I would turn one person pink, one person blue, and then if there was more than just two people, then I would keep adding different colors to it. And yeah, apparently people didn't they didn't like that. They felt like it was harder to like tell what they were looking at when you start changing everybody's faces to pink and blue. So stopped doing that eventually, but I liked it. I thought it was cool looking. Thank you, Trib, for the $2 super chat. Trib said, then you became a bisexual based. So yeah, so now I'm bisexual, of course. One of my favorite things that I did for a while that a lot of people liked, I think Trib was one of the people who really liked this as well, if I remember correctly, is I turned everybody's faces into cartoons. So like this one, everybody really liked the cartoon like drawing thumbnails. But I used it for a little bit, and then the app that I used it on, they got rid of it. They got rid of the fucking app to turn everybody's faces into cartoons. So I wasn't able to do it anymore. The picture where you are pink but dark with the glowing eyes is cool. Yeah, I think that's cool too. That's the one that I use for the shorts streams. That one right there. Yeah, I really like that one. But we haven't done short streams in a while. Like right now, it is just better because it was like hurting me in the algorithm in both streams to split everybody up into like 4 different streams, where some people are going to Kick, some people are going to one YouTube chat, some people are going to another YouTube chat, some people are going to Twitter, and so yeah, it just wasn't helpful to have everybody splitting up in different directions. So then if I just do one stream, more people are going to one place, which then pushes it more into the algorithm. So yeah, makes it a bit better. It took me a while to realize though that I had a couple of thumbnails that were different from each other, and it took me a while. I didn't realize for so long that this and this are not even the same, it's just not the same as this. I didn't know for a long time. So this has been my logo on like my email for a while, And it was just a couple months ago. I think it's been a year. It's been a year before I realized the colors are flipped. The pink is on top here, and the blue is on bottom here, and then the blue is on top here, and the pink is on bottom here. It took me a year to realize how different these were. So yeah, that took a while. All of a sudden, I kept looking at it, and I was like, what is different about this? It looks different. I don't know why it's so different. One is supposed to just be 3D, and the other one's supposed to be 2D. What's the problem here? Yeah, just realized. Oh, I gotta X out of these. Hold on. Okay. All right. What do we have? Oh yeah, so this is the song that I was just talking about. Oh no, I wanted to get the original. Yeah, I guess this is the recorded version in studio. Hold on. This is the original. Is this sped up? I can't tell if that's sped up. It's not. Damn. This tears propaganda. Yeah. Oh, it was sped up. I knew. Okay, it was sped up. My bad. So yeah, it's called Gary Hit 'Em with the, and it's a song about SpongeBob and like Patrick Star and Squidward all getting high. And so yeah, this apparently went like super viral for a while.
Gary hit him with the you know the crab like money. Holy shit.
Anyways, there was, yeah, this went super viral for a while, and then they came out with like a recorded version in studio, which is this one here. And I don't know, I'm kind of obsessed with this song. I don't even like SpongeBob all that much, but Gary hit him with the meow meow meow.
Gary hit him with the you know the crab like money. You know the sponge like fun. You know the store keeps shining. You know the square like scones. What we all got in common.
I like different things for different different times, but floss picks are the most, like, they're the easiest ones to use, but like traditional floss is going to be a bit cheaper because you just get the long ropes that keep coming.
When the shit is said and done, is a dead fucking roach in the city that we run.
There's a great animation to this too. Yeah, here it is. I was on a rabbit hole yesterday. I can pop a bean, watch my eye rolls. So beans are what we used to call ecstasy. We used to call them beans, but we also called them rolls. And so when they say, I can pop a bean, watch my eyes roll, are beans called rolls because they make your eyes roll back in your head? Is that why they're called rolls? Why is the slang for why is rolling the slang for MDMA? Me and my friends, we used to call it roller skating. And when we went to homecoming one year, we all got the fur bus, and we went on the fur bus and all went to a really nice restaurant ahead of time. And then at the nice restaurant, we all kind of like placed our rolls on our plates, and then we took them together, did some sort of like, cheers or whatever, and then we all took our ecstasy. And my brother and his friends all came with us, but they were all goody two-shoes. They weren't going to do them with me and my friends, and they didn't care to do drugs. They didn't know anything about it. They were so clueless, they didn't even know that as we all have this fucking pill on our plates, and like we're all like, doing a fucking cheers and then taking our pills together, they didn't even know that we were doing drugs. And then one of the kids turns around and is like, I'm sorry, guys. I don't think there's enough room on the bus for you guys to be roller skating. And we're like, what was that? What'd you just say? And he's like, I don't think there's enough room. How can there's one aisle all the way down. How are you guys going to roller skate? And especially if the bus is driving and he has to take a turn, you guys are going to get hurt. We're like, oh, he thinks we're actually going to roller skate then. Yeah, we call it roller skating the whole time. We say, oh, we're going to roller skate. We'll start roller skating on the fur bus. He thought we were really going to roller skate. Let's see. On MDMA, the intensity of your high rises and then falls, on and on like a rolling wave. I thought it was because you're rolling on the floor in ecstasy. What? I thought neither one of those are the same. Ecstasy or MDMA, also known as Molly. Yeah, I kept like initially my friends, when I asked them, I was like, I keep hearing the songs about Molly in rap songs all the time. What is Molly? Is this a new drug? They're like, no, it's just X. That's all it is. And then I talked about it on stream one day, and a bunch of people were like, no, Tom, Molly is not ecstasy. Molly is like a more pure form. So like rolls. And I think that this is probably true, that like rolls are based off of something else. So they have something else that they're mixed with, whether it's heroin, cocaine, meth, like whatever. They're normally going to have something else mixed in with the MDMA. Whereas Molly, I think, doesn't have anything else mixed with it. It doesn't have a base. Molly was always supposed to be pure MDMA. Okay. Yeah, I think that might actually be true. But yeah, more and more I keep seeing things saying that like they're exactly the same thing. There's no difference. it is true they can be pretty cut up, but not always. They just usually are. Well, we always want, like, every roll that I ever got was based, but we wanted them to be based, and we looked for like specific ones that were going to be based in a certain way. And I can't remember, I can't remember which one it was, but there was one that was based off something, and it was just way better than all the others. We tried the heroin ones, we tried the meth ones, and then I think the last one we did was based off of coke, and I think that's the fucking shit, dude. That was the fucking shit. They were called Blue Dolphins, and they were a famous batch of rolls. It was an insanely famous batch of rolls back when we had them, because we were selling them at the time, and we had like a massive bag, just like this big old Ziploc bag, just full of this shit. And yeah, we were selling Blue Dolphins at the time, and they were a legendary batch. It was the fucking shit. It was still probably the best batch that I've ever had was the Blue Dolphins. They were great, and I think that they were based off coke. I believe they had a coke base. But yeah, just don't go down the opiate route. It took me 10 years to get off that ride. Yeah, same. I was on heroin for a long time until I went to prison, and eventually got out, and now I take Suboxone. Been taking Suboxone for a long time. So yeah, I can't remember when we got these. I want to say it was like 2006, 2007. I take methadone. Nice. Yeah, we've had a lot of people in and out of my community who take Suboxone or methadone. I would highly recommend Suboxone over methadone for a lot of reasons. But do you hallucinate on ecstasy? No, not really. Like if you get like really, really good like X, you can maybe see things like a lot more colorfully, or maybe see like, lines and shit, but not really. Like you're not going to see things like you do on mushrooms or on acid or like something like that. I heard Destiny talking about mushrooms and acid recently, talking about the fact that like you don't have hallucinations on mushrooms or acid. This is just not true. Like this is insanely untrue. But because yeah, one of the strongest like trips that I ever had on acid was the most elusive like and trippy trip that I have ever had. Like because I've told this story a bunch of times that like my girlfriend was kind of annoyed that I was just like totally not concerned with her, did not give a fuck what she was doing. She like, we're at a concert, she would like, try to like get me interested in shit, and I was just like, I'm sorry, dude, I don't give a fuck what you're doing. I am in my own world right now. And so she's like, all right, I'm gonna go get a beer, so like come with me. And so we go to the bar stand for her to get some alcohol, and there's this like Bud Light poster there that I just start staring at, and I kind of like go into the fucking Bud Light poster. It's moving. It was like a concert, and the guy's like dancing around, and I'm watching all of the people in the crowd like moving their hands, and he's fucking singing. And then all of a sudden she's like, Tom. And I'm like, oh fuck, dude, what just happened? She's like, I've been calling your name. Like, I've been standing here trying to get your attention for a minute now. Come on, let's go. And she just walks off, and I'm like, what just happened? I just fucking transported, dude. Like, what the fuck? Destiny said that? How? I mean, compared to DMT. I think that he was trying to use, like, there was a semantic difference in the end. But even with the semantic difference, he still ended up being wrong. let me see if I can find it. It was yeah, it was kind of wild. Let's see. Let me see if I can find this real quick. Well, shit, I can't even find this channel. Oh, there it is. Weird. I don't know how to spell hallucinate. Fucking linguist, by the way. Also, bullshit. Bullshit. Okay, I think this is it. Video unavailable contains content from Disney. Fuck. Yeah, it's gone. Shit. The whole thing is gone. That sucks. Alright. Unless this is... I doubt it.
But I don't think you can die doing like mushrooms, LSD, DMT. Those are the big ones I know about. I don't think generally those are like psychedelic stuff, but maybe hallucinogens. I mean, if you do enough meth, you can hallucinate, or any amphetamine. But
okay, but yeah, the Blue Dolphins were like, I want to say it was 2006. Let's see if there's like a Blue Dolphin, California. So this is pillreports.net. The Blue Dolphins. Yeah, that's... Wait, that looks like a stack. That does not look like... That does not look like a normal roll. That looks like a fucking stack. That's... I don't know. Everybody uses different terminology, so I don't know what... I don't know what you guys call this shit, but there were things that were called stacks. So the best rolls were going to be like very small and kind of round. And like they were going to be like a little bit rounded off on the top and bottom. Whereas a stack was flat on the top and bottom and then had the pill print in it. So like the other ones were kind of round with the pill print, and then like the regular rolls were going to be smaller and rounder with the pill print. And in stacks, because they were bigger and thicker and they did not get nearly the same high, that they just kind of sucked. Like, you guys have heard me tell a story a bunch of times about when I was trying to sleep, my friends kept waking me up saying like, dude, I think these guys are going to rob Casper, you got to get down here, like they're going to try to rob him. And then we ended up getting into a big fight over a bag of drugs. The bag of drugs was like a bag of like 200 stacks. MDMA, yeah, so it has MDMA in it, but then it also has like just it seems like a lot of other shit, and it's just weak. It's just like double stacks weren't too bad though. I literally, I don't think I ever got like really high off of stacks. Like there was one time when me and my friends took like 3 and we just still couldn't get shit off of it. It was never enjoyable. Trip stacks worst. If you need 3 dose, it's weak as fuck. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like yeah, like the more it had. So okay, so good. So you guys call them stacks as well. So yeah, so this looks like a stack to me because of how like flat it is on top. But that is that does look like the blue dolphin thing. Like, so you see how it's like, there's a round press here around the top, and then the edges are round as well, but it's like, this is like sticks out on top of the edge. This looks like a fucking triple stack. Like, this looks like a fucking triple stack. And even the shadow makes it look like a fucking triple stack. The shadow makes it look just fucking, like, thick as hell, dude. So, yeah, that's, I don't think this is the one that I was thinking of. I don't think that's it, but we'll see. Buy MDMA test kit for $14.95. Okay. Posted August 7th, 2006. Clean pill. I'll add more when I know people that take it. Texture, hard press. Look for yourself, MDMA. Yeah, I don't think this is it. I don't think this is not the one that I was thinking of. At least the picture looks nothing like it. Yeah, see how thick these are? That's a stack. Those are too thick. Whereas this one here is like rounded on the front. This is what we took. This right here is like rounded off in the front. Same like these. Like, this one's flat on top. That's not it. These over here are rounded on top. They're not the same things, but yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Like, these are just way too thick. These are fucking thick as hell, but they are rounded on top, so I don't know. I don't know. I'm a little confused, but it's the downside of the black market. Yeah. Yeah, these are all stacks. These are all, like, thick as fuck, dude. No shot. No shot. Plus, I think the ones that we took were darker, like this. But this is also just really thick. Oh, actually, I think this is it. Yeah, this is it. Rounded on top. No press around the edges. Definitely not as thick. Yeah, these are it. Darker color. Yep. Yeah, they were like it was a famous batch that we got into, and it was fucking great. Drugs, how many of us have done them? Yeah, that's... So you could take a lot of them at a time? Yeah, but that, like, I don't know, you say you could. It's more like you had to. Like, you had to take a lot of it. It's not, nobody wants to take a lot to get high. Like, you want to just take one and then, like, be off to the fucking races. But these, yes, these you could just take one and you were Gucci. You were good to go. And yeah, we searched for, like, the same batch afterwards. I think the best thing that we got after that was the red Supermans. I think the red Supermans were, like, the best thing that we had afterwards, but nothing ever compared to the Blue Dolphins. Like, the Blue Dolphins was I know a lot of people say, like, oh, well, it's the first time you ever did ecstasy, so of course it's going to be better than the other times. No, I took the Blue Dolphins, like, the first, like, 3 or 4 or 5 times that I ever did ecstasy. It was the Blue Dolphins every time. Then after that, every single thing that we ever got was just pure shit. And then later we eventually happened upon the red Supermans, and the red Supermans were all right, but they just weren't good. most exes fuck now. It's just not like again, like I'm talking about like back in like the early 2000s. So even back then, it was just impossible to find good ex. I had I've told a story about one of my bunkmates in county jail for a while. His name was Texas because he was from Texas, but we're here in Georgia locked up. And this guy, he was a heroin addict growing up. He was like a dealer for a long time, but he was in the military as well. He just had like so many cool experiences that he would tell me about when we were locked up, because we would just sit there kind of trading stories while we're hanging out. And this guy, he's older. He was like in his mid 50s, but he was kind of a piece of shit. I couldn't stand him. And you guys know how the Joker does this like sucking on his teeth thing a lot, like, wow, I've got a story for you. That's what this guy did that all the time. He would always like, he had this like big belly and he'd kind of waddle on. What's up? What y'all looking at? What y'all doing? Y'all got anything? What's happening? It's so annoying. But we were hanging out, and he was telling me that when they were in the military, so back when he was like younger, they would go into bars. Before they went to the military, they would go into bars, and in bars they would have these like peanut bowls there, but instead of peanuts being in the bowls, they had ecstasy. That it was super cheap to make, it was super easy, and they had these pills just all over the place, and it was just pure MDMA, and they were just pills just sitting in the bars all over the place. And he said they like, yeah, you could just reach in and just grab some X and take it, and that everybody was just hanging out and having fun, getting high on ecstasy. And eventually it was outlawed, and everybody was kind of upset about it because they were always free. They were always just there. It was never something that you ever really had to pay for. And I remember actually like seeing like movies of like concerts and raves and shit where they had these like massive baskets that they would pass around of ecstasy. And I remember thinking, no fucking way they were just passing around ecstasy like that. Who the fuck would pay that much for ecstasy and then just allow everybody to pass it around? No shot. But yeah, apparently it was just insanely cheap to make. It was very easy. It was very simple. And that, yeah, you could just make tons of it for like $100 at the time. You could just make like thousands and then just hand them out to everybody. And so eventually they got outlawed, and about years later, he was at college with one of his buddies, and his roommate found a chemistry book, an old chemistry book in the library that had the entire like process for how to make ecstasy at like really simply, really cheap, and they had like all the equipment there at the school. And so he started making ecstasy for him and his friends. And but then Texas decided to, I don't know if he enrolled or if he got drafted, but he ended up going to the military, and he ended up going to I want to say it was Vietnam, I believe. I think he ended up going to Nam. And so while they're in Nam, he said that they're doing opium, they're doing heroin, they're doing all sorts of shit over there. But eventually, like, they would go places where they just couldn't get anything, and they were never able to like save up drugs. So he messaged his friend. He got a letter out to his friend and asked him to send them ecstasy. And so then the friend, because they were always like sitting in like dirt holes, and he was like, you know, in his letter was talking about how uncomfortable it is sitting in these dirt holes, and that like they need something to like, you know, help with their back pain and blah blah blah. And so his friend sent them bean bags, and the bean bags show up, and they're like, why did you guys just get like all of these massive bean bags? Like, why? And they're like, because I've been telling my friend how uncomfortable it is to sit in these foxholes, and apparently he thought it would be nice to just give us some bean bags. So yeah, now we're not going to be so uncomfortable sitting in these foxholes. They're like, all right. So they give them the bean bags, and they go and fucking cut open the bean bags, and it's full of just like 100,000 fucking ecstasy pills inside, and that they would just they just had like an insane amount of ecstasy the whole time that they were there, just fucking tripping balls, running around shooting that fucking Japs and shit. So yeah, but I remember at the time I didn't believe him, but like way later I ended up looking it up, and yeah, no, apparently this was a thing that, like, yeah, ecstasy was just in, because yeah, I couldn't believe that ecstasy was ever that like open and free, that you could just have it sitting around in bars, and that like cops would be sitting there just like throwing back some ecstasy and shit. But yeah, apparently it was. And that's also how I found out about like heroin and how heroin came about. And that like initially heroin was the brand name for Bayer. That's why we call it heroin, is because Bayer, if you guys aren't from the United States, Bayer makes aspirin. Aspirin is Bayer. So Bayer, the pharmaceutical company, used to make heroin, and it was the same as Tylenol. You had like Tylenol, aspirin, heroin, and and like ibuprofen. Like that's the way it was. You would go buy these little bottles of heroin, and it was over the counter. You didn't have to get a prescription for it or anything. You would just go, just like buying. Just like buying Tylenol, you would go and pick up heroin. And let's see. Yeah, here you go. And so yeah, they would come in these little pill bottles, and housewives started getting addicted to them. And because the housewives were getting addicted to them, eventually they made it illegal, and like only by prescription. But back then they literally just passed around fucking heroin. It was just a thing that they would all take. So yeah, it's weird looking back at all of the shit that used to just be laying around all over the place, and that everybody was just able to get fucking high all the time. But that's why the 60s and 70s were a wild time for humans. Bro, who's seen Chuck Liddell's wife jawbones from clenching on meth? It's like she had golf balls for joints. Yeah, I'm sure. When I used to do ecstasy was the thing that made me clench the most. But it felt good to clench. Like it was like it made things better. Like it would just like any sort of like flexing your arms, like kind of like tensing up in some way, you just get like more blood flow, and everything just kind of felt better, and you're just like, oh yeah. I used to drink like a lot of orange juice as well, because vitamin C would do a lot to like, or maybe it's vitamin D. Vitamin C. Yeah, vitamin C would do a lot to like actually make your high better. And like getting more of a high would just really make things more intense. So yeah, I always drank a lot of orange juice. Every time I would go get high on ecstasy, I would always make sure I had orange juice with me, ready for everybody. Just fucking jugs of orange juice, had to have it. Have any of you ever robo-tripped? One's in chat if you've ever robo-tripped. Two's if you've never done it, but you know what it is. Same orange juice makes it stronger. Oh, yes. Oh, ho, ho, yeah. Okay, so Devin knows what it is. Oh, 3? Wait, okay. Which one, Devin? Which one? Do you know what it is or do you not know what it is? So Rain Wizard knows what it is, but's never done it. Spartacus knows what it is, but's never done it. Aaron knows what it is, but's never done it. Okay, so nobody's ever done it. Shit. I used to do some fucking robo tripping when I was younger, dude. I loved some robo tripping. That's something you do if you're broke? Nah, dude. Like, robo tripping is, like, actually good. Like, it's actually fun. I know it sounds crazy, but it really is. It has a chemical. So the active chemical inside of Robitussin is dextromethorphan. And dextromethorphan is something that makes you fucking trip. Yes, DXM. Yep. Yep. The fucking DXM. And it was in other things, like they called it like Skittles. I forget what it was called. What were Skittles? It wasn't Robitussin, but they were like pill form that had DXM. But I can't remember what is that candy flipping? Yes, candy flipping is taking the Skittles, I believe. Triple C's. Yeah, what are they called? Corticetin. Corticetin, right? Is that what it is? Is it no. Candy flipping is taking ecstasy and acid together. Oh yeah, that's right. You're right. That's fucking great. Candy flipping is ecstasy and acid. Yeah, y'all are right. You're right. Yeah, candy flipping is taking acid and ecstasy, and then what's the other one? Mushroom flipping is mushrooms and is it mushrooms and acid or mushrooms and ecstasy? What was candy flipping? Is it corticetin? Or sorry, not candy flipping. Skittles. Corticetin? Corticetin tablet use and effects. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's not corticetin. Anyways, so the reason that we would take sorry, robo tripping was when you drank Robitussin, and you would have to drink like 8 ounces of this shit in order to actually get high off of it. But it actually was like a fun high, and it was insane. Like, everything just felt weird. It felt off, and everything looked weird and just looked like a little bit like slanted, a little bit different, a little bit off place, a little bit out of kilter. And the most normal things could happen, but they seemed like the most outrageous things you've ever seen in your life. Like, everything, it didn't just change the way that you saw things, but it changed the way that you thought of things in the same way, to where everything looked just a little off and everything felt just a little off. I used the Robo Trip, Tom. Okay, good. Okay, so we got one person here who used the Robo Trip. Okay, so yes, so when you would Robo Trip, yeah, you would just get so fucked up. Lean. Well, this is why people put cough syrup in lean, is because of the dextromethorphan in it, and but I believe they also put like morphine in. I think it's morphine, Sprite, and Robitussin, I believe. But yeah, it was fucking wild. Like, it was insane. Codeine. Okay, yeah, not morphine, codeine. You're right. Yep, no, I was right. Here it is. It is corticetin. Let's see. Familiar ingredients. I'm not sure why they are marketing this for high blood pressure, except that it doesn't contain decongestant. But the formula is the same as the cough formula. A cough syrup with dextromethorphan is a cough suppressant. Okay. Well, yeah, anyways. But yeah, the dextromethorphan would fuck you up. And it was it was insane. Like, you know how like in movies where they'll like kind of have just like everything's just kind of like, you know, you get high and then everything just kind of seems like it's like moving around a little bit and it's all like a little fuzzy and like just kind of like looks just odd and like things are going blurry and in and out of focus, but like on the peripherals, and it's just, that's what it feels like. That's exactly what getting high on dextromethorphan feels like, or what like the you know, robo tripping feels like. It just feels like everything's just kind of like off and weird, and you're just like, oh shit, and like you get this like really weird feeling body high. The only part that was bad about it is that fucking Robitussin tastes horrible, and you have this horrible taste in your mouth the whole night, and it's like kind of like coming up like just making your breath like you taste it in your mouth the whole fucking night. And it just, that's the only real downside of it, is just that, yeah, it's just kind of sucked, bro. It dries you out too. Yeah, you gotta really stay hydrated on that shit. And sometimes it's really weird, because sometimes you'll take like 8 ounces and then like 30 minutes later you are fucked up, like just out of your mind in 30 minutes. Other times you can drink 8 ounces and 2 to 3 hours later, nothing has happened. Absolutely nothing. Do not take more. Don't fucking do it. Do not take more. Like, it is, I made the mistake once of getting a 12-ounce bottle and then drinking about 2/3 of it so that I could get 8 ounces out of it. But then 2.5 hours later, I didn't feel anything. Absolutely nothing. Nothing at all. So I drank the rest. Then like another hour later, I was still annoyed. So then I started smoking weed with my friends. And as soon as, dude, fucking one puff off that, I was rolling around in the grass. I pulled out my phone, started calling all my friends and like leaving goodbye messages that like I was going to die. I'm never going to make it. Like this, oh, man, I was on a fucking another planet. And then I literally started seeing things. I started like, everybody was like, dude, I was at a birthday party where I should not have been that fucked up. Like, I really just wanted like a low, just like chill kind of fucked up. Nobody else there was going to be high. Nobody else there was going to really care. And so I just wanted to get a little fucked up, just a little high, and go in. And then, everybody's like, dude, his dad's here. He's gonna freak out. Get off the ground. And they like pick me up, and they're like getting all the mud and grass off me and everything. And they're like, come just sit down. And so they sit me down, and his dad comes and sits right across from him. And while he's talking to me, there's like what looks like fucking, dodgeballs, like red and blue dodgeballs, just like flying out from behind the couch that he's sitting on right towards me. And I'm like, oh. And he kept asking me, like, are you okay? Are you all right? And I was like, no, I got a ringing in my ear and I can't tell if there's a fly or what. And so I'm sitting there kind of like trying my best to focus on what he's saying, focus on what he's talking about, so I can respond like a normal person right now. But all I can hear is my thoughts like yelling like, dude, just be normal, bro. Just be normal, dude. Just talk. Just answer his question. Don't focus on the balls. Stop focusing on the dodgeballs. Just answer his question, dude. Just answer his question. And then like, I don't even know if he was asking questions. I couldn't hear anything he was saying. My brain is like screaming at me to listen to what he's saying, to the point that I can't hear anything that he's saying. And the fucking dodgeballs flying all over the place was driving me nuts. And I don't know what happened, but all of a sudden there's like 30 people standing around talking. I'm talking to his dad right there on the couch. And then all of a sudden the dodgeballs stop. His dad's gone. He's not talking to me anymore. He's just gone. And literally everybody's gone. And I'm just sitting there by myself. The music was turned off. The lights are all still on, but nobody's there anymore. And I have no idea what the fuck happened. 1 second, I'm having a full like meltdown over the fact that he's talking to me and I'm trying to pay attention and there's balls flying at me. The next second, he's gone, everyone's gone. And I walk upstairs and they're all singing happy birthday to him. And I walk up and stood in the back and I felt like everybody was looking at me. And so I decided to leave. While they were singing happy birthday to him, I felt like he's on the other side, and I feel like everybody's turned around just looking at me while they're singing happy birthday, and I was like, I gotta get out of here. I can't do this. I can't fucking take this anymore. And just got the fuck out. So I was one of those people who would just get way too high sometimes and just do stupid shit and act a fool and could not know like when to I didn't know when to chill, when to like stop, when to like just hold it down. And yeah. I literally thought it was Judgment Day and Jesus was coming back. I took my pants off, I took my money out and was throwing my money around. What the fuck? Me and my girlfriend tripped on blue shields and her face changed so badly I thought I got hit by a fucking car. It was such a bad trip later that night. I thought it was Armageddon. Yeah. I have a friend who said numerous times that she wants to come on and tell embarrassing stories about me getting high. And I've told her every time, I'm like, sure, do it. I tell all these stories already, but I'm sure you remember a bunch that I don't. And you can at least tell the same stories from like your perspective and remember details that I don't remember. So, but she's canceled every time. So maybe we'll get her on sometime. All right.
That's a good question, dude. See how many other animals practice slavery.
Theo Von be like, he sounds just like it, dude.
That's a good question, dude. See how many other animals practice slavery. I feel like penguins might do it, but I don't know, dude. I feel like they're up to something no good, you know? Zach, see if you can...
I can't tell. Theo sometimes, bro, when he's like clenching and shit, like, yeah, I don't know, man. I can't tell if he's like fucking with us, that he's just doing it just to like fuck with everybody, or if he's like really just fucking grinding over there.
I feel like they're up to something no good, you know? Zach, see if you can bring up what's the wettest ocean. How much water? Yeah, I don't know, dude. See if you can pull it up, Riley. See if it's easier to be gay in direct sunlight or at night. Look up how many gays in the dark. See if Frosty the Snowman got any Class A misdemeanors, bro. Well, see if anybody ever took any pictures of Sea Monkey's Earl in his birthday suit, man. Find out if eating Raisinets turns you into a beautiful woman. We had a guy that ate 5 boxes of Raisinets a day, and he was on the cover of Sports Illustrated for 3 years in a row, I think. See if you can develop autism from J&O. Oh, dude, find out if you're allowed to kill somebody in the state of Texas as long as you say a prayer first. Look up if cunnilingus is illegal. Fucking feels illegal, dude. Growing up, I had a buddy named...
Dude, this sounds exactly like it feels illegal, dude.
Cunnilingus, man. He fell off a ledge while J&O in front of a rabbi for money. But, you know, I think he lived to be about 128 years old. See if you can find a picture of it.
Oh, shit. That was good, dude. That was good shit.
I get a fucking life.
Get life. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Fucking loser.
Hey, sir.
Fucking jerk off.
Sir.
Wait, what did the... I can't tell what this says. What does the flag say? Indict Donald Trump. Oh, okay. I think that's what the I can't tell what this one says. Arrest Trump or something like that. I think that.
Get what? Thank you. Thank you, sir. Sir.
Hey, sir.
Thank you.
Fucking
Thank
jerk
Hey,
off.
fuck
Sir,
your
can I ask you a
life.
question for YouTube?
Bing bong.
Sir, can I ask you a question for YouTube?
Fucking
I'm
ruining
pressed.
this country,
I'm
man.
pressed.
Look
I'm
at
pressed. I'm pressed.
Joe
Get these
Byron.
clowns out of here. They're a fucking clown. This guy Biden's sleeping. He shits his pants. You don't see that shit, you dope.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
You guys are fucking joking. This
Thank
city's
you.
turning to shit.
Thank
And I
you.
bet you're gonna vote for horrible fucking Hochul.
Yes, Poco. And AOC. And fucking
So this guy's saying Biden's asleep. And now you got this like this person with the trans flag following him yelling thank you at him. Like, what is going on here? This is so weird.
thank you, sir.
You guys are fucking joking. This
Thank
city's
you.
turning to shit.
Thank
And I
you.
bet you're gonna vote for horrible fucking Hochul.
Yes, Poco. And AOC. And fucking AOC. Fuck AOC.
You don't like that shit, right?
AOC.
Fuck out of here, man. These
And
people are
fuck
clowns.
AOC.
Thank you. Thank you,
Bunch of
sir.
fucking left wing
Thank you.
jerk offs. And a vote for Hochul is a vote for horrible. Look at you, say nothing. Nothing. I didn't think so.
My name's Adam Francisco on YouTube.
Fucking horrible. You can put it anywhere you want, big guy.
you.
These people are jokers.
Thank
They
you.
don't know what's going on. They're ruining this city. Left-wing jerk-offs. Indict Jim Jordan.
Thank
Are you
you.
serious? Yeah, you're great.
Indict Chuck Schumer.
Exactly.
Indict Nancy Pelosi.
What kind of Jew was Chuck Schumer? He gets a
Oh, okay. Okay, wait. Okay, the trans person's doing the full pick me thing there. Okay, or the person holding this flag. I don't know. Oh, it's gays for Trump. That's what it says. It says gays for Trump. That's what it says. Oh shit.
He gets abused from the squad and says nothing. What a joke he is.
Right.
You people are fucking hypocrites. You know what? I'm gonna take a shit later and wipe my ass and think of you people. Because you're ruining this fucking
As the
city.
campaign's
Yeah, you're laughing, jerk off.
Shit, a better president.
You're fucking laughing, you fucking clown, you woke idiot. You're a woke idiot. You're a woke idiot.
You're a
You're
woke
all woke
idiot.
idiots. You know, I got a job.
Yous is
I
all
got money.
woke
You're laughing,
idiots.
jerk off. You're standing in front of a building, you hypocrite. You're a fucking jerk off. What?
You're standing in front of a building, you hypocrite. Do these people hate buildings? They hate the buildings. They hate the buildings, guys. It's like what is it? The jerk. He hates the cans. He hates the cans, guys.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 jerk offs.
Wait, did he just count? Wait, what?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 jerk offs.
I was born a young black child. I was a poor black child. This is what it reminds me of.
Your life. Bing bong. If you see these dogs in your front yard, just know upstairs I'm going hard. Bing bong. What do you want to tell Joe Biden right now?
What's up, baby? Take me out to dinner.
Hey, yo. Ariana Grande, what's up, mama? I'll come to Coney Island, take a spin on the cyclone. I miss your life. Bing bong. If you see these dogs in your front yard,
It's so good, dude. Joe Byron. That's what that guy reminds me of. He reminds me of these guys.
Joe Biden right now.
And fucking AOC. Fuck AOC.
You don't like that shit, right?
AOC.
Fuck out of here, man. These people are clowns. Out of a building, you a hypocrite.
Yeah, quit standing in front of buildings. They hate the buildings.
Dead sinner, say your prayers, half-breed.
Hey, Harry, look at this. What's the matter with these cans?
Die, milk face!
These cans are defective. They're springing leaks. Come over better run for cover. You're gonna spring a leak. Huh? We don't have defective cans. We have a defective pipe out there. He hates these cans. Stay away from the cans. Die, gas pumper.
Oh, it's so good, dude. He hates the cans. Ay, ay, ay.
You're telling me that in Trump's first 9 days of his presidency, he took the daily average of border crossings from 2,087 to 126? What in the fuck was Biden doing? It took 9 days. 9 days? So our open borders were a complete choice. So then people need to ask themselves and start questioning.
Our open borders were a complete choice. If you think we have open borders, do you think it's on accident? If open borders was actually a thing, it wasn't. But if open borders were actually a thing, did you think it was an accident? Did you think they were just accidentally just allowing people to come in without any sort of vetting first or any sort of like checkpoints or anything? Just, so it was a choice. Wow, I just realized.
Why does the Democratic Party want open borders? Because that's exactly what this shit is. Open borders. By the way, no other country has open borders. We can't be a country without borders. And I'm so convinced that
this is insane. I like Trump's posted way too many different charts at this point to even know like what the fuck he's even talking about. It says daily encounters of undocumented migrants without repatriation and return to Mexico in January of 2025. That's not border crossings. That's not border crossings. That's illegal border crossings. And that's there's no way that we had this many border crossings a month when we had 1.7 million unfound without throughout the entire presidency. Like, and if you look at the returns, they have, hold on, wait, I think this is returns. And returns to Mexico. Yeah, so this is how many that they're returning. Why would you do and returns? Like, I don't understand. They're adding returns to encounters? That doesn't make sense. That literally doesn't make sense. This is like how many crimes were committed and arrests. But wait, if you know the crime was committed, then we would assume you arrested them. But you added crimes to arrests? What? Why would you do that?
most liberals have no actual idea what the difference is between legal immigration and illegal immigration.
If they're being returned, sweetie, that's not open borders. If they're being returned, that's not open borders.
Because all of these Democrats are so scared that all these legal immigrants are getting deported, like Selena Gomez crying and people being like, oh, they're targeting like Mexican Americans. No, Mexican Americans are Mexican Americans if they're here legally. But if you choose to enter a country illegally, you are a criminal. I have been an immigrant. I've lived in other countries and I had to have the proper documentation. If I didn't, I would have been kicked out. Like, I would have been stopped and kicked out and sent home because that's normal. And that's what countries do.
So, our border policies during the Biden administration were not like so different from other countries. This is the idea that we didn't have borders is just complete bullshit. We did have borders. We did have Biden again setting records and fucking returns and repatriations. Like, he was setting records across the board in taking people back. But this chart literally just doesn't even make sense. Daily encounters of undocumented migrants without repatriations and returns to Mexico. Oh, okay. It's without returns. Okay. Sorry. So they're saying without repatriations and returns. Okay. In January of 2025. In January. I don't understand this. This doesn't make sense. There's some serious border issues. There's some border issues, but the thing that they do is they blame Biden for the border issues when Biden is not the reason for the border issues. We know what the border issues are. We know why they exist. Like, we're all well aware the border issues exist because for a number of reasons, but one of the major ones is the fact that there's just a massive problem with inflation around the entire world, and that the whole fucking world, while dealing with record-breaking inflation where people are incapable of paying their bills and they're not capable of getting everyday needs, the United States had the fastest recovery and ended up with low-skill workers ended up making more after the inflation than they did before. So low-skilled workers ended up with higher wages that outpaced the inflation the entire time, to where as inflation's going up, low-skilled workers' wages are going up at a higher rate, to where they ended up better off than they were before. So the United States, with, Burger King's paying like $16, $17 an hour in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, is that person's just making a lot more now, when before they were making like $8 an hour at most. And so yeah, they just there was just a huge difference in wages because of the labor shortages, to where when there's a labor shortage, your wages go up to try to get more people in, so you pay more and more and more to bring in more people, and that just made it to where we were the country to come to. But when you complain about when you complain about inflation and blame that on Biden, but then you also blame him for the border, well, okay, if you gave him credit for fixing the inflation, then you could say, damn, dude, it's so fucked up that Biden fixed the inflation to where now everyone wants to come to our country. Okay, sure, now you would actually make sense. I mean, it would actually be like an argument that aligned with reality, but where instead you just keep blaming him for everybody coming to the border, but you don't know why they're coming to the border. Your best guess is that you think that they're just going and filling up a bunch of buses to bring Mexicans to our border, to bring them in to vote for Democrats, and then 50% of them end up voting for Donald Trump. Like, it doesn't sound like a great plan, but whatever.
Seeing this graph, like, ugh, so annoying. It's so annoying that we just let this happen.
This doesn't even source anyone. Like, I have no idea where the fuck he got this from. Yeah, I don't know where the fuck he got this from. And nobody else has anything on this. Like, nobody's reported on this that I can see. Okay. Let's see. Daily encounters of undocumented migrants without repatriations and returns to Mexico in January of 2025. President Trump's first 9 days average 126. 2,516. Biden's last 19 days average 2,087. New border measures in effect. President Trump takes office. Yeah, this doesn't source anyone, so it doesn't even say where the fuck he got this from. It doesn't even say where the fuck he got this from. We just have no idea where the fuck this came from. It's just here's a graph that I drew on Paint. Everybody, look at this. Isn't it horrible? Doesn't that make you scared? Isn't that terrifying? That I can just go on Paint and draw this? Isn't that ridiculous that Paint allows me to do this? Isn't it ridiculous that nobody even cares that I just came out with a graph and didn't even say where I got it from? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I can't even fact check something if there's no source there, because this just doesn't align with any of the data that I've seen, and I don't think we even have border crossings for January. Or 2025, sorry. In the first half of January 2025, Border Patrol encounters are nearly 50% lower than at the same point in January of 2021. The 7-day daily average of encounters currently sits at 1,150 and has been below 1,500 for 21 consecutive days. All right, and what did this one say? These are all like above 2,000. Yes, every single thing here is above 2,000. Well, I guess there are some numbers that are lower, but this says the average is 1,150, and that it's been below 1,500 for 21 consecutive days. There's not a single day on this that is below 1,500. There's not a single day that's below that on this. So they're just talking about total border crossings. This is supposed to be anybody who's crossed that was not sent back, whereas the other one is total, including the people who were sent back. So yeah, this just doesn't make sense. I don't. Who is this? The DHS. Okay, so yeah, so this is the DHS. And what's the last day on this one? The 29th? Yeah, January 29th. Okay. That was, yeah, about 4 days ago. Okay. Illegal border crossings dropped significantly just 1 week into Trump's presidency. Fewer than 600 illegal crossings were recorded. Fewer than 600 illegal crossings were recorded at the southern border on Sunday, a dramatic plummet from the thousands regularly encountered at the height of the Biden administration border crisis. Across the entire southern border, just 582 people were caught attempting illegal crossings, with not one of the 9 sectors from Texas and California seeing more than 200 people, according to Fox News. In Texas, Del Rio sector, which regularly saw 4,000 daily crossings when the crisis peaked in December of 2023, just 60 people were caught on Sunday. So yeah, a lot of people think that actually, hold on. Didn't the other thing 50% lower than in January of 2021. Okay. Yeah, I just thought Let's see. Even in the final days of the Biden administration, daily encounters were around 1,400. Yeah, so even this still has it just way lower than this. Because again, the lowest number on this is 1,708. That's the lowest number on this. The highest number on this is 2,516, and that's the last day of before Trump took office. And then it says Trump takes office 1,186 on day 1 and 43 on day 2. So yeah. The drop began almost as soon as President Trump took office on January 20th and vowed to begin a crackdown on the border. Encounters dropped day by day in the first 3 days of the new administration, with 1,073, 736, 714 recorded January 20th through 2022, Fox News reported. 1,073 on the first day. This says 1,186. Yeah, I'm so lost, dude. None of this makes sense. I don't know. I don't know what to do with any of this. This is so weird. Like, it's so weird just putting the shit out with nothing to source at all. I don't get it.
It's not just about meritocracy, really, because it sounds like, based on what a lot of these folks are saying, the idea that there are not enough white people in certain roles is the problem, according to some of these folks pushing this.
Yeah, look, this is a completely bad faith effort on the part of the Trump administration and Trump's allies. And you know they don't care about qualifications, because you can just look at the qualifications of the white people who Donald Trump has nominated to lead departments and agencies. I mean, these are among the least qualified people that the Senate has ever considered. When you look at a guy like Pete Hegseth, who ran 2 nonprofits into the ground and had to be fired from those roles, who has, confessed to alcohol abuse and certainly has never done anything close to running the Department of Defense, and a department of its size. When you look at Tulsi Gabbard, who, is literally someone who many people, I think, accurately describe as a national security threat, now poised to become the director of national intelligence. When you look at a guy like RFK, who's supposed to be over public health in this country, but doesn't believe in science and pushes dangerous conspiracy theories.
And doesn't know the difference between Medicare and Medicaid, according to his confirmation hearing. Pete, I don't understand why. Well, actually,
I'll be honest, I don't know the difference between those, but I'm also not going to be in charge of them, so.
I get it. It's a distraction. It's a way to get us talking about it. But I also want to just highlight for a second the human consequences of this. There were 3 people aboard that Black Hawk. We don't know what happened on that aircraft. But the family of one of the people, this is our reporting at CNN, it says, at the request of the family, the name of the 3rd soldier will not be released at this time, according to the Army said.
Like, Medicaid just sounds like it should be for old people, and Medicare just sounds like it should be for everyone. But I feel like back in the day when I used to say Medicaid was for like senior citizens, people would tell me that I was wrong. And then they would say that like Medicare is for senior citizens, Medicaid is for everyone. But then I feel like then once I switched them and started saying it that way, then everybody started telling me I was wrong again. So I can never figure out which one is which ever.
Though the 3rd soldier's name is not being released at the request of her family, CNN was told she was co-piloting the Black Hawk and had about 500 flight hours. So there were 3 people on the Black Hawk. One of them was a woman. That woman's family is afraid to put her name out there because they know that she will be blamed for this crash, despite there being absolutely no evidence one way or another.
I don't know. I'll say this, okay? I did watch like a channel that showed a bunch of different angles of this, and the way that it was made to sound, the first couple of videos that I've watched, it looks like they're just hovering and they're being told to land and they just stayed hovering there, and then the plane just comes and crashes into them. Whereas in the second angle that I saw, they're heading directly towards each other. They see each other for a long period of time beforehand and just continue directly running into each other. It was insane to watch. It was fucking insane watching these two vehicles just continue to fly straight at each other. It made no sense. It's her fault. I mean, again, I don't think it's her fault. I have no idea, like, whether or not it's her fault. I don't know what was going on at the time. There's tons of possibilities as to, like, what it could have been. They could have had problems with some of the tech. They could have had problems with the radio. They could have had problems with wind or whatever. Like, we have no idea what the issue was. And the fact that it took place over the water means that, well, it's not like she could have just landed on the water. So, like, and she was moving. Again, in the second video, she's moving. So it looks like she's trying to get out of the way. She's trying to move towards land. But I need to see if I can find the one that showed, like, all the different angles, because actually, fuck, I think it was Alex Jones that put it out. I'm not gonna lie. I think it was Alex Jones. Dude, 4 million people follow Alex Jones. Shit. Damn, dude. What the fuck? They just put out the same shit, like, over and over and over and over. Oh my goodness, it really is the same thing over and over. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, I think this is it.
Helicopters do have, and either
yeah, so you can see them moving.
They're hijacked it by remote control, or you had what you've seen a lot of times in kamikaze. And I'm not saying the pilot did that. I'm just for years as pilot. A lot of times with these Islamic pilots that'll work, for years as pilots than kamikaze. And I'm not saying the pilot did that. I'm just saying that's what all the experts are saying is, did the pilot have a heart attack?
See? You see this? Do you see this? They are heading directly at each other. They are heading directly at each other right here.
That's what all the experts...
Look at this. One here. One here.
Are saying is, did the pilot have a heart attack? A stroke? And the other people didn't know how to fly it?
They're heading directly at each other. Like, this is ridiculous. It doesn't, but again, they're right over the water. They are right over the water. So, like, there's a million possibilities for what this could be and why this could have happened. When we're listening to the radio, we don't have, like, timestamps for when those were. So we don't know how long ahead of time they told them to get out of the way. We have no idea how long they had to get out of the way, or when they were told. So it's it's just not clear what the hell was going on at the time. But they were heading directly at each other.
I'm just saying that's what all the experts are saying is.
Yeah, well, they are going at an angle. So you can see the helicopter here. You can kind of see the tail here, to where the helicopter is, like, heading at somewhat of an angle, while the airplane is heading, like, almost like X's, but with, like, a very thin, like, top. And so they're kind of going like that, to where If they're looking to their left, they should see him.
You know, did the pilot have a heart attack, a stroke, and the other people didn't know how?
Or wait, is this the plane? I can't tell which one is which.
Thing is, you know, did the pilot have a heart attack?
This is moving so slow that I would assume it's the helicopter, but it could just be the plane because it's landing. That it's moving really slow.
And the other people didn't know how to fly?
Because it looks like, I can't tell though. The lights make it impossible to tell. Okay, so yeah, that's the plane. Okay, so yeah, so this is the helicopter over here.
That's what all the experts are saying.
So yeah, so this is the helicopter. Yeah, this just doesn't make sense, dude.
You know, did the pilot have a heart attack, a stroke, and the other people didn't know how to fly it?
It just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. I don't know. Tom, I'm gonna drop an explanation from Black Hawk Pilot of what may have occurred. Well, I mean, we've read like reports and stuff on it. It doesn't explain, like, it just doesn't really explain like the parts that seem the weirdest to me. But no matter what the reason was, the crash was avoidable. The helicopter should have been at the same altitude as the jet. Well, again, the jet's landing. So saying it shouldn't have been at the same altitude as the jet when the jet's landing, that's kind of an impossible thing. That's an impossible ask. The jet is changing altitude throughout the entire process, so it's not that's not an easy thing. And again, depending on when they got the information about when the when they got the information that they needed to land and that they needed to get out of the way, like there's a lot of like other aspects that change this. But when we're talking about whose fault it is, what fault says that like this person was reckless and they like did something stupid, whereas it could be that there were other complications that changed that.
So I want to bring in Elizabeth McCormick,
we watched this yesterday.
Helicopter pilot, and Cedric Layton, CNN military analyst and retired Air Force colonel. Elizabeth, let me start with you. An Army pilot who has flown Black Hawk helicopters,
or maybe not yesterday.
I
think I watched this
around Reagan National Airport, told CNN's reporter Haley Pritzker
I might have watched
that
this
the Army's
today,
flights are routinely planned down to the tiniest detail. This pilot said that based on the risk, the briefer will approve or disapprove parts of the flight plan. That assessment is then run by the unit's commander, then submitted to the FAA. So if it went through all of those levels, the question, of course, is just how could this have happened?
Well, I believe there's three things that happened. If it had just been one, it wouldn't have been an issue, but three different things happened. First of all, they only had a crew of 3, and if you're flying a visual flight plan in a crowded airspace like this, they really should have had 2 crew chiefs in the back of the helicopter to clear each side, as the pilots only have visibility from straight ahead, 12 to 3 o'clock.
Yeah, I think it might have even been I think somebody said it was like a training flight as well. But they weren't just near an airport. They're literally right next to the airport. They're literally right next to the airport.
12 from 9 o'clock to 12 o'clock. So you only have visibility of the front 180 degrees. Your crew chiefs clear the back. If you only have one crew chief, how much can you clear? So I think that was a major issue.
So that's interesting.
Yeah, go ahead.
Keep going. So are you saying instead of a crew of 3, it should have been a crew of 4? How many people should have been on the helicopter? And then please continue with your other 2 points.
Yes, so 3 is a minimum.
I think she's saying that that's like what you would need to actually see all angles. And if you're around an airport, that's probably necessary, but that it's normal for people to only have one in most circumstances. Just this isn't one of those circumstances. But yeah, that it's normal for people to have one. And if there is only one, they can only see like the left side. And that's about it.
Minimum crew for a Black Hawk helicopter. In my opinion, when you're going into visual flight mode in a crowded airspace like this, it should be a minimum of 4. So you have a pilot on each side for visibility. That's the first one. The second one is whether they were on night vision goggles at that time or not, it is a very cluttered airspace with a lot of lighting and the lights reflecting on the river. And so with that...
yeah, so like this is the airport right here. And this is where they crashed. So like this is not just like close to an airport. This
it's
is like
easy to kind of get
directly next to it.
a little disoriented as far as the height. They were supposed to be at 200 feet, which is the helicopter routing in that area, and it wouldn't have been a conflict. But they were not at 200 feet. Obviously, reportedly the incident happened at around 350 to 400 feet.
From what I've heard, it's the most crowded airspace in America. Okay, Google, what is the most crowded airspace in America?
On the website kcci.com, they say, Washington's National Airport has one of the most congested airspaces in the United States, with as many as 800 landings and departures daily, along with military and government helicopters constantly nearby. Aviation and safety experts say warning signs of potential danger have been there for years.
Okay, this is Washington.
As the airliner was descending. So that they were at the wrong height. So that's a pilot error. The first would be a policy error or choice. And then the third is air traffic control said, do you have the CRJ in sight? Well, there were two aircraft in their field of view, and actually only one was really obvious to them. And that was if you watch the video, the aircraft taking off in the foreground is probably the one they were facing, the pilots were facing, and said, yeah, I got it. The air traffic control should have said, do you have the aircraft at 5 o'clock? So they were looking at the rear. If they had done that, the Black Hawk is maneuverable. The Black Hawk could have moved out of the way quickly. They can move on a dime and make that happen. And it wouldn't have happened.
Cedric, that's one of the most informed explanations I've heard of what possibly went wrong that I've yet.
Okay, so when we hear them saying, do you have this plane in sight? And they say yes, they weren't talking about the one that hit them. They were talking about one that was still taking off. That drastically changes things. Because, yeah, when we listen to the air traffic control center, it sounds like they're telling them about the jet that's coming to hit them. But she's saying, no, that's not the one that they were talking about.
Thank you so much for that. Do you agree with what you had to say?
Yeah, basically I do, Jake. Elizabeth has obviously a wealth of experience with this, and when you look at the way in which the crews are set up for Black Hawk helicopters, that's a critical thing. You've got the mission planning piece that you mentioned, and as Elizabeth was explaining, there are also so many concerns that they have to really look at, including not only the weather and not only air traffic considerations, but also what kind of things they can expect in terms of topographical features and things like that, and that should be a given. But there are things that change sometimes.
Those are all the things that I was talking about earlier.
There's new construction and things like that. And so they have to have as much meticulous planning as possible. And if that planning isn't taken into consideration and isn't done in the right way, then of course there could be significant consequences. Not saying that happened here, of course.
Right. We don't know. We're just trying to make informed observations about what possibly happened. Obviously, Elizabeth says that the Black Hawk was supposed to be at 200 feet, and it was actually at 350. Right. Is that easy? Is that a mistake that's easy to make to be at 350 when you think you're at 200 feet?
Not normally, because the altimeter, which.
So the politics of the situation, of which there are an abundance, are likely to be the focal point of discussion. I don't know why this has to be about politics at all. I don't think that any of this should be political when we're talking about this. I don't know, unless you're talking about something totally different. Like, this situation should not have anything to do with politics whatsoever. The only reason that they're continuing to talk about it is because there's people like Trump who are like trying to make this political. Let's see. Over the despair and need for support of the families of people we don't even know. Well, I'm so lost. I don't know what that has to do with anything.
Which measures your altitude is supposed to.
That's a continuation of a previous message. Oh, okay. We're all on politics stream. Not a Christian prayers for family stream. I'm just saying. Oh, true. Yeah, I don't think that I just don't think that this situation is like actually political. And I think that Trump does this where anytime something happens, he immediately tries to find a way to make it political. And this used to be a problem that I had with the Democrats. Like, I used to be like so critical of Democrats for always trying to find a way to take anything that ever happened and then find somebody to blame on the other side. It was so fucking obnoxious and I hated it. And I was like always calling out Democrats for doing this shit. Now they're not doing it. And now it's Republicans who are doing it. And MAGA who's doing it, and it's fucking obnoxious now that they're doing it. But the difference is that at least when Democrats did it, they at least had a reason for it. Like, their reasoning actually made some sense, right? So they would say, like, oh, there's another school shooting, and we've been trying to get Republicans to put in place, gun legislation to where it would be harder for people to get guns and blah, blah, blah. Like, okay, whether or not you even think that's true, at least, like, the thing that they're saying makes sense, because there was somebody who actually did use a gun, who actually did shoot people, and Democrats actually do believe that this would be helpful, right? That actually makes sense. But then when Donald Trump hears that there's a plane crash and then just starts blaming DEI, like, what? Where the fuck did you get this from? Like, how the fuck did you come to that conclusion? Where is there any information whatsoever that makes you come to the conclusion that this has anything to do with DEI? Like, bro, you are stuck in the fucking 50s, where all of a sudden you hear that there was a female pilot and you're like, oh, well, it has to be DEI. Otherwise, we would never have female pilots. Like, what? What are you talking about? Why? This is not like a crazy thing to find out that there's a female pilot. But there's I don't know. There's I think, what was it? I just saw this recently. Shit, where is it? I recently saw like a skit of a woman finding out that her pilot was a female, and the woman starts freaking out when she finds out her pilot is a woman. Like, she starts stressing out hardcore, and she's like, oh shit, this isn't good. Like, that is like a meme, but obviously, like, it's not like such a rare thing for women to be pilots even before DEI, to the point that you would just automatically assume that because there was a female pilot that it was DEI. And this goes back to, like, yeah, when I first heard of this, my first thought was, didn't he literally do this when a boat hit a bridge and he found out that the captain was black, and then immediately started saying that that was DEI as well, and that they hit the bridge because they hired a black captain because of DEI. And again, just Trump just assumed that it was DEI again, and then it came out that this guy had his job for like 30, 40 years and had been there long before DEI was ever a thing.
To be calibrated to be exact, and you should never fly an aircraft that doesn't have that kind of an instrument calibrated properly. So that should not happen. If they, for some reason flew at...
I absolutely believe women are objectively worse at driving any form of vehicle, land, sea, or air, as well as any equipment heavier than a vacuum cleaner. So I'd say those fears maybe over the... So that isn't even the problem here, because even if you believe that, that isn't even the problem. The problem is that I believe that black people are just almost always going to be the best basketball players. I believe that. I believe that to be true. I believe that, like, more often than not, black people are going to be just better basketball players. But anytime I see a white guy in a basketball game, I don't automatically assume that he is the worst basketball player possible and that they would be better if they replaced him with a black guy. That is the problem. That is the problem. And so again, like saying like, oh, men might be better pilots overall or on average or something like that. Okay, fine. But then to say that all men are going to be better than all women, that's stupid. That's insanely stupid. That's like a really dumb thought process. So we have things that we call bell curves for a reason. That, like, Just because on average men might be better, that doesn't mean that there are no women that are better than men, right? Like we can say like, oh, on average, men get higher test scores than women on SATs. Okay. Does that mean that we just assume all women are going to fail? Does that mean that we assume there's no women in the top 10%? Does that mean like we just, but that is the conclusion that people are coming to, is they're saying, oh, average means there's 0 of these. Like, that's not how that works. Those are different conclusions.
300 instead of 200, that could be a significant issue, and that could explain why they were flying, where they were flying, and at what altitude they were flying. So it is a significant thing that the NTSB is definitely going to have to look at.
All right, fascinating stuff. Cedric Clayton here and Elizabeth McCormick. Thanks to both of you.
For more on this, I want to bring in CNN's Danny Freeman, who is here with me at Reagan National Airport.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, Solomon, is that like, I don't even care that like, if you think men are better pilots, okay, fine. That just doesn't mean that there shouldn't be any women, and that anytime there is a woman, for you to jump to the conclusion that she's not actually deserving of that position, that's a fallacious thought process.
Airport. And Danny,
I think this is very simple. Donald Trump doesn't like the appearance of not being in control, and he doesn't like the appearance or the implication that he may have been at fault. Now, you can like that or dislike that. It doesn't matter. That is the clear analysis and why he jumps to conclusions. But I would say, and, brace yourself.
Yeah, supposedly there's reports coming out from the airport that they were short-staffed because of some of Donald Trump's new policies that made it to where they didn't have enough people that day, and they already had like a bunch of problems with being able to organize everyone while being so short-staffed.
For a sweeping generational attack, I hear every baby boomer dad that I know when I hear Donald Trump say, it's just common sense. Not speaking specifically to DEI, but any conclusion you would reach on something that happens. It's common sense. I already know what happened. I don't need an investigation. I don't need people to look into this.
That is what Trump said. That is what Trump said. He did reply to this and just say, well, obviously it's common sense. Like, this is the problem. This is the problem right now, is that people should use logic. They should use science. They should use, we are above common sense, okay? I'm sorry, but you live in a society that is above common sense. We have realized over time that common sense does not exist, and it's not a thing that leads you to, conclusions. Common sense isn't, is something that means oh, it's just kind of obvious as to how you make decisions. That's common sense, right? Donald Trump and MAGA have started using the word common sense to mean things that it doesn't even mean, right? If you say, you shouldn't have driven your car straight into that wall, and they're like, what? Why? Okay, well that just seems to be intuitive. That you just don't drive a car into a fucking brick wall. Okay, so it's intuitive. All right, so that's just common sense. Okay, so that just seems to be obvious. But then when it comes to common knowledge, that's different. Common knowledge means you have to learn this in order to know it, right? Somebody has to explain it to you. You have to have read it somewhere. You have to have learned it somewhere in order to have common knowledge. Okay, so that's something different. Then when it comes to how we come to a conclusion about an event, or how we know what is true, how we know what is false, that is never common knowledge. It's never common sense. It's never intuitive. You have to go through actual processes of investigation, looking at evidence, weighing some evidence over other evidence. That is insanely different. And so when they use terms like common sense for things that common sense does not apply to, it's kind of just it's so infuriating, dude. Stop fucking saying common sense. That doesn't even make sense, dude. Shut the fuck up. That's
I know how it happened.
But he's the
and
president.
But
of
that's
the
why
United
he's the president,
States.
is because
Hang on, he's the
he
president
connects
of
with
the
that
United
mentality.
States. He's got access to information I don't have access, or your dad, or your dad, or whoever's dad does not have access to the information he has access to.
So here's what I know. I know a number of people who voted for Donald Trump for the first time. They were so disgusted than what they felt was happening in the Biden administration. I talked to many of them this week. Instead of talking about the economy, I was fielding questions on whether or not the Trump administration wanted to stop commemorating Black History Month, Women's History Month, Hispanic Heritage Month.
This is the directive at a lot of the agencies, but DOD today put out a memo saying no more celebration of history months.
Or Holocaust Remembrance Day, or MLK Day.
I was fielding all of these questions. So when people said that they voted for Donald Trump because they were concerned about, the price of eggs and all of these type of things, because of Donald Trump's own doing, we're having to have this conversation about DEI. DEI, for many people, and I call them the woke right, it has become a stand-in for being black and unqualified. And what I would like for the Trump administration to do, Susie Wiles, I love her, never met her, meet her one day. I want them to ask the team, what was our message coming out of this week? And if they say that they felt as if it was successful, then we're going to have a very long 4 years.
Can I make a provocative argument here? What if Donald Trump also won because of the people who think that black people and trans people and women are taking things that belong to them? Isn't it possible that he actually won for that reason, and that they don't think that this is a messaging, change of course, but this
it doesn't
this is
represent
the
the
course.
majority of those.
But they could very well think that this is the course.
That's obviously part of it. That's not. I don't think that that's the majority of Republicans, but I would say that is like a good chunk of MAGA. I would say that like MAGA, the ones that we call like real like MAGA like loyalists, they're probably like 30% of the Republican Party. They're probably 30% of the people who voted for Trump. It's just like the real MAGA loyalists, right? Which makes them like 15% of the country. Well, no, smaller than that, actually. Sorry. That makes them like 5% of the country. But they're like, yeah, anyways, they're representative of 15% of the country. There is, yeah, like 1/3 of them are gonna be people who are like identitarians, people who feel like brown people and black people are fine. I can be friends with them. I can be neighbors with them. I don't mind. But I don't like that they're coming and kind of taking over our shit. Like, they're kind of moving in on our territory. Like, America is like a white nation and white culture with white Europeans who built everything and created all of this infrastructure and created all of the sciences and built the skyscrapers and all the technology. And then we just have like black and brown people who are just kind of coming and taking powerful positions that are ours. And while I do think that this chick often will fall to identity politics in a very cringe way that is all, later Firechild, that's all very obnoxious and annoying and just too like SJW-esque and too just like dumb, like lefty id pol bullshit. This argument actually is at least true to an extent, where I would say, yeah, at least 1/3 of MAGA feels this way. And that's why when we're looking at the H-1B controversy, that is why it became such a big thing for some of MAGA, is because some of MAGA are these like identitarians who really just, they see black people, they see brown people, and they really feel like they're taking things away from them. Black people are ruining the culture. The rap music is degenerate. It's all gang violence. They praise criminals and crime, and they're making up new words all the time and don't speak English like everybody else. And they're always just hanging out on the streets and on their front porches and doing drugs and committing crimes and shit. And then brown people are all They're just illegals. Anytime you see a brown person, that's an illegal. And this is something that literally I've had numerous people who came onto the show who debated me. They kept saying, there's illegals everywhere. And I'm like, how do you know? I was like, look at these stats. These stats show that there's like no illegals in the country. They're like, you're lying. You know you're lying. It's obvious. It's common sense. I was like, how is it common sense? How the fuck do you know that there's illegals all over the place? They said, just go outside. Just go outside. And so I was like, okay, so you're saying just go outside. And if I see a brown person, I should just jump to the conclusion that they're an illegal? And they're like, well, there's so many of them, you might as well. Like, oh, this is circular logic. You're literally using circular logic to say there's so many of them. If you go outside, you'll see brown people. And if you see brown people, you know that they're illegal. How do you know they're illegal? Because there's so many of them. Like, this is pure circular logic where you're just justifying your first statement with your last statement, which is justified by your first statement. Like, it doesn't make sense. And so, yes, it is like identitarian politics, but I wouldn't say that this is all of MAGA. I would say that it's probably 1/10 of MAGA. And that's who they call now the woke right. They call them the woke right, where they feel like they are very much identitarians who really place their white culture above everything else.
That they are supposed to be on.
Yes, I think this is what economic anxiety has sometimes been.
Black culture, rap, poverty, ebonics, and masculine women sounds like the general stereotypical association. It is, and I don't know if that's you like explaining why that's normal, but hold on, are you taking call-ins? No, I'm not taking call-ins. The problem is that is like a normal thing for just poor people, right? Like when you say, oh, this is just a general black association. Well, it's not really, like, because if we go look at rednecks, I live in Georgia, bro. I live in Georgia. And if you go to the country where it's all just like truckers and people in trailers and shit like that, these people act, talk, have attitudes, like all the same shit across the board, exactly what you would think is stereotypical of black people. It's just that it's not really stereotypical of black people. It's stereotypical of poor people. And then, like, black people just are disproportionately poor. But when you go and you talk to these fucking country chicks, they're all, I ain't gonna do that. You must have lost your mind. You think I'm about to go out there and change that shit? No, no, sir. No, you got me fucked up. Like, it's the same thing. It's the same fucking shit, the same thing, but just nobody does this to white people when white people are doing the same shit at the same rate when you start looking at it based on class. Been
euphemized to refer to, that people feel like they're losing their status in society and maybe their ability to climb up the socioeconomic ladder, and the easy scapegoat is the black and brown and people and women who are taking their place, who are robbing them of their opportunities. One thing I want to add to this discussion, besides the career effects on...
I think that's just modern America and feminism as far as the female behavior talk. I don't think it is. Well, there's a ton of reasons for why, because you can go back to like old movies for women, and like you'll see that like women in old movies, the types of people that were like the most attractive were women who were very like strong-willed, willing to stand up for themselves, willing to like say things, tell people like it is, but while being like very cute and feminine and it's not like a new thing. But I think a lot of people act like a lot of this stuff is new, and it's just not. And then on top of that, we're talking about in Georgia. We're talking about in the very rural parts of Georgia where these people are rednecks. They all hate feminism. They think feminism's bullshit, and they're like, they're all very anti, like that liberal bullshit, but this is just how women are. Like, this is just how women are. Like, I don't know if you've ever had a girlfriend before, but she can be the most conservative housewife sort of chick. When she's on her fucking period, you are dealing with a fucking dictator. All right, you are dealing with a fascist, authoritarian dictator that is going to literally bite your fucking head off if you do not get in line and march correctly. So yeah, it's I don't care who she is. This is not a feminist thing. This is just the way that it works. Well, you can see the same things, not impoverished women. So it can't just be poverty. It has to be something they both have in common. Wait. Wait, no, hold on. We're talking about like the attitude and like the culture and we're talking about like ebonics and shit like that. We don't see the same thing in people who are in like higher class. Like we don't see that. Like black people who work in like business corporation like sorts of areas, they are well-spoken, like act and talk and engage very differently. Like it is a class thing to an extent, to a large extent.
On people of color and women and other groups, other underrepresented groups in government, among other positions, who may suffer because of the comments that Trump made about DEI causing these plane crashes, is that Trump surrounds himself with lackeys who have historically been shown that they are motivated to sort of backfill and retrofit evidence to fit whatever his predetermined conclusion is. So if we want to prevent tragedies like this from happening again, I would not trust whatever investigation they put together, because Trump has already determined that the cause of this problem is DEI. If there's something else that's lurking here that could put people at risk again, we may not.
Yeah, again, so but I was saying earlier that I think that that's not a new thing. I think that that's always existed. That's always been like an aspect of like American women. Always.
I actually do. I've talked to a lot of aviation experts this week. I have confidence in the NTSB. That is a gold standard agency in this country and honestly in the entire world of aviation. But I mean, to her point, I think there are questions about whether this is going to be a witch hunt for the evidence to support this claim. They are going to be hunting down the people who fit the DEI narrative in order to prove, oh, he was right all along.
That's not what I wanted. Shit. That is not what I wanted. Oh,
I think I'm alone in this group.
Okay.
I think I'm kind of afraid to be alone in this group. I surveyed these people. I focus grouped them. And they are really, really tired of being accused of either racism or sexism because they voted for Donald Trump. And it's one of the reasons why so many of them did. I sat on this stage with you.
They hate being called racist for voting for Donald Trump. It's one of the worst things. And they hate it so much that they voted for him again. That's how much they really don't like it.
And got chewed out when I suggested there's a better language to reach out to voters, that the Harris campaign is missing what they're looking for. And I say the same thing here. Americans just want to be Americans, not hyphenated Americans, not female Americans, black Americans, Jewish Americans. They just want to be Americans.
How do you think it makes people feel, black people, women, any person who has immutable characteristics about themselves, to be told every time that something happens that because they exist in a particular role, it is their fault? How does it make them feel?
How does it make people feel when they're told that they're a racist?
No. I mean, answer. But answer my question.
No, yeah, that is a full-on goalpost move, dude. Answer the fucking question. Like, it is true that, as I said earlier, that yes, if you just find out that the pilot was a woman, now, oh, it's automatically DEI. Oh, you found out that the captain of the ship that crashed into the bridge was black? Oh, well, that's DEI. Oh, you found out that, like, it's just over and over and over. Anytime you find out that somebody is in a role where you think it should be a white man. Well, if it's not a white man, it's DEI. Like, that is fucked up. That is fucked up. And when she's asking, like, okay, but how do you think it makes people feel that no matter what they do, no matter how hard they work, no matter how many degrees they get, no matter like how high their test scores are, no matter how well they've moved up within their job and just like really work their ass off to make it happen, once they get there, these people are going to assume they're only there because of DEI. And that you use DEI to mean they didn't deserve it. You use DEI to mean anti-meritocracy when that's not what DEI is. But everybody knows you're using it as a dog whistle for they didn't deserve it. They're not actually qualified. Which is why everybody says Donald Trump, DEI president, first DEI president. He's only had 4 years experience for the presidency and 4 years experience in all of government. Whereas Kamala Harris, over 25 years in government, only over 25 years in doing legislation and working for as a civil servant. You know, Trump, DEI. Oh, Pete Hegseth. Oh, no qualifications and no experience except for the little experience that he does had. Went really horribly. Oh, DEI pick. Yeah, DEI pick. Oh, we have somebody like RFK, who has no experience at being like a nutrition, no experience at in like medicine or being a doctor or like studying any of this, no degrees, like literally no formal education in this whatsoever, and no experience in any of these fields whatsoever. DEI pick. DEI pick. Yep, that's a DEI pick. Like that's why people do this, because yes, the word is just used as a dog whistle to say they don't deserve this. They are not qualified. And so, yeah, we're going to call all these motherfuckers DEI picks now too. Even though obviously, yes, like the diversity part isn't really an aspect of it, but that's because, yes, nobody actually cares about the diversity part of what DEI is either. Nobody actually cares about what DEI actually is, which it's not a hiring program to help you hire more black people. It's or to get you to hire more black people. DEI is just a way to make your businesses more accepting for a diverse group of people. That isn't just race or sex or sexuality. It's also a number of other things like religion. It's also, different cultures, different backgrounds, different accents, different languages. Like there's a whole lot of things that go into DEI. That's not just get more black people and more trans people and more women, and then you'll be good. That's not DEI. DEI is, if we wanted to hire somebody who was a really high recruit, somebody that we really wanted to get into our workspace, we want to make sure that once they get here, they're willing to stay with us and that they're going to feel accepted and they're going to feel like they fit in. That's what DEI did. That's what DEI is. And so it is just a thing to just help, keep people that you want to keep. That's what it is. But they use it as a term for like, I always forget the term, but they always use it as a term for like just hiring somebody just because they're black or just because they're a woman. And that's not what it is.
I am, because these are predetermined considerations.
But no. You're assuming. You're telling me I'm.
You want an answer?
Well, you're not answering my question. You're telling me.
Yes, I'm trying to.
You were telling me that
your response is in bad faith. I mean, what she is saying is something you're not responding to, because it doesn't address why Donald Trump immediately went to DEI as an explanation without any evidence whatsoever for what looks to be an inexcusable and certainly a very devastating and tragic plane and helicopter crash a couple of days ago. And instead, you pivot to talk about how terrible it is that some people who voted for Donald Trump are being called racist and sexist. You're refusing to grapple with the central tension.
My understanding.
Frank, it's an option.
Hold on.
Frank, it's an
because
option
my understanding is of the voter.
Frank,
that is what I do.
It is an option.
What about
for
the immorality and the incompetence
Frank,
of
it's an
blaming
option
DEI
for Donald
for what
Trump.
happened?
You guys can all jump on me. That's fine.
No. I'm not jumping on you. I'm trying to have a conversation with you. Okay, look.
Yeah, look, dude. Having the two men stop talking for the black woman. This is DEI. Okay, if we're being real, this is DEI, and this is ruining our country. let the fucking men talk man to man. Let them have their conversation over here. I don't know why we always have to have a black woman come and butt into every conversation.
It is an option for Donald Trump to respect his voters and not scapegoat race in a situation like that. He chooses not to every time. Why?
He is saying, and I do not defend him, and I've not defended him on this program, because there are things that are more important than Republican and Democrat, and it's why.
You are defending him, though. You are, though. You are defending him. Like, if people say, hey, look, Trump has done some things that are so bad that I don't even think he's worth considering for president, and then you start to defend everybody who voted for him, you are, by extension, defending him. This is such weaselly bullshit. I can't stand this guy.
Some people lost primaries, and some people are not members of Congress anymore. I'm trying to tell you the truth.
Well, look, you don't have to listen. I
Hold
just
on,
won my
Mondare,
primary,
hold on.
but you don't have to lecture me.
Hold on, Mondare. Let me let him finish.
I mean, if you're gonna throw shots, I'm
Mondare, just a second. Let me let him finish.
This is why this show is such a challenge for me, because I really am, and I've been on this show and criticized him many times. I've been on this show and praised him. In the end, how do we get beyond how we look? How do we get beyond how we sound?
This is his own ideology speaking. This is his own ideology speaking, because we talked about this 1,000 times. Like, if you walk into a room, okay, so say people feel like a lot of money was taken from black people, a lot of generational wealth, a lot of things were taken from black people. If I say, oh, and you're like, oh, well, don't give black people anything back. Don't have programs specifically for them that aren't specifically for white people as well. Like, you have to have a, like, neutral across the board. No, you have to be colorblind. If I say, okay, I walk into a room and I've got 100 people in there, but I steal $100 from one person, does it make sense that afterwards I'm going to give $1 to everybody in the room now, to all 100 people? I stole $100 from one person, but now you're saying, Tom, no, don't steal. That would be discrimination if you gave the $100 back to that one person. You have to split it up evenly between everybody. We should all get the same. If you're going to give money to anybody, you have to give it to everyone the same. So don't give the $100 back to the person you stole it from. Give $1 to each one of the 100 people. That's equality. That's fucking bullshit. That's retarded. That's an insane way of thinking about this. So when you say, well, no, we have to be colorblind. Okay, you're saying we have to act in a way to where we don't even see the problems that are specifically affecting people based on race. Like, when there's an issue that specifically affects somebody based on their race, we can't acknowledge it. Don't acknowledge it. Just be colorblind and don't even see the disparities that are existing between different races. Don't even see it. Just be colorblind. It's insane.
Because in the end, we all have a right to a point of view, and I respect yours, regardless.
I just don't respect the gaslighting and the bad faith conversation.
I also think you cannot talk about getting beyond all of those things, race, hyphens, whatever it is, when at the highest offices of the land, you have someone saying, because there is diversity, there is a lack of merit, there is a lack of quality, there is a lack of experience. That is a racist view, that people who have characteristics that they cannot change about them, that don't tell you anything about their intellect, about their experience, are by definition not experienced. Do you understand that?
I do, because I listen to this, I hear this, and I internalize it. And for those who feel like they're being marginalized, we have to do more. I agree with you.
It's not even just about being marginalized. It's just about recognizing
I just said I agree with you.
I know, I'm saying, but look, I'm not trying to use academic.
I said I agree with you. Are you now listening to me agree with you? I said something totally different than what you said and said I agreed with you on it. Why are you trying to correct me and keep fighting? What is going on? You said that you love blue. I said I agree with you. Green is my favorite color as well. What is happening? What's going on?
I'm not trying to use academic language to talk about this. I'm just saying that there are people. Look, a couple days ago, there was a Harvard-educated Olympic track star was told that she wasn't qualified to have gone to Harvard, that she was basically a DEI admit to Harvard. I mean, that just from a human
Yes, that's
perspective,
wrong.
that is
We
wrong.
all agree that's wrong.
May I ask you a question
We
about
all
this?
agree with that, but there's nothing I can say to you on this panel for any of you that's going to satisfy
No.
you.
May I ask you a question about
And that's
this?
the problem.
So you're saying Americans felt alienated by the way Democrats talked about
And-
some of these things.
Yes.
Okay, but do you think that this is the antidote? I think that's the question here. I mean, you can be critical of terms that Democrats have used, but it's not clear to me how this approach is better. In fact, it seems exponentially worse to be.
Yeah, well, and on top of that, this guy is like arguing for colorblindness while it's like he's trying to tell like the liberals, like, guys, you got to get over this color stuff. You got to move past this. You got to move on from this race stuff. Meanwhile, we're talking about the conservatives being the ones who won't get over the race stuff. That they're the ones who are like, oh, that's a DEI hire. Oh, it was a woman? Yeah, DEI. Oh, that person is black. Oh, that's DEI. Yeah, that's definitely DEI. Oh man, this is ruining our country. You guys are allowing black people to do stuff, and that's obviously DEI. You can't let black people do stuff. Like he's like trying to like tell the liberals, like, you guys really just gotta get over the differences between us. Well, okay, well, what the fuck? We're talking right now about the president being the one who can't get over the differences between us and the fact that he doesn't want women being pilots. Like, that's what we're talking about right now. So I don't know why you're acting like you're telling liberals this thing. I'm really scared. It's really uncomfortable to be on this show because I know that you guys aren't going to listen to me. I know that you're not going to hear what it is that I'm saying. We're the ones who are saying, stop bringing race into this, dude. There's a fucking tragedy that happens and you immediately run and start making it about race. What the fuck?
Scapegoating, whether it's hyphenated Americans or otherwise, any group of Americans for this tragedy, to be purging government data from websites under the guise of DEI and rooting out wokeness. I guess that's where I think there's a bit of a disconnect here. It's like,
I agree with you.
Okay.
I agree with you.
I would punch him in the face if I was sitting next to him while he said that to me. Fuck you. You do not agree with me. I will fucking kick your ass. You ever tell me you agree with me like that again. Don't ever fucking say you agree with me like that. Fuck you. This is the most like condescending bullshit I've ever seen. You're trying to tell me I'm right while talking down to me? What the fuck is this? If I'm right, you fucking get down on your hands and knees and kiss the ring, bitch. I'm right. You're wrong. Suck a dick. All right? Don't fucking talk down to me like you're proud of me that I actually said something correct. Like, what are you doing here? What is this? I agree with you. Do you hear me right? I agree with you. Oh, fucking piece of shit.
Tragedy to be purging government data from websites.
Yes,
under
exactly.
The guise.
Exactly. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like, yeah, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. Do you hear me? It's not your fault. You can let go of this. That's what it sounds like.
DEI and rooting out wokeness. I guess that's where I think there's a bit of a disconnect here. It's like,
I agree with you.
Okay.
I agree with you. And you're probably surprised. That's the goal in all of this. How do we get to the point when we are judged?
I know how surprised you are that I just agreed with you, but I do. I do agree with you. And that's why you're wrong. That's what you need to realize, is that you're so wrong about me. Because I agree with everything that you're saying about me.
By our merit, when you're judged by our performance. I've had two experiences. Number one is my house almost burned down in Brentwood. I wasn't even there to see it. And I want the best people possible to be on the front lines fighting that fire. I landed 55 minutes before this plane landed. I could have been on it. So I feel it. I hear this and I get it. And you're correct and you're correct. The question is, do we beat up on it and yell about it and complain, or do we try to get a solution?
I say the solution is we fucking gang rape this guy right now. I think that's the solution. I like his jacket though. That's a pretty fucking sick jacket, dude. He's got, are those stripes on there? What the fuck? Oh my goodness, dude. I like this jacket. That's pretty sick, dude. That's nice.
Try to get beyond it. And the problem is, there's nothing I can say that's going to convince you.
But in order for us to get beyond it, Donald Trump and the woke right, they have to stop talking about
the woke
it.
right.
The reason that we're talking about it is because it was a deliberate decision that the Trump administration made. I would much rather be talking about the economy and some of the other things that I know that the Donald Trump administration is going to do, but we're not in the now second week of the Trump administration. We are ending it talking about DEI because this was a decision that they made.
And to be clear, our discussion of it is not out of nowhere. It's not something we created out of whole cloth. It doesn't mean that we're harping on something that the American people would rather we not talk about. It is responding directly to something that happened.
And the only person who
Yeah, because the whole problem is this guy is acting like the people voted for Trump because they're tired of everyone making everything about race. That's why they voted for Trump. They're tired of everyone making everything about race all the time. Meanwhile, this conversation is about the fact that Donald Trump will not stop making everything about race. And he doesn't seem to recognize that. He does not seem to recognize the fact that this whole conversation is about the fact that Donald Trump is the one who's making everything about race. And these people are the ones who are like, dude, why are you making this about race? What the fuck? That is so weird. Like, this had nothing to do with race or sex or whatever. Like, that they are the ones who are saying, dude, he's making everything about like identities and shit and just kind of making it all about stuff that's irrelevant, and it doesn't make sense.
To your point, injected race into this is Donald Trump. We could be having a very
True.
normal investigation into a national tragedy, comforting these families. But this is the conversation that not only do they want to have, but they are making it the only conversation around what happened here.
I can't believe they replaced the woke left with the woke right. So ridiculous. Yeah, it's DEI. That's what that is. It's the fucking great replacement, dude. They won't even allow the left to even have one thing. They can't have anything. The right-wingers became the fucking SJWs. Now they became the woke right. Like, they won't let the left have anything, dude. They just keep taking everything away from them.
And that is not just wrong from a moral perspective, but it's also a missed opportunity to keep Americans safe.
Well, both the president and Secretary Hegseth, I believe, said in that press conference in the briefing room that...
Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot to put this up. We are doing the tips tonight, so we are adding time on this one. I know that we're at 2.5 hours and we haven't even gotten to the main topic yet, but I will go back and check all the donos that we've already gotten and add them in. But yes, we are doing it tonight, so yeah, I will extend it a bit because I know that it's a little weird to just say that at the 30-minute mark. But yeah, the last 2 streams we didn't do it and went without any dono goals, which you guys were great donating the whole time and all that. So if you don't know how this works, generally the first 3 hours, it's on the house. It's on me. But if we can get up to $25 for the first round, we add 3 hours. Second round, add 3 hours, and so on. And so, yeah, we'll, like I said, I do only have half an hour before we get to 3 hours, so I will extend that a bit. I will not get off right at the 3 hour mark. I'll give you all a little bit extra time, but yeah, we do have to start working in that direction because I got some other stuff to do.
Elevation was probably the issue here. It seems to be the case with the helicopter. And to your point, I mean, they were likely right in the moment, immediately after. And here it has been completely hijacked by something else. I do think, though.
That's a nice use of the passive
Can I
tense.
just say one thing about that? Just because we just had a whole conversation about this crash, the elevation is a fact, right? They were at the wrong elevation. The question is, and what the investigation will find out, is what actually caused that to happen. And yes, he did say, oh, the elevation is the problem, but then he said it's because of DEI and because of a lack of standards as a result of diversity initiatives. So Trump is diagnosing the problem by saying that the blame is actually on this thing that we don't know had anything at all to do with it.
Right, which is the part where I said then he hijacked the point that he was trying to make about the elevation. But, Frank, you're the master of language, so you probably have a better way of articulating this than I do. The conversation that I do think needs...
Did he invent linguistics? Should have called me. I pioneered linguistics.
Needs to be taking place in this country, and unfortunately Donald Trump uses DEI as the euphemism for it, is we have lowered standards across the board. We have lowered standards across the board in the name of entertainment, in the name of whatever, and it's happening. It's happening in education, it's happening in sports, it's happening in the workplace, and that is a conversation that I think is legitimate and needs to be had.
All right.
Okay. Yeah. This, if you guys don't know who that is, Frank Luntz is somebody who is he's a pollster, and that's most of what he does is polling, but he gets he asks really crazy questions and comes to really crazy conclusions. And so he's always good content. He is the Lavloon of, Fox News and CNN and MSNBC and all this shit, is they can just pull up Frank Luntz and he'll say something wild that is gonna kind of blow your mind. So he's always good for that. Okay, we're gonna move on to the Hasan
That was your bridge too
reactions,
far.
but this looks interesting, so I might come back to this because yeah, that looks pretty interesting. But all right, the main event. So yesterday we went over the content nuke from Ethan Klein on Hasan, and we watched Hasan's initial reaction right after on stream, but he didn't watch it at all. So I did want to start off by going to his stream today because I do believe he talked a bit more about it today. And so yeah, I want to find where he talked about it today.
A conversation with Ethan on this that we have, except this time I'm not going to be fucking nice to you. Ethan, he said, they groomed me into Minato Prefecture.
Is that more of that?
Hi, baby, how did you sleep?
More of that great Houthi musicals he was listening to?
We were shooting a podcast. Because we were having sex with your mom. Okay? It's time to come clean. We missed omakase because we were having sexual intercourse with your mom. Dogging her out, dude.
That is such a disgusting thing to say. I can't believe he would say that to people. His own chatters, dude. His own chatters, people who are there to watch him and to listen to his takes and everything. That he would say that to them is actually abysmal, dude. What a fucking piece of shit. God. Oh my goodness.
Sorry. All of us. Austin even took turns. It was crazy. Yeah. He was like, I'm gay. I'm just doing this for you. Chatter's mom. Isn't that wild? Yeah. Flew out to Japan and everything. How many times did you do this to her? Oh, so many times. As many as she wanted, really. Everybody knows I'm a liberal.
Oh.
Who almost exclusively defends the Democratic Party. I mean,
yeah. So yesterday he said that Ethan's hot take and his great like revelation to everybody is that I hate liberals. That was the thing that all of a sudden he just realized I hate liberals. But that's maybe like an aspect of it. But the very beginning, the thing that Ethan says is, because I before we even went over it, I said, look, dude, everybody was kind of weirded out by the fact that Ethan was willing to do a show with him and thought maybe Ethan was starting to become a socialist, because he had become like more and more progressive over time and was kind of moving left. He used to be somebody who was having on people like Jordan Peterson and crap like that, and was like a huge just kind of like anti-SJW sort of guy, and then became more and more progressive over time, and even took down his Jordan Peterson interview because he thought that it was so bad that he was agreeing with the stuff that Jordan Peterson was saying that he was embarrassed by it. And so then, yeah, he started doing a show with Hasan, and everybody was like, dude, I can't tell if Ethan's like unaware of how extreme Hasan is, or if Ethan's just moving farther left. Like, this is a little weird. And it turned out that he said, like, first thing at the beginning of the video, Ethan says, yeah, I didn't know. He's like, I think that even though we all argue about politics and we all have disagreements on things, I thought we all had like one thing in common, and that's that we love America. We love freedom. We love the Constitution. We love our institutions. And we're all on the same side when it comes to fighting for America. And then he plays a ton of clips of Hasan talking about how much he hates America, how much he hates the Constitution, how much he hates liberals, how much he hates the government, how much he hates the people, how much he hates, like, and it's just all of this shit. And he's like, yeah, I didn't know. He's like, and this is my fault. I didn't do enough research. I didn't look into him enough. I thought he was just a very progressive, like, kind of, Democrat or a social democrat sort of guy. And I didn't realize that he was like a full-on statist and socialist that was like a Leninist and everything. So, yeah, it's a little weird that he didn't know. I mean, you just kind of take a look at Hasan's fucking logo for his streams, and it feels like it just kind of screams like, Red Scare communist. It just kind of screams like the fucking, the, I don't know, what is it, the Red Terror sort of shit. Like, seems pretty obvious, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know how he missed that one. So yeah, Hasan at the end says his great revelation was that that I don't like liberals. No, that was not his great revelation. That was the thing that he said made him realize how different you guys were. But his great revelation was that you are just an extremist that is being whitewashed, and that you admit you're a propagandist, and a bunch of people then try to turn around and defend you as though you're just a regular lefty sort of progressive guy, and that you're not an extremist, you're not someone defending terrorism, you're not somebody who gets excited about cops dying or anything like that. And so yeah, that's that was the main thing that Hasan, or that Ethan was showing about Hasan, is that yes, he is akin to somebody like Osama bin Laden when it comes to like the way that he talks, the way that he preaches, the way that he, the people that he endorses. He's just very, very whitewashed and very much willing to like keep it under the under the radar and dog whistle everything. And if you guys watch, this is the last thing I'll say on it, but if you go and find, there's a video by me, this one. I'm starting to hate Hasan Piker. This is where I have a conversation with STV Philly, who in the past had come on and defended Hasan a ton of times. Like, this is my most popular video of all time. Willie Mack's show came on, and I allowed him to take, I did an interview with him about his first Hasan video, and then allowed him to take call-ins, and in STV Philly came on and argued with him about his entire video. This has about 70,000 views on it, and then this is I'd had tons of arguments with STV Philly about Hasan, and so this one is where STV Philly comes on, and I kind of explained to him okay, this is the real issue with Hasan, and then I compare everything that we talk about with Hasan to Nick Fuentes. And for every example of Hasan doing something bad, I can bring up a Nick Fuentes example of him doing the same exact thing and say, we condemn it when it's far right, but when it's far left doing the same exact thing, for some reason, we kind of don't really care. Not that big of a deal. So yeah, these are two videos that I would recommend you go watch, because they're classics on this channel.
If you didn't know that, you must be an absolute fucking dumbass, right? You'd have to be a real fucking moron. Or maybe disingenuously fucking lie and be like, I was groomed as a 40-year-old adult into believing that someone is actually a liberal when they hid that from me. They hid their true perspective from me. They groomed me into believing that they were a liberal. They'd have to be a real fucking bird-brained moron. Or maybe a disingenuous grifter. Maybe a disingenuous grifter who recognizes that the person that they were talking to never really sheltered their views whatsoever. Guys, I have a fucking statue of Lenin behind me. Not right now, obviously. I'm in fucking Japan. Although I did spend yesterday... Oh, getting a phone call from the secret police. Hold on.
Is that the thing is, though, is that I think most people see shit like that and they think it's memes. Lots of people hear a lot of the shit that he does and says, and they think it's memes. There was the guy from Twitch who said that Hasan literally just put on terrorist propaganda and walked out, leaving him there listening to terrorist propaganda, and then came back and was like, bro, it's just a musical. They're really talented. And he's like, I didn't realize that this was, he's like, it's funny looking back on it now, but at the time it was kind of mind blowing. Yeah, people think that a lot of this shit is just memes and that he's not really this far back, or when he says how much he hates America, that it's not that. Yeah, it's just memes, dude.
The scar is too fresh.
But all of the other people that we go over here in a little bit, those people are the reason that people think that. When we go over all the different people who are willing to constantly defend him and whitewash everything he does and says and act like he's not really saying that, he didn't really think that, blah, 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 that those people are the reason that they are willing to constantly defend things that Hasan does and says while never actually addressing the real arguments against him.
The wound has yet to be healed. Where were you? What were I also found out that you're a communist too, but I was too distracted by your small head. Interesting. The Party is basically a very good newspaper. Yeah. We'll talk about that in a little bit. So, folks, second plane crash, please? I think some of you guys are so horny for plane crash news, which is odd. I covered it extensively yesterday, but we'll cover it even further today because there's more updates on, 7 dead, 19 injured. We'll talk about all of that. Yes. For
We continue to follow breaking news on the.
For GeoGuessr MHUD, I have a GeoGuessr Pro that they're linking me up with, but I do want to rely on you as well. But yeah. After
episode 1's already controversial.
So it's because I went to sleep late. Liberal. Recap of my commie stream.
Yeah, this is what they always do is they
This
straw
moment.
man
I
the
want-
criticisms to hell. We went over an example yesterday of where when everybody was kind of criticizing Hasan for talking so much trash about the elites, about rich people, about all this shit, but then turns around and go buys a $3 million house, he turns around and says, oh, I forgot, if you're socialist, you're not allowed to have a house. Totally ignored the $3 million part and just kept saying, oh, I forgot. Yeah, we're not allowed to have houses. I forgot it. Yeah, socialism means no house. And then everybody ran around saying socialism means no house. Socialism means no house. And that's what they all said for a long period after. Socialism means no house. Oh yeah, I forgot that's a thing.
What did Tim Pool say recently? Oh, that's interesting. He said, come to the right side. Join the good side, Ethan, he said. Perhaps what I said was completely unrelated. Perhaps it was completely unrelated, or perhaps I don't know. Maybe it's not. That's not at all what Ethan said. Why are you molding them out? How do I have 12 month subscribers who are this fucking stupid, dude? Actually, all right. I'm done. I'm not gonna do this. It's for the weak-hearted. It's for the weak-hearted. It's for the weak-minded.
Me. That's me. He's talking about me.
I guess I groomed this.
He's talking about me. I am. That's me. I am the one who will stop and spend 3 or 4 hours arguing with the random in chat that is also a 12-month subscriber. That is me.
35-year-old adult as well into radical politics and being pro-terrorism. You know? Anyway, bro, you got to do this fit. I am doing that fit right now. How is it this band calls your own charger stupid? And they agree with them? What are you saying? Tired 5 a.m. Hasanabi's peak content. Thank you. People are genuine.
Damn, dude. I saw that Ethan video on screen. I saw that Ethan video on screen, and I fucking thought that he was gonna... I thought he was actually gonna react to something, dude. Damn it, bro. Damn it, I got baited here, dude. I got baited so hard, bro. This is gonna be the thumbnail for this video. This is gonna be the thumbnail for this video, so for all of you who are pissed off at me for putting this on screen and baiting you, when this video comes out, just know that I am only feeding you the medicine that I had to take, all right? They put it into my fucking food. They put it in my food bowl with all of the other fucking kibbles and bits, and I didn't even know it was there, and I had to fucking eat that medicine. So now you have to eat it too, okay? I thought he was going to react to a fucking video. I thought he was actually going to engage. Fuck.
As always, I'm
Oh, there it is again. Oh, whoa.
Controversial opinion. I personally think everyone deserves dignity. Everyone deserves human rights. Everyone deserves health care. I know sometimes others, instead of saying, hey, maybe my output here, maybe my fucking output.
I don't know if like there's anything meaningful in this, so I am just scrolling through this real quick, and then we're gonna get to the other clips that are meaningful and are really insane. We have a bunch of clips from a bunch of lefties who are all just hardcore in Hasan defense mode. So I'm just scrolling through this for a second to see what we have.
Output here is the reason why people are, reacting to what I'm saying in the way that they're reacting to it. You're like, nah, it must be something different. Okay? He said you hid your power level to infiltrate his fan base and turn them against him. Guys clearly lost the plot. Yeah, that's such an insane take, man. No, dog. You actually made your fan base very progressive.
Wait, I don't... Wait. He did not say that. Did he? Am I lost? Once in chat if you guys were here last night for this video. Because I don't think he said... I do believe that he was saying that he hides his power level. And that him hiding his power level allows other regular progressives to kind of mix in with his fan base. But I don't think he said he wanted to hide his power level to mix in with his fan base to then turn them against him. One's in chat if that's what you got. Two's in chat if that's not what you got. Because from the actual video. Because I don't think he said that. I don't think that is at all what Ethan said.
The world would not be the same.
Criticizing people, you don't have to comment as humans. But this dude just called
this much.
At the top of our minds at all time. It also doesn't mean that we should disregard the lives of the Jewish people who are also leave their homes, their lives, their property, and migrate to the only place in the world that would accept them, which was Israel. The irony of this. And every time it happened on Twitch, I would say, man, this time should have done more research.
Manipulated this whole time?
Okay, yeah, here we go.
Pretend to be my friend?
Dude, liberals are a burden on this planet, dude.
Liberals are the most, like, scummy, vile, fucking idiots.
Liberals are incredibly stupid. I hate these petulant liberals, dumb fucking liberals.
What else is someone this sociopathic capable of?
Liberals are some of the easiest to manipulate people on the fucking planet, dude.
Was I being manipulated this whole time?
That was my fear anyway. Regardless of his true beliefs, that broke my trust in.
See? He said that was my fear anyways. So he even, like, he's not even stating that he was being manipulated somehow. There's no way that we can...
him, and I pretty much ended
There's
the
no
show
way.
immediately. And I felt guilty for my participation in mainstreaming Hasan. And for that, I apologize. I should have done more research, and I should have looked more deeply into who I was getting in bed with before they gave me chlamydia. Sorry, Hila. Over the past year since the show ended, I continue to watch Hasan platform, promote, and propagate.
I think he should have kept the show going and continued the debates and arguments with him and calling him out blatantly. I think that he should have continued to say, bro, this is like terrorist propaganda. Like, bro, you are actually justifying genocides right now. Like, you are a genocide apologist. Like, bro, you are literally platforming terrorists and trying to pretend that they're not terrorists. Like, I think that would have been better, but that's kind of what he did with that woman that he did the podcast with before, like Bad Friends or whatever it was.
Propagandize terrorist organizations. And every time it happened on Twitch, I would say, man, this time surely he went too far and someone's got to do something. But as the time went on, nothing happened and his views got more and more radical and more disturbing. I feel it's my obligation after mainstreaming someone like Hasan to take this on. And so it was war. Nuclear war.
I stand before you.
Yeah, I don't think he said that. That's, I don't think he said that at any point. That's insane.
Okay. That's what I mean. I didn't, yeah. Also, hid my power level is so funny. Here, yeah, hid my power level. You know who actually hid something? From what I understand, I didn't actually see this. I did not actually see this, but where is it? Hold on. This was on my subreddit.
Hasan agrees with you. Did you not see Hasan say he wore kitty gloves when talking to Ethan? Wait, what do you... He agrees with me? Or are you talking about somebody else? I didn't say that. I don't agree with that.
Where the fuck is it?
Or do you just mean that because he was wearing kid gloves, are you saying that if he's wearing kid gloves, that means that he's like not saying his real beliefs, or what?
Teetering on what would most people say is
and it's, I mean, yeah, it's basically this. The entire quote unquote content nuke is
you're
this.
also kind of borderline teetering on what would most people say is socialism, my guy. Like,
Wait, what? Let me tell you something about myself then. Yeah, I don't give a shit. Yeah, I don't think that the capitalist organization of the economy is adequate. We don't need to have that conversation. But yes.
no, there's no way you believe in that. Hey, listen, I'm one of the biggest pocket watchers ever known to man. Like, I've already summed you up in what you make. And I sum up rappers, I sum up entertainers. Look at my guy Kai. I just did a whole little rap sheet of his thing.
Socialism is not a poverty cult. You don't have to be poor to be socialist, even though you can still advocate for those who are less fortunate than you.
You're also kind of borderline teetering on what would most people say is socialism, my guy. Like,
wait, what? Let me tell you something about myself then. Yeah, there you go.
I was about to say, I think he's like texting somebody, doesn't know it's playing again.
And what is this?
Had a terrifying vision.
Not what that means.
Had I been duped? Was Hasan?
Me, a 40-year-old child, was duped by Hamas Piker. That's it. Hasan groomed me, and I was a neurodivergent minor at the ripe age.
I mean, Hasan would have kept going on the show, but he had to restrain himself with Ethan. I'm sorry. The end part is the thing that keeps throwing me off. I don't have a problem with him. I don't have a problem believing that he still would have gone on the show. I'm saying that I'm sorry, I don't even know what you're engaging with. Like, all I said was that I think Ethan, instead of ending the show because he was upset that he was platforming him and then felt like it would be better to just put out this content nuke, I feel like he was doing a much better job at debating Hasan on these issues. That on the actual show, he did a great job at 2044 is where Hasan's explaining how he's hiding his power level to funnel in normies to radicalization from transcript. I assume this is the quote we're talking about. Yeah, I was saying that he would have just done a lot better if he just continued debating him on the show. That would have been more effective than just putting out a content nuke. Yeah, I think that's the part that we just went over.
And this is a deterrence. We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell.
They're designated. They are designated by the American.
Regarded as a pretty brilliant. Everything that he's done.
Then I saw clips like this where Hasan is explaining how he's hiding his power level to funnel in normies into radicalization.
I think that in the short term.
Yeah, but he doesn't say that he did that to... Again, I said, I agree with this part. I agree that Hasan is being whitewashed and being, like, normalized so that he can further radicalize normies. I agree that that is a thing that is 100% happening. The part that I disagreed with was the last part where they said the intent of this was to do that to Ethan's audience so that he could turn Ethan's audience against Ethan. That's the part that I disagree with. I don't think that this was some malicious thing to turn Ethan's audience against him, and I don't think Ethan implied that in any way at any point, that Hasan was maliciously doing this to turn him against to turn the audience against them. That's the part that I'm disagreeing with. So I agree that he is like normalizing, and that's what Ethan said. It's just the malicious part is what I disagree with.
And what is this?
Had a terrifying vision.
Not what that means.
Had I been duped? Was Hasan?
Me, a 40-year-old child, was duped by Hamas Piker. That's it. Hasan groomed me, and I was a neurodivergent minor at the ripe age of 40.
This is what I'm talking about. This is all they do. They only strawman. And this is why when we go forward and we watch all of these people reacting to Hasan, all we're going to see is strawman across the board. I haven't watched all of their shit, and I haven't seen everything. But I know that this is the tactic. This is the way that they engage. This is exactly what they do every single time, is just strawman. Strawman. That's all. I think that, like, to an extent, it makes sense when you've like engaged with something, like debunked it, made it look stupid, and then after you make it look retarded, to meme on it, and the meme is probably going to be pretty like strawman-y and shit like that. Like, that totally makes sense. That's a thing that everybody does. But when you're initially reviewing it and watching it and you're acting like this is so ridiculous. These criticisms are so retarded. How could anybody believe this? And then your reasoning behind why it's ridiculous, why it's retarded, and why nobody could ever believe this is because socialism means no house. Like, that's just, I'm sorry, but that's insane.
It's kind of funny to have it come out the same day as the JCP tour. Yeah, these people are also so fucking narcissistic. They, like, people that do slop shit, okay? People that do slop shit are so goddamn narcissistic that they will unironically say stuff like, oh, well, he did that because of me or something. It's like, no, man, I set this up.
So like infallible foul, you just did it. You literally just did it again, where you said, I have criticisms about Hasan, but they don't go into he owns a home or is a socialist. This is the straw man that I have mentioned, I think 3 times during this stream. We spent like maybe 10 minutes in the last stream going over all the straw mans and just how ridiculous of a straw man that is, that nobody thinks that socialists can't own homes. Absolutely nobody. But this is always the response. Yesterday, we even showed somebody talking about the fact that Bernie Sanders is a socialist and owns multiple homes. And then the response to that was, so socialism means no house. Like, again, this is just an insane straw man that doesn't actually engage with what it is that anybody thinks or says about this stuff. They just, but that, like, that's always the way it goes. I don't honestly know which is harder to listen to, the pro Hasan people watch or the anti. Well, as I just said, it doesn't seem as though you're actually understanding, like, even what I'm saying or what people are saying about Hasan. If you're getting that they think he shouldn't have a house from their arguments, then I have very little faith that you are watching the anti.
Up fucking weeks ago, all right? Yeah. Bro, he said you hit your views the week you've been promoting, talking to the JCP. Someone, like, dude, look at my first interview. Okay, look at the first interview that I did with Ethan Klein, okay? Before I ever did the Leftovers podcast, we had an interview, okay? Please understand.
Oh, you guys remember they were saying that Loner Box might be the new Hasan? And that maybe Ethan's gonna bring Loner Box on to be his new co-host to do another political show? Hasan, but we thought, like, oh no, he can't do that because Loner Box is too close to Destiny. Now that Loner Box is no longer friends with Destiny, this might actually happen. My whole argument was like, this will never happen. He's too close to Destiny. There's no shot, not a shot in hell. But now, hey,
understand something. This is from many, many years ago, okay?
I don't think Loner Box is boring.
This is me. This is, I guess, a piece from his, I guess this is a piece from his video, okay? My hiding being a communist, okay? I had a show on the Young Turks called Agitative Propaganda. Even in these clips, there is a fucking USSR Ushanka behind my head, okay?
Was I being manipulated this whole time?
There is a bust. There is a what is it called? A Matryoshka doll of Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. That's Che Guevara. That is another USSR Ushanka behind my head. Okay? What the fuck are you saying? What the absolute fuck are you saying?
Infallible Foul, I don't know if you're responding to me or somebody else. I don't even know what you're talking about.
You are being disingenuous and acting like there was something sinister afoot, okay? And that there is something that is sinister about being a socialist anyway, which is a ridiculous position, by the way. I think, like,
this is all straw manning. This is all straw manning. His position is not that, like, oh, I didn't know he was a socialist. It's that I didn't know that he was, like, willing to defend, like, terrorism. I didn't know that he was willing to whitewash genocides. I didn't know that he was that he hated America. I didn't know that he hated liberals. That, like, there's tons of people, and we all know tons of people who are, like, socialists and who believe in socialism and fight for those sorts of policies, but they're not, like, they're not the types that are like wanting to overthrow the government, right? They're not the types who think that like America is the worst thing in the world. They have the same principles as other socialists and communists, but they want to do everything through democratic processes. They want to like vote people in. They want to get change. They want to make sure that like things move closer and closer to that direction, and that like they also believe that America is just one of the countries that is doing the most for humanity and is one of the best things currently, and that this is just part of like the process to evolve humanity and economics. That is we know tons of people who are like this. Rose Wrist is one of those people. I can name tons of people who are like this. I think Jola even falls somewhere in that area. Like, this is just a normal thing for socialists. And I've had tons of socialists come on here and say that is the normal socialist in America. That is the normal one. But those people don't get a whole lot of views. They're not exciting. They're not extreme. They're not crazy and bombastic enough for tons of people to come watch them and review them and argue with them. They're too reasonable. And so that's the majority of people who are actual socialists and who are actually doing socialist activism and leftist activism. People like Hasan are the small minority. Even just within the socialist groups, they're a small minority. But that's why they get so many views, is because they're just so crazy and wild that it's fun to watch them. So yeah, where Hasan's saying, well, I have people who are socialists behind me. I'm obviously saying things that show you that I am a socialist. So obviously, I hate America. I hate liberals. I hate everything that has anything to do with capitalism. I love terrorists. I love like that. That's so stupid that that's like what you're supposed to get from all
There's
this.
nothing sinister about being socialist, all right? Ironically enough, the other person whose doll is behind my head, who has this artistic work behind me depicting him as a punk rock guy, also calls himself a socialist. Just, the person that I interviewed a couple weeks ago before I left for Japan. Now, the question that is on everyone's minds is like, there's two things here. There's two outcomes to this. Either you are the dumbest person on the planet and just like, whenever I described my political worldview, it just like went in from one ear and out the other. No bus stop in there, okay? No pit stops in there whatsoever. It was just like information coming in and out, okay? Nothing in there. Just an empty hallway, all right? And that you just did not retain anything that I told you, and you're like, I thought you were like a, kind of progressive, vote blue no matter who type Democrat. What is going on?
Which is a common thing on the right. Like lots of right wingers think that Hasan is like the normal Democrat liberal sort of person.
And if that's the case, then you have no business doing political commentary, okay? Because what the fuck are you saying? Like, what do you mean? Then you're just like ill-equipped to have this conversation. You've openly demonstrated that. He cropped him out of the video? No, he didn't. I mean, Che Guevara's still there, but I'm sure he just like zoomed in or something in this one. Because isn't this from the video too?
I consider myself a liberal, but in the American political lexicon, I guess like I'm super liberal. That's what Americans think liberalism is. Like the more left you are, the more liberal you are. Even though there is a genuine distinction between the leftist and the liberal, but yeah,
that's Hasan being pretty good faith there. This is one of the things that happens where I watch people who I think are just insanely bad faith actors, and I see them doing and saying things that show that they're trying to be fair and that they're making an effort to be good faith, and that they're not just trying to like talk a bunch of shit about the other person. It's totally possible that that's just an optics thing where you just want to like choose things. Like that's the thing that I think JSTLK does, is where anytime he agrees with somebody that he's calling out or that he's like making fun of or that he's trying to like slander, he'll find little tiny things that he agrees with them on, like murder is bad, Or, you know what? Maybe don't put a pill in a girl's drink and then rape her, and like don't put her in your the trunk of your car and drive her to a fucking warehouse with your gang of friends. Like he'll be, oh, you know what? I actually agree with this. I mean, he's not wrong on this. This is something that I can get behind. So I guess everything he says isn't insane, you know? I'm willing to show. People think I hate this guy too. People think I hate this guy. I'm willing to agree that like you probably shouldn't throw a girl into your trunk and then take her to a warehouse with your friends and gang rape her. I'm obviously willing to like make those concessions and say when I agree with them. So I don't know. I think people just have me all wrong. I think people have me all twisted. Like he'll do this like grandstanding, like virtue signaling thing. Like, look how good faith I am, everybody. Look at how good faith I am. This is just how I am. I just operate this way. I'm sorry, but I'm just willing to say that gang rape is not a good thing, and using date rape drugs to do it is not something I'm willing to get on board with, you know? Like that I wonder if that's the tactic, to just like defend them here and there in small, like minuscule areas that don't make much of a difference, or if it is that they really are good faith. They really are giving real criticisms. They really are trying their best to like be as straightforward and as good faith as possible the entire time, but they're actually fucking retarded. And that's the direction that I go with, is that I think they're actually fucking retarded. I think a lot of the stuff that Hasan does, I think he's actually this dumb. I think he's actually going through a lot of cognitive dissonance. I think he's chosen a team, and that team is everything to him, and now he just has to fight for the team no matter what. His like reflexes are always, let's fight for the team, just say whatever it is that benefits socialists and leftists, and then defend that to the end. That's, I think,
I'm progressive, I guess. That's the catch-all term.
I like progressive.
Yeah. Who wouldn't want to be progressive? It's in the name. We're progressing.
Yeah, well, that's why like early stage classical liberals who like wanted to rebrand, like Dave Rubin, for example, who now are very openly on the right and like everyone knows it. They originally tried to say like they're the real progressives, and that the people who brand themselves as progressives, people like myself, they were actually regressive.
George Soros and Google. He wears jackets that say "bash fascist."
I'm sorry, I got to stop again. What is wrong with hating fascists? I just don't understand that point. I mean, aren't we supposed to hate fascists?
Has a club in his hand.
We're supposed to hate fascists as Americans.
Yeah, I know. I don't get it. And then
his name is Hasan.
This is not in his content nuke, chatters. This is just our first ever on-camera conversation.
Well, the video, no, parts of that video is in there.
The reason why I suspect someone spliced these two things together is because they wanted to show how fraudulent and how idiotic this is, okay? For Ethan to be like, I was duped. I was groomed into believing radical politics by this big, scary man, when even before we had a fucking podcast together, I never sheltered him from my true opinion. I even say it there. I'm like, I wouldn't consider myself a liberal, but in American politics, because people's false understanding of liberalism, they would say I'm a super liberal, okay? So what's really interesting about this entire process, despite the fact that I have a literal fucking like Lenin bust behind me, a Che Guevara bust, and a USSR Ushanka behind me, okay? And also prominently display other famous leftist political figures, revolutionary political figures, and also Bernie Sanders, who is himself a socialist, okay? And go through the minutia and the process of explaining to him over and over again what my political worldview looks like. He just, I guess, either A, forgot what that conversation looked like and how that took place, or B,
this just doesn't actually make any sort of case.
Second thing, and is cynically trying to present it as though I was secretly hiding the truth. Okay, I was secretly hiding the truth.
real fascists. Okay, then still bashing the fascists in that circumstance is still good, no? Like, I don't get it.
I thought fascism
makes
was
no
like the
sense.
antithesis of everything America stood for.
Yeah.
But apparently
Supposed to be.
it's supposed to be. Okay, I'll try not to pause, but there's just packed full
It
of
is
stuff.
packed.
And that's, I think, the most important part of everything here.
Kirk, they tasted the blood of 1.5 million Christian Armenians, and they'll taste man flesh again. What the fuck? If they have their way.
I think he said he thought you were a dem sock like him. First of all, he's not a democratic socialist. Ethan is barely a social democrat. Okay, what are you talking about? There's a distinction between democratic social.
He says he's a social democrat. So sorry, I was saying that like this is one of the parts where Hasan is being just insanely disingenuous in the way that he's representing this. Where just a second ago, Ethan is obviously saying we're supposed to be against fascism, and for some reason Alex Jones is criticizing you for having a shirt that says fascism is bad. That's insane. America is supposed to be against fascism. And then Hasan replies and says, yeah, supposed to be. When Hasan says, yeah, supposed to be, he's saying, see, I'm obviously showing you that I don't think America's values are actually against fascism. I'm saying it right there. It's so clear. Whereas he's not being clear because obviously Ethan takes this to mean the same thing that he's saying, which is that it's Alex Jones and right-wingers who are not against fascism. Not American values, but just that like the right wing has gone too far. That's the way that Ethan's taking this. And so it's just, this is so disingenuous from Hasan.
Socialism and social democracy. Social democracy is pro-capitalist. I often will openly state that in a place like the United States of America, it is a reactionary shithole where there's no class consciousness whatsoever, that where, you know, social democrats are seen as radicals in this country, okay? And they're still in line with improving the material conditions of the working class in the United States of America, okay?
Okay.
You told Ethan multiple times that you wish you hid being a socialist. That's the other problem. That's the other issue. I've told him before. But that's not my problem. I'm sorry, man. If you don't understand the difference between a democratic socialist and a social democrat, how the fuck is that my fault, dude? I've explained it before. Like, what are we doing here? How, dude, I'm sorry. In the year 2025, we're not doing that. Okay? In the year 2025, we're not gonna let other people's misunderstandings become everybody else's problem. Because that's ridiculous.
What a foul. Submit, turn your weapons in. 2.
I just jumped in, but didn't this all start because of Gaza? Seems like there were no problems. Yes.
Ethan apologized at the end of his video for not doing enough research before starting to do a podcast with Hasan. No, that wasn't at the end. That was at the beginning. We just went over it. That was at the beginning. That was like one of the first things that he said. It was around like the 22-minute mark where, yeah, he says that, yeah, he just didn't do enough research.
No, literally, that's it. People were ruthless to Ethan, okay? It's true. They were. It's true. There were a shit ton of people that were saying some unhinged shit, all right? They were for a year. And there's also a real threat of rising anti-Semitism that's happening in that same time frame, okay? But the problem is, like, while that was going to happen, because there's always a rise in anti-Semitism whenever Israel goes around and says they're killing children for Judaism falsely, right? Turning around and claiming that I'm the reason why all of these people were actively radicalized in the direction of anti-Semitism, mind you. When I spend so much fucking time combating anti-Semitism, so much time educating people on dog whistles, talking.
He doesn't, though. He doesn't, though. That's the thing, is that he'll say this. He'll say, I spend so much time pushing back against anti-Semitism. Look, guys. And he'll show one clip of him being like, guys, I just don't think anti-Semitism is good. I just don't. I think it's bad. I do. I think that anti-Semitism is bad. And that's it. That's it. I don't think you guys should do anti-Semitism. Okay? I don't think you should. The problem is that he says, I don't think you guys should do anti-Semitism. I think anti-Semitism is bad. And then turns around, and when somebody says, hey, look, your community's doing something anti-Semitic, he says, what, that? That's not anti-Semitism. No, that's fine. That's real, dude. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. That's the problem. That's the problem, is that, yes, he says, anti-Semitism bad. And then the things that people call anti-Semitism, he says, isn't anti-Semitism. This is, again, literally what Nick Fuentes does, where Nick Fuentes says, dude, I think racism is bad. I tell people all the time that I don't like racism. I don't like racists. I think it's bad. But then they're like, well, okay, so then what about when you talk about the fact that, like, black people shouldn't be in these positions because they have lower IQs on average? Like, what? That's just common sense, dude. What do you mean? That's just common sense. That's not, hold on. That's not racism. And then when Hasan says, you know, shit, I blanked on the other thing. But yeah, I actually gotta run and grab something real quick. Well, actually, I need to do something first before I do that.
Anti-Semitism that's happening in that same time frame. Okay, it's true. They were. It's true. They were problematized in the direction of anti-Semitism.
Oh yeah, so then when he says, he's like, yeah, I didn't do anything to make my audience full of anti-Semites. I didn't do anything to do that. I don't know why they blame me for my whole audience being full of anti-Semites. Well, it's not a coincidence. I'm sorry, bro, but it's not a coincidence. Like when we're looking at Nick Fuentes' audience, he also does the same thing where he says, dude, I'm not an ethnostatist. I don't believe in ethnostates. I don't know why there's so many people in my audience who love ethnostates. There's a lot of them. I would say like 60, 70% of my audience loves ethnostates, but I don't. I'm not in favor of ethnostates. I don't need an ethnostate. I just think that white people should be the majority of the country, not an ethnostate. Well, it's like, I think the reason is because you're using all the same arguments that they use. You just draw a different line, but you guys say the same exact things. You guys have the same exact arguments. It's the same thing for him. Like when he's sitting here just like, I don't know why, dude. I don't know what it is. I don't know what's happening. It's not me. I think it is you, dude. I think it is you.
Mind you, when I spend so much fucking time combating anti-Semitism, so much time educating people on dog whistles, talking about historic fascism, talking about anti-Semitism as a canary in the coal mine of fascism. Like that's what's so insane about it. It's like
so insane, dude.
Especially coming from a person who knows me, you know what I mean? It's fucking ridiculous.
It's really ridiculous. I can't believe it. I'm blown away.
The view of turd breath, sink
turd breath.
Hasan Piker.
What is he even saying?
Piker.
Oh, he calls him
Hasan
Piker, but it's
Piker.
obviously Piker.
Obviously, dude.
Yeah, it's not even
What
like
is he doing?
It's not even like a Turkish sounding last name.
Yeah.
It's normally Piker, but still like it's pretty funny that he's going out of his way to deliberately mispronounce it, which I love.
Yeah.
I love all of that. It's great.
And are you?
He featured a Sneeko fan, anti-Semite stalking Ian, blamed it on you. Yeah, that fucking weirdo clout shark, dating coach, cryptocurrency guy that was fucking annoying us at the goddamn Palestinian encampment at UCLA.
That Sneeko fan. That Sneeko fan, guys. That Sneeko fan. You guys remember that Sneeko fan? Who's not a Hasan fan. That was the Sneeko fan, dude. Well, I can't believe that he played that Sneeko fan doing that. That was so ridiculous when that Sneeko fan did that one thing.
So how come you don't like Palestine?
I like Palestine.
No, you don't.
Why do you say that?
Damn, this shit's so quiet.
So how come you don't like Palestine?
I like Palestine.
No, you don't.
Why do you say that?
Because, bro, you're. Wasn't she in the IDF?
Yeah.
Same for
Oh, damn, that's
Frogan.
crazy.
Mandatory service.
That's
She was born
sad.
there.
That's terrorism, bro.
She was born there.
That's sad. Feel bad for you guys. Ethan Klein, bro, you're ugly as fuck, bro. You're ugly as shit. You look like a rapist.
Bro,
bro.
look in the fucking.
You look like a fucking rapist, Ethan. Feel bad for you guys. Ethan Klein, bro, you're ugly as fuck, bro. You're ugly as shit. You look like a rapist.
Yeah,
bro.
there's literally a Sneeko fan. The fuck?
Oh my.
Sorry, I'm trying to boost it. I literally have the audio turned all the way up. I'm trying to boost it, so let me play that one more time.
Ugly as fuck, bro. You're ugly as shit. You look like a rapist.
Yeah,
bro.
there's literally a Sneeko fan. The fuck?
Oh my god, bro, I love you. Hasan, can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so sweaty, bro.
I love you, bro.
I'm so sweaty.
I love you, bro. I have to interview you. You're my hero, bro. I love you. Bro, you're the coolest guy in the world, bro. Hold on, I think I look gay now. Hold on.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
So how come you don't like Palestine?
I like Palestine.
No, you don't.
Why do you say that?
Because
It's nothing. Nothing to say. Got nothing.
The fuck?
you look like a rapist.
Yeah,
bro.
there's literally a Sneeko fan. The fuck?
Oh my god, bro, I love you. Hasan, can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so sweaty, bro.
I love you, bro.
I'm so sweaty.
I love you, bro. I have to interview you. You're my hero, bro. I love you. Bro, you're
You're
the
my
coolest guy in the
hero,
world.
bro.
Hold on, I think I look gay now. Hold on.
Okay.
Bro, you're the coolest guy in the world, bro. Hold on, I think I look gay now. Hold on.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, she's busy. She's busy at that point. Oh, she probably just didn't hear it. She didn't see it. She was busy at that point. That makes sense. That makes sense. She was just busy when that part happened. That makes sense. That's normal.
About to have a Houthi rebel on.
I'm sure he's going to present evidence of him being a Houthi.
A few moments later. Why would he retweet this article called...
Oh, wait. This is the...
For you guys, Ethan Klein, bro, you're ugly as fuck, bro. You're ugly as shit. You look like a rapist, bro.
Look in the fucking.
You look like a fucking rapist, Ethan. Feel bad for you.
Okay, can I just say really quickly, it's very obvious from the way that guy's talking he's a Sneeko fan. Like, I'm sorry, that language is not Hasan fan verbiage. Like, that's very clear Sneeko lexicon. Can we just be honest for just 2 seconds?
Can we just be honest, guys?
Like, just be real. Wallahi,
Let's just
that
be
is
honest,
not.
guys. Come on.
No.
Oh my god, bro, I love you. Hasan, can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so sweaty, bro.
I love you, bro.
I'm so
I
sweaty.
love you, bro. I have to interview you. You're my hero, bro. I love you, bro. You're the coolest guy in the world, bro. Hold on, I think I look gay now. Hold on.
Can we just be honest for just 2 seconds?
one.
Just be.
I don't...
Yes, good clip, chimp. Very
Oh.
good. He yelled at him
Oh.
later. Yeah, they met one.
What happened? Wait, what happened? Hold on. This is her face. Her face. She's not looking at her phone during this one. Her face, she's very clearly not looking at her phone like Frogan was. She sees this one, right? She sees it.
Hasan fan verbiage. Like, that's very clear Sneeko lexicon. Can we just
Very
be honest
clearly.
for just 2 seconds?
be honest,
just
dude.
just be real. Wallahi, that is not. No.
No.
Oh my god, bro, I love you. Hasan, can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so sweaty, bro.
I love you, bro.
I'm
Look
so
at that
sweaty.
I
face,
love you,
dude.
bro. I have to interview you. You're my hero, bro.
Look at that
I love
face.
you, bro. You're the coolest guy in the world, bro. Hold on, I think I look gay now. Hold on.
Can we
Okay,
just be
3,
honest for just 2
2,
seconds? For
1.
just be.
I don't...
Yes, good clip, chimp. Very.
What the fuck, dude? Why do they call it a clip chimp? I don't even get it. Like, this is again, when we go, like, every time we go over one of their clips, it's just pure straw man. It's just like people just being so dishonest in the way that they're engaging. I don't get it. I don't get it.
Okay.
Great. but still, like, it's pretty funny that he's going out of his way to deliberately, mispronounce it, which I love.
Yeah.
I love all of that. It's great.
And are you?
He featured a Sneeko fan, anti-Semite stalking Ian, blamed it on you. Yeah, that fucking weirdo clout shark, dating coach, cryptocurrency guy that was fucking annoying us at the goddamn Palestinian.
I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. I can totally believe that somebody could be a Hasan fan and a Sneeko fan. I could totally believe that. Like, I'm sorry, but that is not. I don't disagree with them. I don't like if they're saying they know who that guy is a streamer or a content creator, and he's always praising Sneeko, or always like, talking to Sneeko or cloud sharking Sneeko. Like, I could totally believe that. That's not hard to believe. It's just that I could also believe that he's a fan of Hasan too. Like, these are very different types of content. One of them is talking about politics all the time and economics. The other one is talking about dating and conspiracy theories about the Jews and religion and shit like that. Like, yeah, I could totally believe that that somebody could engage in that sort of crossover.
Palestinian encampment at UCLA. Okay, I spent most of my time avoiding that.
Clip chimped. Hasan, not a Hasan fan. Yeah, he said, just kidding. I hate you, Hasan. Sneeko rules. Just another clip chimp. Yeah, it was just a clip chimp. Right afterwards, he went like this and went, aha! When I said you rule and I'm your biggest fan, I had my fingers crossed. You didn't even see it. Aha! You look so stupid. That's probably what happened. They just clipped it out.
Dude, when he tried to be on camera, when he found out how many fucking people were watching. Ethan, on the other hand, I think had him on his fucking stream. Why? Possibly to make a mockery of like the Palestinian cause by presenting some random fucking douchebag as like the formative pro-Palestinian voice. You know? Remember when that fucking rando came up to us at the UCLA encampment and we avoided him the entire time? Noticeably uncomfortable that he was just like occupying space over and over again?
Yeah, I remember.
What is this? Here's irrefutable proof that Ethan Klein is directly coordinating his messaging against Hasan with Destiny, accused sex criminal in his community. Yeah, I mean, he does. Of course he does. Look at this, dude. Destiny's like, thank God Ethan is like stupid enough to be fucking hyper-focused and hyper-fixated on Hasan when virtually everyone, Ethan included, would normally be talking about how Destiny is fucking sharing sex tapes unconsensually with random girls online that he wants to fuck, okay? He's like, oh, thank God. There it is.
See, I'm sorry, but
Now,
this is why I don't have a problem with what it is that Dan said. This is why I don't have an issue with Dan's
That's a good
video
question,
on
dude.
this.
See how many other animals practice slavery. I feel like penguins might do it, but I don't know, dude. I feel like they're up to something no good, you know? Zach, see if you can bring up what's the wettest
fuck?
ocean. How much water? Yeah, I don't know, dude. See if you can pull it up, Riley.
Sorry about that. So yeah, so this is Cosmopolitan. Okay. Okay, you know what? It might be gone. If they retracted this, then because yeah, I do not see this actual article. Oh, wait. Oh. Oh shit. Before we head to the highlight room against his publicist's wishes. Piker pulls out his phone to show me more examples of his impact via the Snapchat DMs. Fans send them wearing his merch. A black t-shirt he designed that says racism, bigotry, patriarchy, white supremacy, inequality, oppression, intolerance, injustice on it in white letters, each word crossed out in red. He sold nearly 2,000 of them so far. It's so dope, he says, opening Snapchat. I don't know if any of these are nudes, so don't judge me. The first one is a nude. He reads the message attached aloud. I'm sure you have hot girls throwing themselves at you all the time, but I'm a huge fan of TYT and love your work. So, where he says at the beginning, I don't know if some of these are nudes, so I apologize, like, if that's the case. I was about to say, okay, if it's like, if there are a bunch in there and he's not sure and he accidentally pulls one up and then immediately X's out, that totally makes sense and I wouldn't even hold that against him. But instead, he pulled it up, kept it there, and then continued to read what they said to him in text. So, what is the difference between showing nudes to a woman you're trying to impress and showing nudes to a woman you're trying to impress? Anybody? Can anybody? What is the difference here? Showing nudes without getting consent from the woman first, and showing nudes without getting consent from the woman first. Can anybody tell me what the difference is between those two actions? Is that crazy? As promised, there are photos in his inbox of fans wearing the shirt, but it's about 70% nudes. Whoa, that's crazy, he says, methodically opening each message. That was like actually her blowing someone. I don't ever like talk to any of these people. That's butt stuff. Cool. The next day, Hasan jokes that his career will be over when my article comes out. Maybe he said too much. Show me one too many Snapchat DMs. But a few months later, in February 2018, he doesn't seem too worried about his public persona.
Consent is woke, Tom.
True. Consent is woke. Thank you for the $2 dono. So the next day, a couple months, says what, a month later? A few months later, he tweeted out, "This Valentine's Day, I encourage every conservative pundit to eat my ass and get their ass eaten. It might help them loosen up a bit. It's 2018. I've already moved on to spitting in mouths, but y'all can try that 2017 shit. This is why I'll never be hired by a mainstream media outlet." It says, correction, an earlier version of this story stated that The Breakdown is now the most popular show on the Young Turks network. It is the second most popular show after the network's main show. Oh, okay, my bad. You know what? Let's retract everything about that showing non-consensual nudes to people. Because it turns out it was the second most popular show, not the first most popular show. And this person is just totally discredited now. This person's totally discredited now. And so yeah, anybody want to tell me what the difference is between showing consensual nudes and showing unconsensual nudes? Sending people a copy of a sex tape that they can keep from people who you filmed with underage, with understanding the videos were private, is different from showing an unsolicited nude on a phone. I don't know that is different. Again, I don't know, morally, the problem with sending it around, Destiny didn't leak them to the internet. He didn't post them on, social media. He didn't do, the thing to show them to the public. He just showed it to, somebody that he was, again, probably just trying to impress. And so he just sent them something. I don't know that there is a big difference. The only difference that people would make is the fact that the person has it in their own possession. And if they chose to, they could go and leak it themselves. but this person didn't. And so that is like, yeah, that part of it just doesn't seem to be like a real difference maker to me.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I mean, yeah, he's getting it from sex pests in his community. Okay, here's a section of leftovers.
It doesn't have to be. Moving America to a purely socialistic society. Instead of, my thing is,
What is this? Why is H3H3 Productions using clearly doctored images? Vote for your favorite 2024 streamer, Rising Stars. I voted for Sen. Rising Star Award, 1227. This award goes to a streamer who had 1,000 viewers. Oh, this was they put Frogan on there as a meme because they're fucking freaks. Succumbing to Ethan. Don't worry, I got that fucking.
This award goes to a streamer who had the most 1,000 viewers at the start of the year and has potential to rise. Hold on. Does that really say the year is 1227?
For your favorite 2024 streamer, Rising Stars, I voted for Sen. Rising Star Award, 1227.
I'm sorry, I don't even know what this says. I'm so... Oh, 1229? Is that what it says?
Vote for your favorite 2024 streamer, Rising Star.
There's no way that says 1229. What the fuck? That's 1227. These are different dates. Okay, so the 1227 Rising Star Award. This award goes to the streamer who had at most 1,000 viewers at the start of the year and has the potential to rise at an unstoppable pace. Arky, Mr. Arthur, Young Dabo. Okay.
Stars, I voted for Sen.
Arky, Mr. Arthur, Young Dabo.
Rising Star Award, 1227.
Park and Harbor, Young Dabo, Arky. Okay, yeah, these have different dates on them.
Images. Vote for your favorite 2024 streamer, Rising Stars. I voted for Sen. Rising Star Award, 1227.
I don't understand what the implication is for why it's doctored. I don't get it. I don't get it. Yes, Frogan, a Twitch streamer, won the Rising Star Award at the 2023 Streamer Awards, recognizing her rapid rise to prominence in the streaming community. Frogan was a public health scientist, but quit her job due to streaming full-time in 2022, or to do streaming full-time. She was also a moderator for Hasan. She gained prominence through 2022, leading to her winning the Rising Star Award at the 2023 Streamer Award. Okay. So it looks like she only won it once. And Ethan's claim was that she won it twice. And that's kind of stupid that somebody would win it twice. How many years in a row are you able to still be rising? Frogan cries over Miss Kiff's opinion on her Rising Star nomination. And this is gone. But this is from a year ago. So if she was still getting nominated a year ago, then it looks like she was nominated 1 year. Uh, 2023. Frogan has won the streamer. Okay. Yeah, it looks like maybe the claim is that she won 2 years, but she only won it once. Is that the claim? I'm not sure. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
This award goes to Streamerhood, 1,000 viewers. Oh, this was the. Oh, they put Frogan on there as a meme because they're fucking freaks. She was not nominated last year. Yeah, but now they got what they want. Instead of focusing on Epstein, you're succumbing to Ethan. Don't worry, I got that content Nuke right
Epstein?
here. Shouts out to
Epstein?
Ryan Beard. Okay.
Oh shit. Epstein? Oh shit. That's kind of funny, dude. That's fucked up. But that's also kind of funny, dude. Epstein? Fuck. Oh man. Epstein, no. Oh no. You haven't heard that one? No, I haven't heard that. That's funny. That's fucked up, but that's funny. All right, I gotta run to the restroom real quick. Make sure you guys donate. Make sure you donate your butts, okay? We're otherwise I'm getting off when this is over. So we only got a little bit more to go. We got about $20 to go. But I will be right back. Booger faces.
Give you some more, make you overdose. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more, make you overdose. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more.
Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more, make you overdose. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more. Real bad, this got it like that. Got it like that. Got it like that. Real bad, this got it like that. Got it like that. Got it like that.
Choose train choo choo.
They broke the mold.
I guess this train was not hype enough. We did not have a hype enough train. We need to get a train that's hyper. We need a train with some sort of hyper activity disorder. My eyes. Hey, it gives the warning at the beginning, all right? So, not my fault anymore. Thank you to Lobster for the $2. Let's fucking go. For just $2 today, you can support a streamer, guys. if everybody here only donates $2, we can hit the goal and continue this stream of hating on leftists and Hasan orbiters. Don't delay. Donate today. Hey. I made my first YouTube video and posted it today. It would be so cool if you went over it sometime. I'll post it in Discord. Based. Yes. Let's make sure you get that content creator role as well. Nice. Okay. Thank you for the $5 dono. Why isn't it
I made
reading
my
them?
first YouTube video
there
and
we go.
posted it today.
Sheesh.
It would be so cool if you went over it sometime. I'll post it in Discord.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. That's why, it's because the first one was a sticker. And the last one was a sticker. Oh, and it didn't read Brandon's either. Weird. Nice. Okay. So we got shit. Did I add that up right? We were at 6. Then 8. Then was it 12? Or no. 8, 10, 15, 17. Okay. Nope. I added one more. I added $2 more to that. 15. I'll double check, but I think it's 15. All right. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Yeah, that's fucking sick, Rudy. I will definitely check that out. Make sure you post it.
Felix 954 tipped $5. Please continue edging my hate boner for leftists. Mushroom.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Felix. And the Felix doing it right, okay? If you guys want to donate to the channel, the best way to do it is through the tips link. There's a description in the link. Fuck. I don't know what's... Something is fucking happening to my brain, dude. Something is happening to my brain. This keeps happening. I keep, like, the last 2 days, I keep switching the first letters of words in, like, phrases. And I'll say, like, fader lulz. Later fools, like, and it's just, I don't know why, but it keeps happening over and over and over. I don't know what kind of fucking witchcraft Mantis is currently put on me, but yeah, the best way to donate is with the tips link in the description. I don't get, YouTube doesn't take 20% off of that. I don't have to pay, sorry, 30%. YouTube takes 30% off of all donos. If you send it through the tips link, they don't take a percentage out, and I don't have to pay taxes on that. And I get it immediately, whereas through YouTube, I gotta wait 2 months to get the money. So consider donating with the tips link in the description. We are $5 short.
As far as I understand, like, here's one of the few instances where someone who at least like has a decent understanding of YouTube drama and has like a political perspective has done this.
Nope, I was wrong.
Yeah.
There's $2 more on there. We're at 22. We're $3 short.
I didn't even finish this Roman clip.
Ukraine or China, Xinjiang, the Uyghurs or whatever. He's just using the...
But I will take the $5 anyway. Thank you, Devin, for finishing it off. Let's fucking go, boy. What's do we have like we need to get like a full hype thing for finishing this shit. We need to get like something that's, You know, just full on like, we did it, yeah! Let's go, fucking bitches! Let's fucking go! We hit the goal, boy! Let's fucking go. $25 on the first round. Yeah, something like that. Pound cake. Oh, yeah, that would be good, except it's copyrighted, so I don't want to lose money just to celebrate making money.
These, you know, clips of Hasan saying disagreeable shit. So essentially be like, look at this. Communist, leftist, very bad.
You know what's really funny about it as well, specifically as it pertains to like Xinjiang or even Ukraine, okay? These are nuanced geopolitical subjects, okay? These are nuanced conversations about American foreign policy or American foreign adversaries engaging in ruthless politics, right?
All right, so we are now on round 2. And we're starting off with $2 already, so we're almost 4 hours in. So to get to 8 hours, 9 hours, we gotta hit $25 one more time.
And I very openly criticize these things. I very openly criticize them. But you clip it, okay? Well, you can clip it in a way to be like, no, he loves it. He loves this shit. He hates the Uyghurs, okay? He hates the Uyghurs. Apparently, he was also talking about how like there is no Associated Press article. The one I was talking about. Like the he was like, there's no Associated Press article about the re-education camps that definitely existed in Xinjiang were shut down. And it's like, dude, like that's literally bare minimum, okay?
Is that what it's like, dude?
That is bare minimum research. Like, look at this. Terror and tourism. Xinjiang eases its grip, but fear remains. This is bare fucking minimum research, dude. You couldn't just Google it.
Wait, what is he?
He was like, there's no Associated Press article about the re-education camps that definitely existed in Xinjiang were shut down. And it's like, dude.
Wait, he didn't say that they weren't shut down. He did not say that. He didn't say that they weren't shut down. He just played a clip of you saying they were shut down because you were downplaying how bad this was. You were the one who was acting like, oh, it's not really a genocide. It's just like, you know, he said that they were mass slaughter camps, mass murdering camps. And then you said, well, no, they're just re-education camps. And he's like, oh, just re-education. Nothing wrong with that. You're like, yeah, it's like, you just go read the Associated Press article. That's all. But that was not, yeah, he was not disagreeing with that or saying that that wasn't true. He was saying that that wasn't like an excuse for this, or that didn't make it like a whole lot better. That's right here.
Federal government going to the fucking South and killing, unfortunately not all of them, but a decent amount of slavers and defenders of slavery. This is violent retribution that squashed.
A complete whitewashing of the Chinese Civil War.
Yes.
And most disturbingly, a complete whitewashing of the Chinese genocide against their Muslim minority group.
Yeah, see, he's saying that he's whitewashing it. Now, I do think that like Ethan didn't do a great job at like clarifying a lot of things in here that I think he should have done a better job at, but he did not say what Hasan just said he said.
The Uyghurs.
Don't they have Uyghur death camps? Is that?
It's not a death camp. They were re-education camps, and they are no longer in operation.
Is that
according
true?
to the Associated Press?
Okay, I saw this
But, yeah,
crazy documentary, and I don't know. I don't know the surrounding narrative or anything about it. But it was about there was doctors in the area. They would be able to procure organs.
No,
or-
no.
I'm telling you, they were in China with.
Okay, that one is like Shenyun,
They're like, we
Falun
could
Gong.
get you an organ. From a Uyghur. But why is that? Is that really that crazy?
The Associated Press quietly fucking wrote an article that didn't get a lot of coverage in mainstream media about how, like, okay, well, you know, all the concentration camps have been closed now. Like, all the re-education camps are closed now in fucking Xinjiang, and it's like very different vibes in Xinjiang. And now, you know, it's the tourism hour.
Let's see what the Associated Press actually had to say about this.
He's playing clips of Hasan just like downplaying this over and over and just being like, oh, dude, they already shut it down. Like, it's not even that bad.
These are all AP articles from the last 2 years. UK independent body.
Oh, okay. Now it does sound like he is saying that it's still going on, or that there's still some sort of like problem with what they're doing. Hold on. UK independent body, China committed genocide in Xinjiang. Okay.
Body reports China committed genocide in Xinjiang. China sanctioned a U.S. research firm and 2 individuals over a report about the human rights violations in Xinjiang.
It's the tourism hour.
To China's fury, UN accuses Beijing of Uyghur rights abuses.
Tourism hour.
Uyghur County in China has the highest prison rate in the world. 1 in 25 people is in a Chinese prison.
It's the tourism hour.
48 Uyghurs detained in Thailand for almost 11 years are on hunger strike to protest their imminent deportation to China, where they face imprisonment or
for 11 years. Okay, yeah. So he's showing that there, even if the camps are shut down, that there's still some sort of like unjust treatment going on with Uyghurs.
Execution. Not only does this AP article seem not to exist, reading the AP proved exactly the opposite. Hasan has...
Okay, hold on. So he did say right there that the AP article doesn't exist.
Happily eaten up the Chinese propaganda on this and has regurgitated it to his mainstream audience. Why is he defending China's genocide of their Muslim population? How does this even make sense? It only makes sense if A, he's being paid, or B, he has the political complexities of a 5-year-old. I know America bad is a meme that people laugh at online, but with Hasan, this does actually seem to be the beginning and the end of his analysis.
2 principles. Let me explain to you. 2 principles that you should keep with you.
Okay.
Like, he was like, there's no Associated Press article about the re-education camps that definitely existed in Xinjiang were shut down. And it's like, dude, like, that's literally bare minimum, okay? That is bare minimum research. Like, look at this. Terror and tourism. Xinjiang eases his grip, but fear remains. This is bare fucking minimum research.
Does he read it?
Dude, you couldn't just Google it? You couldn't just Google it? You turned around and you said, oh my God. Why so scared?
Why did he scroll
What are you talking
up?
about? You won't watch the video? Brother, instead of demanding I watch the video, demand Ethan talk to me in person, okay? Because if you think I'm fearful of Ethan Klein and his political prowess...
Wait, will Ethan not talk to him in person? Is Ethan not talking to him?
You know, I'm here to tell you I'm not, okay? Go tell Ethan to have a conversation with me, okay? Just watch the video. Just watch the video. Why can't he have a conversation with me? Why? Is it perhaps easier to clip things that I'm saying out of context?
Does he not go over the article? He doesn't read it?
Yeah.
Okay, so he says it's a quick Google search, and then he doesn't even... Oh, it's so obvious, bro. It's so obvious. How did you not... And then he doesn't even read anything from it that says what he says. Where's this article? Terror and tourism, Xinjiang. What the fuck? Okay. Terror in tourism in Xinjiang eases its grips, but fear remains. All right, so let's see. Is what Hasan said true?
Just went back over me earlier chat. Thank you for creator role. Although it's posted on a different account. Link in Discord.
Okay. Let me make sure that I know where it is first. Wait. What does the off-topic role mean? What the fuck is that? I've never seen anybody with an off-topic role. What the hell? Can't wait for you to rip my amateur video apart. Well, if you need an editor, hit me up. Or if you just need help with editing, hit me up. Alright. The razor wire that once ringed public buildings in China's far northwest Xinjiang region is nearly gone. Gone, too, are the middle school uniforms and military camouflage and the armored personnel carriers rumbling around the homeland of Uyghurs. Gone are many of the surveillance cameras that once glared down like birds from overhead poles and the eerie internal wail of sirens in the ancient Silk Road city of Kashgar. Uyghur teenage boys, once a rare sight, now flirt with girls over pounding dance music at rollerblading rinks. One cab driver blasts Shakira as she raced through the streets. 4 years after Beijing launched a brutal crackdown that swept up to a million or more Uyghurs and the other mostly Muslim minorities into detention camps and prisons, its control of Xinjiang has entered a new era. Chinese authorities have scaled back many of the most draconian and visible aspects of the region's high-tech police state. The panic that gripped the region a few years ago has subsided considerably, and a sense of normality is creeping back in. But there is no doubt who rules, and evidence of the terror of the last 4 years is everywhere. It's seen in Xinjiang, cities where many historic centers have been bulldozed, and the Islamic call for prayer no longer rings out. It's seen in Kashgar, where one mosque was converted into a cafe, and a section of another has been turned into a tourist toilet. It's seen deep in the countryside, where Han Chinese officials run villages. Is this why he kept calling it tourist hour? That meme, tourist hour, sounds so much worse now. I didn't realize why he kept playing that over and over. Oh my goodness. What the fuck? It's seen deep in the countryside where Han Chinese officials run villages. And it's seen in the fear that was ever present just below the surface. On 2 rare trips to Xinjiang, I made for the Associated Press one stated guide for the foreign press. A bike seller's eyes widened in alarm when he learned I was a foreigner. He picked up his phone and began dialing the police. A convenience store cashier chatted idly about declining sales, then was visited by the shadowy men tailing us. When we dropped by again, she didn't say a word, instead making a zipping motion across her mouth, pushing past us and running out of the store. So she did this? Oh shit. At one point, I was tailed by a convoy of dozens of cars, an eerie procession through the silent streets of Aksu at 4 in the morning. Anytime I tried to chat with someone, the minders would draw in close, straining to hear every word. It's hard to know why Chinese authorities have shifted to subtler methods of controlling the region. It may be that searing criticism from the West, along with punishing political and commercial sanctions, have pushed authorities to lighten up, or it may simply be that China judges it has come far enough in its goal of subduing the Uyghurs and other mostly Muslim minorities to relax its grips. Yeah, it doesn't sound like this is a definitive claim that it's done. It sounds like they're saying it seems like they may be doing other things. Uyghur activists abroad accuse the Chinese government of genocide, pointing to plunging birth rates and the mass detentions. The authorities say their goal is not to eliminate Uyghurs, but to integrate them, and that harsh measures are necessary to curb extremism. Regardless of intent, one thing is clear. Many of the practices that made the Uyghur culture a living thing. I don't see anything that actually says that they closed the detention centers. But in their place, permanent detention facilities have been built in an apparent move from makeshift camps to a long-lasting system of mass incarceration. We encountered one massive facility driving along a country road, its walls rising from fields, men visible in high guard towers. At a second, we were blocked by two men wearing epidemic prevention gear. A third ranks among the largest detention facilities on Earth. Many are tucked away behind forests or dunes deep in the countryside, far from tourists and city centers. Yet this is saying the opposite. This is not saying that their detention centers are gone. This is saying that they still have them. They're just trying to hide it now. That's all this is saying. And that their detention centers are even bigger now. Officials dodged questions about how many Uyghurs were detained through statistics. Those statistics showed an extraordinary spike in arrests before the government stopped releasing them in 2019. Instead, they tell us during the tour that they've engineered the perfect solution to terrorism, protecting Uyghur culture rather than destroying it. One night, I was seated next to Du Wengu, the party secretary of Akshu Prefecture, as well as Li Zhenjun, the vice chairman of the Xinjiang People's of Congress. They are both Han Chinese, like most of Xinjiang. Over grilled lamb and yogurt, we watched grinning Uyghurs dressed up in traditional gowns dance and sing. Du turns me on. See, we can't have genocide here, Du said, gesturing to the performers. We're preserving their traditional culture. Yeah, this is bullshit. This is the article that he's referencing. And yeah, this is why he didn't read any of it.
Just watch the video. Just watch the video. Why? Why can't you have a conversation with me? Why? Is it perhaps easier to clip things that I'm saying out of context in my reaction? Yeah. Is that why?
Well, okay, yeah. I don't know that he's refusing to have a conversation with Hasan. So if Hasan's been trying to have a conversation with Ethan and Ethan's refusing, yeah, I would say that that's pretty dumb. I would say that that's pretty bad, and that makes Ethan look really bad if that's the case. Because, yeah, if he's going to keep calling Hasan out like this and then complain that Hasan won't watch his video, yeah, I would expect that he would just go and talk to Hasan instead, where he can bring up this stuff and Hasan's not able to avoid it.
So that he can shelter his audience? Is that the reason why? Or is it because he's actually fucking afraid?
Ooh.
Because I think it's the second thing. Just like he was too scared to talk to Sam Cedar in private.
Ooh.
How does no one in Ethan's fan base ask these questions?
I don't think anybody's ever heard any of that. That's
just an hour plus of you talking out of context and purposely misconstruing you to give him some moral high ground. So you admit you are afraid to watch the video out of fear of being clipped? No, I've already given my responses. But wait, what? Wait, dude, don't you think it's better to have a conversation directly? I thought you guys love debate. What's happening? Are you admitting to fucking clipping shit out of context specifically to smear? What? You think this is a fucking own? That's insane. Dude is in here like, hey, I'm here to clip chimp you. Can you please react to the video so I can, clip chimp it instead of debating Ethan.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Why are you admitting to that?
So true.
That's what you said you were afraid of? I'm not afraid of it, big dog. Let me tell you. I'm saying there's a more productive way to handle this. So if you think I'm like afraid, why wouldn't I be? I'd be running away from having a conversation with Ethan on this. Because they get banned if they do. His chat is very curated. No, I know. This motherfucker clip shit and wants to see it on stream. Trust I can smell that loser. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Linus Tech
I'm already
tips.
kind of regretting the poop storm that is going to envelop the...
Yeah. I don't know if Hasan... I don't know what Hasan's political leanings are. Oh, wait. Here's a Linus Tech Tips video from fucking 2021. Hasan groomed me. He scared me with his radical politics.
This is so ridiculous.
Anyway, if
This
I was
is
afraid,
insane.
don't you think I would run away and not want to talk to Ethan? I like that he has hugboxed at least enough people in his community into legitimately believing that.
I don't. Yeah, where is this coming from? I've never heard this before. Where is this coming from? He wants to talk to Ethan. Ethan won't talk to him. Where is this coming from?
That I am afraid. I'm afraid of having this conversation with him directly. So I'm telling you right now, okay? I'm not. I will have this conversation with Ethan directly.
Socialism is when you milk your subscribers to go to trips to London and Japan. I mean, that's not anti-socialism. That's not like that is actually so. A big part of socialism, or especially Marxism, is the fact that like people should be able to spend a lot more time in like doing leisurely things, like just going out on vacation, hanging out with friends, just chilling out by the pool. Like that's stuff that is a huge part of Marxist socialism. And the fact that he makes money from people choosing to give it to him, right? They're not taking a product and then making it like based on the market. In order for you to watch this much of Hasan, you have to pay this much, or anything like that, right? Most of his money comes from donations. It comes from him running ad breaks, and then him him having probably like members and subscribers and crap like that. That's like, yeah, people, if they wanted to, they can just watch, never pay a dime, and they get to watch the content. The way that he does his job overall is not what socialism or Marxism would consider to be exploitative in any way. But again, there's been a lot of talk about the fact that that's not really the case when it comes to his editors, or his producers, or his mods, or all of the other people who work with him. The idea that they would make around similar amounts of money, or that he wouldn't make an outrageous amount of money compared to them. Like when we look at companies and they complain about the fact that like these people are only making $100,000 a year. Meanwhile, the CEO is making $100 million a year. That's not right. I would expect that he probably has an extra zero on how much he makes per year compared to everybody else that he pays. I would bet there's an extra zero on his, just like one person's making, sorry, but yeah, I would assume that there's probably a massive difference between what it is that he makes and what it is that everybody else makes. And he's even tried arguing against this before by saying, no, I had an editor one time and I bought him a computer to edit on. I literally bought him a computer. I never paid him for any of the edits, but I did buy him a computer, which means that I gave him the means of production. That's literally what he said. This isn't a joke. He actually unironically said, because he bought that editor a computer to edit on, but never paid him for any of the work, that instead he gave him the means of production. and he thought that the means of production in this case was a computer.
What? I hate that I had to do this. I found the first time that fan came onto your stream. Oh, here it is. Yeah. Yeah, there it is. He had no idea what was going on. He just wanted to shout out his channel. He later on asked you twice for an interview, but you say no. He keeps asking if you're a communist. Clearly not an actual fan. If the most clips are out of context, couldn't watching it add the context? Dude wants me to watch the video more than he wants me to debate Ethan. I don't understand.
Why? Pothead or Potman. Is that it? Hey, I could be on. Are you guys doing interviews?
Fuck. Hello? What is going on? How am I not back yet? Okay, there we go. Sheesh. I don't know why that took so long. All right, everybody make sure that you speed up the stream real quick. It takes a while. Like every time this happens, everybody gets about a minute behind. And so yeah, I've been sitting here with it saying that I'm live again for about a minute, and it still wasn't live, which means that it's just been streaming without updating you guys for a minute, which means that yes, now you need to speed up the stream to go live. And I would not just skip to live. So in case you guys don't know, every time that you join stream, it always starts you back about like 10 to 15 seconds. Always. I don't know why, but YouTube always does this. I have a killer latency. I'm talking like less than 2 seconds, sometimes less than a second. So you should always, first thing when you start stream, speed it up. Don't hit forward. Don't hit like, the double tap to like move forward or anything like that. Don't do that. You have to, yes, you have to do like 1.5 or something like that, or 2x, something like that. You have to use the speed thing, and it'll take you all the way up to live. And I would do it every day. I would do it every single day. At the beginning of streams, because yes, it'll always speed you up about 10 seconds, and it'll make up about 10 seconds. So yeah.
Dude, Twitter, bro. You guys on Twitter? Yeah. You get viral there sometimes or no? Sure. I'm just kidding. I'm just like, I'm a content creator too, bro. Sure. I do content.
Yeah, my big fan, dude. Look at. To go into a debate about something, you should first watch the content, right? Or do you go into blind every debate?
Nothing happened there that would make me think he's not your fan. Literally nothing happened there that would make me think he's not your fan. He just said that as though it was like trolling. Tell me, have you seen Anna Kasparian, Emma Vigeland, and Pisco tweets going back and forth? No. You want to send that to me?
I go in blind. You want to know why? That's how fucking confident I am in my worldview and in my knowledge in this space. Okay? Also, I'm not going in blind. Let's be real. It's the exact same things I've addressed a million times over. So it's not new nor unique. Having said that, however, this is a very interesting.
Thank you.
This
man.
is a very interesting thing. Okay, this is a very interesting thing that I've seen from people where they go, "Oh, dude, why don't you watch the video?" Okay,
it's a very interesting thing.
Why wouldn't you want me to just like debate the issues if the issues are related to me? You think I don't know the subject matter very well? I'm the fucking subject matter. What is happening?
Wait, am I crazy? I could have sworn that Ethan said, "Yeah, I wouldn't mind being in person with him, but I want to go over the video in person with him." It might not have been Ethan. It might have been somebody else. It might have been Destiny or somebody like that. But I could have sworn somebody said that, is where he was like, "No, I'll talk to them if they want to debate. If they want to go over it, I'll come and I'll talk to them, and we can go over it." And they said, "Well, that's fine. I'll do that. But we're going over the video together." And then Hasan replied to that and was like, "Yeah, no, I'm not going over the video. Like, I want to debate the issues." And that's stupid. Because yeah, if people are saying, "Hey, here's the evidence. Here's like the proof. You're lying about this. You're saying this didn't happen, or this is out of context, or blah, blah, blah." but then we keep proving that it's not out of context, and then you ignore it. So no, I don't want to have a debate about this. I want to go over it. Was that Willie Mack? Oh, maybe I could be. Yeah, you might be right, because I do remember Willie Mack kept saying, like, how are you going to debate me on my video if you haven't even watched it? No, that was different. Yeah, no, that was different. That wasn't this.
Yeah, he can just argue the points in the video if he wants to, directly to my face, and we can have a conversation about that as well.
To my face. Debate it to my face, bro.
You would think if you're wrong, you would expose yourself going in raw. Yeah.
Yeah, if he's actually trying to debate him and Ethan won't do it, yeah, I would consider that a big L for Ethan.
Yeah, doesn't seem like this guy's a big fucking Hasanabi head, even though he was presented as such, weirdly enough.
What do you mean? Why did he say that? Did I miss something? Can anybody explain? What did I just miss? Nothing happened here. He didn't show anything. The person sent him the video, and they were like, look, this is the evidence that Ethan cut out. Here's all the context that he refused to show. And then Hasan's like, yeah, dude, they were acting like he's a big fan. And then he clicked on the video, and absolutely nothing changed. What the hell?
Okay. All right. Hasan duping an elderly 40-year-old. Yeah, I mean, the funniest part about a lot of this is that, like, you can just straight up watch any number of different conversations that me and Ethan have had in this time frame and recognize that and recognize that there is holy fuck. My brain is so fried. A list of his lies if you want. The list of lies made by Ethan Klein. Ethan claims communism is on the rise. From Elon Nazi saluting at Trump's inauguration to the AFD in Germany, communism is clearly not on the rise. Hasan never introduced himself as a social democrat. Hasan talked about education programs, not re-education camps. Hasan never runs full defense of China, especially regarding their treatment of the Uyghurs. Ethan shares an edited clip that cuts out where Hasan explains that he cannot control his chat from calling Ethan a racist for saying racist things. Yeah, that's another one of these fucking annoying little parts about this back and forth and this drama, which is that, like, the conversation I had with Ethan ended with me saying, Ethan, there's only so much I can do to control the narrative in your favor if you keep saying things that people are going to, interpret as you being pro-Israel. And it's not because you're Jewish. And even though, to be fair, I'm sure there are plenty of people who are like, oh, he's Jewish, and they suspect you of being pro-Israel and are deeply anti-Semitic, right? Having said that, there are plenty of people in your fan base who aren't anti-Semitic who also absolutely made up their own minds after listening to the way you talk about Gaza. He cuts out continuously. There's only so much I can do, and leaves out, if you continue to say things like this, people are going to think you believe them and get mad at you. Yeah. Shows a random clip of someone being anti-Semitic, claims Hasan does not care about Israelis because of his lack of reaction. Hasan never justifies sexual violence. He routinely says that sexual violence likely occurred during October 7th and regularly cites the UN investigation that had one credible documented instance of sexual violence. He says that the sexual violence that may have happened on October 7th is not a justification for genocide. Hasan never said that Israel should let Hamas enter Israel unrestrained. Dude, it's, for the record.
How did this stream go from reminiscing about taking drugs and what is MDMA to this? Do you only ever watch like an hour at a time or something like that? Do you only ever watch like short sections of the streams, but not for like long periods or something? Because yeah, I feel like that's That's pretty much all the way. Bro, I got kids. Okay. Well, I'm just saying, like, it just seems weird. Like, you've been around for a while, and so it's kind of surprising that's surprising to you, considering the fact that, yeah, that is, like, just the content.
Easiest
up,
like
Cody?
500,000 view video of your life. If you just like look at all of the clips that Ethan used and go on Twitch, go to the VOD and extend the clip by like 30 seconds and just be like, this is the full context. Here he is responding to a chatter. Actually, this is not his opinion. This is clearly something that he's responding to that he's reading in chat. Okay. Or this video was clipped to make it seem like, Hasan is advocating for this position when it's actually the exact opposite position he's advocating for. It's like a lot of these guys. My buddy wanted to watch this dumbass video to snark, knowing damn well Ethan is a liar. Like, these people just want drama. That's not, that's it. Genuinely, no, people watch this Nuke. I know. The only part about this that's like frustrating though, is that there are well-intentioned people that are duped in this process. There are well-intentioned people that will get duped in this process. People who are just like kind-hearted liberals who are probably open-minded to the way I see the world, and if given the opportunity, would recognize that the things that I advocate for, they also agree to, right?
Yeah, he's going into full propaganda mode. Like, that's all this is. This is just like, hey, let me just lie and say that he refuses to debate me. Then let me keep saying that all this is clipped out of context and show absolutely no evidence of any of this being out of context. And then let me just talk about the fact that, I think that people are being duped by this, but really if they weren't so brainwashed by Ethan, they would know what's really going on. When in reality, it is obviously and blatantly the opposite, where your audience will have some kind-hearted liberals in there who have no idea what's going on. And the fact that you are just whitewashing a bunch of horrible bullshit and acting like this is all normal. And then you have a bunch of orbiters around you who will do the exact same thing and act like everything you're doing is perfectly normal and there's nothing wrong with this. And then yeah, just keep making it seem like everybody else is crazy for calling you out for the fucking shit that you keep doing. One of the really like disingenuous things that drives me a little nuts is when we're talking about whether or not something is like terrorism, and that's one of the biggest defenses of Hasan, is like, oh, these people all keep saying this thing is terrorism, but really, like, where do you draw the line? Like, you can call anything terrorism. Why is this group considered a terrorist group, but not the United States? When the United States goes and bombs people for political reasons, when the United States will go and commit acts of violence for political reasons, why is it that we're not calling the United States a terrorist group? And it's like, well, there's lots of reasons. Like, one is that the fact that, like, the United States is, the people who are making those decisions to bomb people are doing that on the behalf of the country, because the country is democratically voting these people into place and into power, and then those people make those decisions. Whereas most of the time, when we're calling something a terrorist group or a terrorist organization, these are groups that are not democratically elected, that are not doing things on behalf of the people, and that are doing things for, like, again, like real, like, what political reasons or ideological reasons. When we say political or religious, we actually just mean ideological. That's what we mean. Ideological, right? When we say, the United States CIA is going and working with the rebels in this country to overthrow the government, and they're helping them and funding them because they want democracy to take over, because the United States is trying to force the rest of the world to abide by their politics. Like, this is it, even if I agreed with this, right? The reason that this is disingenuous is that even if I thought that these were good arguments and they made sense, and that there was there was like some sort of conflation there, the main thing is two things. One, we have to draw a line somewhere. We got to draw a line somewhere, and we're drawing lines based on us as Americans. We have an ideology, we have values, and we have things that we believe in as Americans, and so we are going to draw a line based on our beliefs and our ideology. And that is just the starting point. So if you want to say, oh, well, obviously I'm surrounded by Americans, I live in America, I'm always, talking to Americans on the internet, but I don't share those values. I don't do that liberal bullshit. Okay, fine. But you have to understand that when we're talking about what is or isn't a terrorist, we are doing it based off of liberal values and based off American values. That's one. But two, the other thing is that, yes, like you just do have to draw a line somewhere. And the thing isn't whether or not this fits a word, but what it is that's being communicated. And the main thing that's being communicated is that these are people who are going out and unjustly killing a bunch of other people who don't sign up for these things, who are not there to be political pawns, who are not there to be used in your ideological game and your ideological warfare, yet you are going and killing them anyways and forcing them to now die for your cause, for your political agenda or religious agenda or whatever. And that you just do these things not in some like real act of war, but instead we call it an act of terrorism because you're not engaging in the rules of war. You're not engaging by the laws that are built around warfare. So yes, that is just the main point is like we are communicating something about this group, and for you to fight over semantics of the word terrorist when really, like, it's just about what's being communicated. If you want to turn around and say, well, I don't think that's all that bad, that's fine. Just understand, the rest of us are going to call you a terrorist sympathizer. That's what you are now. That's exactly what we do with people who defend January 6th, is that, yes, if they're going to continuously defend the terrorism that took place on January 6th, we're going to call those people terrorist sympathizers. That's just because that's just what they are. But if they want to, they can start doing this. Oh, well, why is that terrorism and not this? And what about this? And why don't we call it terrorism when the United States fought back against the English king and tried to gain freedom, and those were insurrections. Why isn't that terrorism? Well, okay, fine, you can do that. You can play that game. But we're starting from a point of like, well, we have American values. We do love our country. We do want what our country wants, and that this is the frame of mind that we're coming from. And so when we call Hasan a terrorist sympathizer, when we say that he is doing these things, we are not being disingenuous. We're not lying. We're not we're not trying to slander him or anything. We are just straight up saying what it is, the way that most people would use these words in this country. And refusing to recognize that is the disingenuous part. And then playing semantics with the word is the disingenuous part.
But they'll see this video and go, oh, this guy's a dangerous, like, terrorist lover who loves terrorism. He wants to do terrorism.
True.
For example, the fan clip, literally 1 second later, he asks you for an interview and you walk away because the vibes are off. Yeah, it's just like really silly stuff like this. Okay?
Because the vibes were off. Well, yeah, he asked him for an interview and Hasan walked away because the vibes were off. Obviously, he's not a fan, dude. I can't believe that Ethan clipped that out, dude. I can't believe he took away the context of where Hasan didn't do an interview because the vibes were off. Wow. Ethan, that's so bad faith, dude. You didn't show that the vibes were off, bro? Oh my goodness. Well, there goes that. The video is done now, dude. That video is debunked. I can't believe he didn't show that Hasan didn't do the video because the vibes were off.
Anyway. I looked up a video on YouTube yesterday and posted a comment breaking down your interaction with timestamps, the dating and money guy, but you were definitely uncomfortable trying to walk away from the dating and money guy. Yeah. What is this?
Yeah.
There's only so much I can do in terms of like stopping the fucking flow of criticism coming your way when you
I'll say I don't think the the fan argument was like anything special. I don't even think Ethan should have included it in the video. I think that it was kind of a worthless argument to even make, even if the guy is a fan. Like, so what? He said that Ethan looks like a rapist, and then said that he hates Palestinians or some shit. Like, it doesn't. Yeah, it's just not. It's not great evidence of anything. It's not really great evidence of anything at all. So I don't even think Ethan should have included it at all in his video. But also just like, yeah, the interaction with it, or the like attempt to debunk it, is also just kind of bullshit. Like, the way that they're acting over that clip, that is not even the big deal. That's not even like a main thing. And that's the thing that they just like can't accept, is that guy who wears a fedora, no way a guy who wears a fedora would even be a Hasan fan, dude. There's no way. Guys who wear fedoras would never watch Hasan. They would watch Sneeko. That's, everybody knows they would watch Sneeko, guys. Come on.
present yourself a certain way to the broader audience, and you don't actually show the audience like what the full.
If you just want to have a debate or convo, then why did you ignore his messages? Basement dwelling gremlin. Wait, what?
Wait, what?
Dude.
What
are you saying, brother? What are you saying, big dog? The last message I sent to him, he did not respond to. Okay? He chose to just like publicly spiral out of control in a way that like virtually everyone, with the exception of the bottom feeding.
So when he says the last message I sent to him, he refused to respond to, was that last message like, yeah, okay, whatever, bro? Where you're making it sound like that last message was, debate me, dude. Don't quit being a coward. Debate me, bro. Like, is that I don't know. I'm just saying that, like, I without the reason that I would even be skeptical of this is because normally, if I was going to say something like this, I wouldn't just say, oh, well, I sent them a message and they didn't respond. So sounds like they don't actually want to debate. Like, no, I wouldn't say that. I would say, I sent them a message telling them I want to debate. I told them I want to debate. Come debate me. And they haven't answered. Like, that's what I would say. But that's not what he's saying. So yeah, this makes me a bit skeptical when, yeah, he's not even saying what he sent them. Makes me immediately assume, okay, probably wasn't anything. Probably wasn't anything special then.
Drama lovers, the bottom feeding drama perverts can recognize. Actually, you probably recognize it too. You just want to extend the crash out because you don't actually care about Ethan
Palestinians
and his well-being either. Okay?
Free
Palestine.
Palestine.
Say, can you please prove that? He did. He admitted it. Okay? Disprove Ethan's malicious lie. He did. He openly admitted that when I texted him about talking to Sam Cedar, he said that it was actually anti-Semitic of me to suggest that.
What? I don't remember this at all. I would put money on it that this is a complete straw man again, but let's see what we can find.
Sam Cedar about the drama today at the 128 mark. Kaya. No.
So sorry, I'm like really nervous. I'm calling because I've seen like a lot of really crazy mudslinging towards one of my favorite content creators, whom I know you have a good relationship as well with, Hasan Piker. And I'm not sure.
Damn, he's going straight to Unc, dude. He's going straight to Unc. That's Unc. That's my uncle. Everybody, calm down.
Been keeping up with it because it's sort of like this intersectionality between like political.
That seems a little fucked up when the last time his real uncle was on there, he was saying that Sam Cedar was calling him what did he call him? That's a little fucked up when the last time his real uncle was on there, Cenk Uygur. Cenk said that Sam had been calling him a grifter. Sam had supposedly been calling Cenk Uygur a grifter, but now he calls Sam Cedar his uncle. A little weird.
Commentators and like I myself, I'm a Jewish person. I went on birthright when I was 19.
Is he talking about what Ethan said to him privately? I don't know. Earlier he did. He made it sound like he suggested something about talking to Sam Cedar. He made it sound like he said that privately, but now he's making it sound like he sent it in a message. Which, yeah, normally if you say, like, you said something to somebody privately, I would assume, like, you said it in person, not in DMs. Even though they are both, like, private, it's just that seems like a weird way to say it. But yeah, now he's saying that this happened in DMs, so I'm not sure.
And I was radicalized by Birthright Unplugged. So I was able to see what was going on in the Occupied West Bank at the time, and it was particularly upsetting to me. So, yeah, no, I guess the reason I'm calling is because I'm just curious if you are aware of what's going on. Because for me, it's just so personally upsetting to see this happen to someone that I feel like has been so staunchly in the right place with this issue, being brutally attacked by people whom I viewed as being like figureheads of like a progressive movement, people like Ethan Klein, other YouTubers as well.
Yeah, I mean, I heard, I have not followed this closely. I've seen like, you know, and I'm on Twitter less and less these days, but I've definitely seen touches of it on Twitter. And I don't know if it was like last week or when Hasan, you know, had texted me that he found this whole thing upsetting. You know, all I can tell you is right now, it seems like we have entered a stage where strong supporters of Israel, ones who I would say have been, you know, really intensely in denial as to what Israel is doing and what it's become. And put aside, you know, the question of like, for the moment, for the sake of this argument or this situation, the founding of Israel as being highly problematic. Just take this past year in isolation. If nothing, if there had been no history whatsoever, if this was completely outside of a context, there's just simply no way. And I think the context actually does not make it any more favorable for Israel. I think quite the opposite. But let's just assume for a moment that this only happened on October 7th. That Hamas came over, they broke through, they killed somewhere between 600 and 800 civilians, and then anywhere between 300 or 400 military personnel, which is the case. The idea that this is a proportionate response, the killing of, at a minimum, I mean, I don't think there's...
Hasan has become an L.
Okay, yeah, I don't... Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea.
Ethan himself openly admitted that. Why don't you go? Why is it? Why is it that none of you guys actually give a fuck about anything? Prove to me that Ethan lied now. Yeah, he's like, please show your text message. Anyway. Is it me or has E become just a lolcow to these people? Yes. They're using him like a fucking fleshlight, dude.
There is not a single dissenting voice with his fucking straight up radical, anti-American, anti-Semitic. Oh, you want some of this? You want some of this? Okay. Fucking pro-China, pro-Russia, pro-terrorism takes. This is fringe, psychotic shit that is not normal. and it is the
What the
only
fuck,
acceptable voice
dude?
on Twitch.
What is this?
Explain that to me. How is there not one dissenting voice on that entire platform?
Mushroom. Oh, mushroom.
Nobody. There is
Yeah, the lamest thing that people can do is when they fucking hit the like this person is a commie shit and just like let it sit on its own. It's incredibly silly. Just
So
being
silly.
like this person is a commie and being a commie is bad.
So silly, dude.
Okay,
Can't believe it.
this
Who
person
would
is a
do such
communist,
thing?
and that's a bad thing, and you should be scared about that. Also, the notion that like
I'm sorry, but earlier he's making it sound like if you just know that he's a commie, then it's obvious that he hates America. And then now he's acting like, why would people have a problem with me just because I'm a commie? Like, it's so disingenuous to act like people should have problems with me when, like, all they're doing is just saying that I'm a commie. This is insane. Kanye West. Okay. So, just like I don't know, a week ago, I tweeted this out, which it was a picture of Donald Trump's son and Kamala Harris's daughter, and the Art of Purpose said, "Can you spot the difference?" And yeah, one says raised by Kamala, the other one says raised by Trump. If you're not watching, the one raised by Kamala looks like a very non-binary anime sort of emo kind of person, and the one raised by Trump is wearing a suit with his hair slicked back, and it's a a photo of his son. And I said, the one raised by Kamala looks like they'd take the one raised by Trump's lunch money and then shove him in a locker. He looks scared just being in the same meme with her. And so, yeah, Kanye tweeted out this meme and said, Kamala seems like a very nice human. I just want to say sorry to her kids. And then also Kanye West. I used to want to fuck Kamala until she lost. I don't fuck losers anymore. So that's a thing that he said.
I have no political opposition on Twitch is a funny one. Okay. Since Asmongold is currently the largest political content creator on this platform, and he disagrees with me vehemently on political issues. Isn't that the world that you wanted, Ethan? After all, since you constantly cried about me being anti-Semitic and trying to get me banned before the election, I actually was blacklisted on Twitch. Okay? I was. Famously, on election night, when I had 314,000 people on my broadcast watching in real time, I was actually blacklisted. So people had to directly click on my link or click on my my Twitch page to find me. I was not being shown to people that were just going on the platform for the first time on election night. You know who else? You know who was, though? Asmongold. That's right. Asmongold was being served to every single new Twitch viewer that was coming on the platform as the premier political broadcaster. And since
I'm sorry, I Hasan blacklisted on election night. We went and tuned into Hasan, and his stream actually sucked. And he was like throwing fits over people, like refusing to do what he told them to do and shit. It was just being a huge baby that night. I don't know why anybody would have watched him. Like this is one of the things. Hasan is mad that Austin is not coming for election night. His entitlement is unreal. It's like he thinks everybody owes him something.
Will not be in the building, even though I thought Austin will not be in the building. Austin will not be in the building, even though I thought he would be in the building. He is not in the building. So shouts out to Austin. He just straight up is not coming. He's not showing up. That's what he said. So that's where we're at. He's going to be tuning.
That's not what he said, just to be clear.
Tuning in from Discord, which is really fucked up. I think.
Well, he's tuning in from Discord.
I told him, like, you have to come. You have to come here in person. And I also told him that out of pure spite, I might not even have him on if he doesn't show up in person, even though he is my, my pollster, my poll guy. So we'll see. The Tim Pool treatment, yeah.
I don't know. I think he might be being sarcastic here. I'm not sure, but yeah, I have no idea why he's saying that he was blacklisted. He says famously blacklisted. There's literally nothing about this. There's nothing about this. Like, not Hasanabi. Let's try Hasan Piker. It looks like there aren't many matches for your search. Try using words that might appear on the page you're looking for. Okay. Yeah, famously blacklisted, guys.
Since then, he has grown tremendously, and it's great for him. He was on the front page on election night. He was on the front page on election night, just like you wanted, Ethan. You said you wanted political opposition to me. Well, there was political opposition to me on election night, and every day since then, as a matter of fact. So much so that Asmongold is a more popular content creator than me in general. He's always been. And now he is the largest political content creator on the platform. So your wishes. Bro, so mad it's not him. No, he wanted to pop off like Asmongold. Yeah, I don't think he wanted to pop off. So I don't know why Ethan is like constantly talking about how there's no political opposition to me. There is political opposition to me. XQC also doesn't agree with me on a lot of political issues. As a matter of fact, many content creators who previously were quote unquote apolitical are coming out. Okay, coming out and showcasing that maybe they're not so apolitical after all. A lot of people have found their courage to say their truth, to speak their piece, and it turns out that. Ethan's wishes have been addressed. Thank God. Twitch is now less anti-Semitic because they've uplifted more opposing political voices to someone like myself.
In America, communism.
In a brief moment.
There's something kind of scary brewing in America. Communism.
In a brief moment, I'll be going to the Japanese Communist Party's headquarters. No, we're on our way to the Communist Party right now.
Okay. All right. I don't want to watch him just like continue to show memes of this where they're acting like Ethan just found out that he's a fucking commie. This is so dumb.
Has taken place where Ethan Klein has taken a deep breath, okay, and gone, is the notion that I said like, oh, I can't have these conversations. There's an ongoing genocide. I know they'll like clip it. I guess they probably like clipped it in a way where it makes it seem like I'm saying like, oh, I'm too busy. No, the point I was making is that I think it's pathetic and incredibly selfish to make an ongoing genocide about your own personal feelings. Okay? I didn't say...
Just to be clear, again, Ethan does not think that there's like he does not support what Israel is doing. He is not there supporting the way that Israel has been treating Palestine, and he is not making an ongoing genocide about his feelings. That Ethan is instead talking about the way that people talk about Jewish people, the way that they talk about Israelis, and the way that they talk about Zionism, and that they use all of these words kind of interchangeably while they're saying things that seem to be really fucked up. And the fact that even when he tries to explain what it is that Jewish people are going through, and these are people who are like historically oppressed and have, throughout history just had some of the most shit thrown at them, that the way that a lot of leftists are treating them all of a sudden, once this war started, seemed to be really fucked up, and that he didn't think that Hasan or his community seemed to care very much. And in return, they responded by letting Ethan know that they did not care very much. So I don't, again, like, this is all just straw man bullshit. He's never going to engage with the actual arguments.
That you can't go out and have fun or anything like that, or that every single moment of your day is supposed to be tasked with covering what's going on in Gaza. Make no mistake, Ethan has rarely covered what's going on in Gaza from the perspective that actually demonstrates empathy to the Palestinians, and has spent the overwhelming majority of his past 16 months of talking about Israel either, one...
That's not true. That is not true. And he does not even spend a lot of time talking about the fact that, like, he supports what Israel is doing. He hasn't even spent a lot of time talking about about Israel Palestine at all, not like defending actions of the IDF or anything like that. He spends a lot of time talking about the ways that people are engaging with the topic. He spends a lot of time talking about the fact that, like, people are making this a team sports thing based on ethnicity or race. He spends a lot of time talking about that sort of stuff, but he does not spend a lot of time talking about the war.
Shitting on pro-Palestinian people. 2, shitting on pro-Palestinian activists. 3, minimizing the pro-Palestinian movement. 4, directly claiming that the pro-Palestinian movement is anti-Semitic, and saying all of the people who are pro-Palestinian are anti-Semitic as well.
Okay.
And last but not least, using this ongoing atrocity, atrocity, to talk about his own personal feelings and how he has been slighted by the entire world. Not a single moment has taken place where Ethan Klein...
I would love to hear the next time that, what's her name? What is his, Frogan? I would love to hear the next time Frogan talks about how, like, people saying Islamophobic shit and trying to use what it is that, like, Hamas is doing and what it is that these other countries have done to throw shade at her and call her a terrorist, and, point out her hijab and say that she's probably wearing like a suicide vest, and that she's probably a suicide bomber. Ask her, like, when's the last time you got on a plane, any plastic knives or anything like that? Like, tell her to stop making it about her fucking feelings. That's what you should do. While Ethan is replying to people who are talking about the fact that he should be dead, that they should kill him, that they want to murder all of them, that, like, shit like that. Next time, yeah, if you're gonna complain about Ethan saying this stuff and say that he's just talking about his feelings, then yeah, I would love to hear you say the same thing about Frogan. That would be great.
Just taking a deep breath, and gone.
Because even Ethan doesn't do that. Even Ethan's not going to do that to Frogan. Ethan's not going to go that low and turn to Frogan and be like, whoa, why do you dislike Islamophobia, Frogan? Why are you so upset when people are being so fucking hateful to you? Stop making this about your feelings, dude.
Maybe the reason why my otherwise very progressive fan base is yelling at me is not because of Hasan grooming them, into radical politics of anti-Semitism,
Nobody said this.
And instead, it's because of the things that I'm saying and the way that people are receiving the things that I'm saying, A lot of Ethan's mania over the course of the past year was addressed before Leftovers officially ended. In that last conversation that we had on my stream, you can go back and watch that video. That's it. He genuinely hates you, bro. I know he does. I wish him well regardless. I want him for his
Oh, that's
own
so nice.
safety.
That's so nice. Okay, so earlier we went over this one where they were you know, talking about the fedora guy. Both her and Frogan said that this guy's a Sneeko fan, not a Hasan fan. And then when the guy walks up to Hasan and is like, "Hey man, I'm your biggest fan," they both just sat there silently. And then Denims at the end says, "Great clip, chimp," which was there's no evidence that that's a clip chimp. They're trying though. They're doing their best to try to make it look like one. So here's another one.
He never said Hassan Nasrallah was a good guy. You explicitly said Gallant was a good guy.
Invented the legend of the Nazi atrocities.
I don't have an issue with them.
I can't believe I'm calling Nasrallah base. I mean, listen.
Which I will say, I don't think he did say he was a good guy. I don't think he did say that. Those are different statements. Saying in one statement saying that like he says some things that are true, or saying that he says some things that are based, not the same as calling him a good guy.
He never said Hassan Nasrallah was a good guy. You explicitly said Gallant was a good guy.
Invented the legend of the Nazi atrocities.
I don't have an issue with them.
I can't believe I'm calling Nasrallah base. I mean, listen. Listen. You have to remember something, okay? A lot of these dudes.
He never said Hassan Nasrallah was.
Yeah, that one maybe not exactly on point.
Were you about to have a Houthi rebel on?
I'm sure he's going to present evidence of him being a Houthi.
A few moments later. Why would he retweet this article called "Houthis Use Social Media to Boost Global Prominence and Support"? Israel falls. Wait for the new operation in Tel Aviv. The Jaffa drone, which no Israeli defense can stop. The ships we bombed and sank. I know the red arrow is supposed to be a cool military Hamas thing. This is a butt plug. Just saying. To every Zionist, I will put this into your stomach.
Were you about to have a Houthi rebel on?
I'm sure he's going
I would bet that that's like the entire fucking thing from Denims. I would bet that that's like the whole fucking stream. I have she is actually like a fucking hilarious person to watch, dude. She is too dumb. She is too fucking stupid. Everything that she says, like, she disproves herself regularly in real time and will contradict herself seconds later just to try to like cope. It is insane, dude. It is so funny.
He doesn't want to put it out. And I bet he's going to start having second thoughts. Just kidding, though. He has too much. The water, Newsom. Release it.
Oh.
Stop. Stop edging. Stop edging. I was like, I'm going to lose my mind. I'm going to lose it. I'm going to lose it. I was like, I will never, ever do this to another person. I refuse. And so I started like stifling my sneezes so they wouldn't be so loud until eventually they weren't loud anymore. I broke the cycle. I'm free. I hate it. I hate it.
Guys, the thread that you think exists doesn't. We've been looking for it this whole time. So I don't know. I think you're confused about the order of events here. We sent the one that got cross-posted onto their subreddit.
It's text Markiplier. YouTube spans us for brigading. This is how I found that post. There was a post on our... All right, I'll find it. I'll look for it. I'll get it.
No, Worma, come sit on me. No. Damn you.
It was
running out of webs. It's
So-
not cool.
Wasn't it from the top of the fingers?
But I think there's probably web coming from his VP.
I'm
Damn.
shooting ropes, bro.
What do you guys think?
In Thailand for almost 11 years are on hunger strike to protest their imminent deportation to China, where they face imprisonment or execution.
Not only does this
I'm just going to say, it is crazy to be an Israel genocide defender and like obstructionist, even though we have so much video proof, and then point at something that has
the funny thing is that we have so much video proof of what it is you guys do and what it is Hasan does. But when you guys say that Ethan is an Israeli genocide obstructionist, you have no video proof. That's the thing that I think is really interesting, is that there's just never video proof of him doing the thing that you guys all accuse him of doing.
way less coverage, way less eyes on it. And most of the media is ding, 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 Western propaganda. Like news networks that predominantly push Western propaganda. And just take
everything that I've seen from mainstream media, for the most part, does seem to be a bit more on like leaning towards Palestinians. I think that they seem to be more empathetic towards Palestinians. Most of the Destiny initially said that the reason he was going off on this is because he felt like the way that the mainstream media was representing a lot of stuff was incorrect, and that they just never seemed to be able to back up their claims, and it was getting annoying how overtly pro-Palestine a lot of the journalists were. And that's the way that most of the media that I've seen, especially from like CNN, MSNBC, stuff like that, and I think that most of them have been pretty fair in their coverage for the most part. I don't think that when I say that they're leaning towards Palestine, I don't mean that they're like these overtly, free Palestine, like waving around Palestinian flags saying like Hamas is based sort of motherfuckers like these people. So maybe if you're not doing that, then that's what makes it Western propaganda, is that you're not running around with your hair on fire screaming that all of Gaza is gone.
their word for it all the time, completely, entirely. Because I think it is a good thing to do a full, what would be the investigation, right? To do a full worthwhile investigation from at least whatever would be the closest, I don't know, Amnesty International, whatever would be the closest to like a neutral third party. But I think it's very interesting that he's refusing to include the headlines, or sorry, the news organizations in above the headlines. Like he doesn't show whether it's from like The Guardian, or he doesn't show whether it's from like the Wall Street Journal.
Well, I was annoyed by that as well, but for different reasons. Is because I want to be able to go look it up really easily. Whereas she's mad because she thinks that if he showed that, it would discredit the claim.
Doesn't want to show any of this stuff. And I think like a big thing for me that really radicalized me on the coverage of news in China is realizing the fact that America does consistently way worse shit, consistently horrible shit to our Americans that we deem to be like the lowest class. So
we do way worse things to Americans than cultural genocide? Consistently? We're consistently doing way worse things than a cultural genocide. Way worse things than what China did to the Uyghurs. The American government is consistently doing way worse things to their own citizens.
I think disabled Americans are a good example where like America just kind of ignores disabled Americans. It doesn't fucking matter if you're disabled. We just don't give a fuck. You have to wait for years to potentially get any disability pay. You're not allowed to get married. You are not allowed to work any amount of labor. You're not allowed to have more than $2,000 of assets. I think excluding your home and car. I could be mistaken on the details on this. And we're just like, okay.
Just to be clear, I have a sister who has been on government aid for a very long time. she was married, she did have a car, and she has work jobs, but from her computer, she's not able to leave her room and isn't really able to like get up and go do things. But this does not seem to align with reality.
No, we're good. No, we're good. No marriage. If you get married as someone who is actively receiving disability pay, your disability pay stops.
Your disability pay, I believe, goes down. I don't believe it stops. Yes, you can get married while receiving Social Security, disability benefits, and your monthly payments will usually remain the same. However, marriage may affect other benefits, such as Social Security. I don't know what SSI is. SSI, survivors, divorced spouses, and child's benefits. How marriage affects Social Security, disability benefits. Let's see. Want to consider when getting married while on disability. Marriage may affect other benefits. What is SSI? I don't know what that stands for. Super special insurance. Ah, okay. Marriage may affect your spouse's and dependents' children's eligibility for benefits. You may be penalized for getting married. The government may expect people with disabilities to become the responsibility of their partner. If you get Social Security, disability, or retirement benefits, and you marry, your benefits will stay the same. However, other benefits such as SSI, survivors, divorced spouses, and child's benefits may be affected, according to the Social Security Administration. Yes, you can get married while on disability Medicaid, but doing so may result in losing your benefits depending on your spouse's income and assets, as each state has different rules regarding Medicaid marriage penalties, where your combined income would disqualify you from receiving benefits. It's crucial to consult with a disability advocate or legal professional before getting married to understand how it might affect your eligibility. Yeah, so that's what I was saying, is that it could go down, but it's going to be based on, like, there's an overall amount that they're paying you. Now, if you all of a sudden have a shared income with somebody else, obviously that's beneficial for you. Now, if that shared income combined is over a certain amount, then yes, it starts to reduce how much you're able to make, and to the point that it seems as though you're making way more than what it is that that they're giving you with just that one spouse. Then yes, now they are just going to make it to where you are only reliant on that spouse. That's not outrageous. That's literally what we would expect. This is literally what we would expect. This is the same with like any sort of government aid, is that like if you're on unemployment or, you know, any sort of welfare, if you have a spouse that makes a lot of money, it would make sense that yes, your spouse's income is going to matter, and that they're not going to go start paying benefits to a woman who just lost her job but is married to a fucking billionaire. Like, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm glad that they don't do that.
Whoa, look at this.
Because your income is now tied to their income. Well, your partner makes this much money, so we can't give you checks anymore. This is like a huge problem for activists, where, I don't know, maybe you shouldn't lose your disability pay just because you want to get married? Oh, okay, well, we're not like, well, it's different. Okay, we're only financially controlling these people. We're not really doing anything else. What about, like, I don't know, the thousands of people that have been incarcerated?
Financially controlling these people? What is the financial control there? That they don't want them to get married? This is literally a conservative talking point. This is actually a Republican talking point, where they say that the reason that children, because it is true, we have tons of stats that show that kids who grow up in single parent households have way worse outcomes than kids that grow up in 2-parent households. That's just obvious. I think that anybody can admit it's obvious that somebody who has 2 parents who are able to do twice as many things are able. Now you have somebody who's able to take you to and from basketball practices, take you to friends' houses, pick you up and drop you off at school instead of you having to ride the school bus. You have somebody that you're able to spend more quality time with. You have more time with a parent instead of a babysitter. You have more time to eat meals with them. Like, obviously, I think that everybody would agree that you are just more likely to have much better outcomes if you have 2 parents in the household than 1. And they say that, well, actually, welfare makes it to where they are disincentivizing people to get married, because if women get married, then they are going to lose a large chunk of their welfare. And if that's the case, they would just be better off never getting married and never allowing there to be a second income within the house. So Black women are the ones who are disproportionately on welfare. And if they're on welfare at the highest rates and then they have kids, well, you get more money per kid. But then if all of a sudden you get married, well, now you lose that money. So it is incentivizing to have kids, but disincentivizing to get married, meaning that Black women are now just very likely to have a bunch of kids growing up in single parent households. They're using this money to control these people and make it to where they're much worse off. This is literally a fucking conservative talking point that tons of people use, that she would argue against. I would bet anything she would argue against this and say that's not true.
Incarcerated and are still incarcerated for weed crimes that are working for what, like 5 cents an hour so that they can package chicken, and have to serve decades for something that isn't even necessarily illegal in the state that they're currently in. I don't care how many, you can slice it however you'd like, but that's just modern slavery. That's modern slavery. You're putting these.
I'm sorry. Wait, what just happened?
Get married? Oh, okay. Well, we're not like, well, it's different. Okay, we're only financially controlling these people. We're not really doing anything else. What about, like, I don't know, the thousands of people that have been incarcerated and are still incarcerated for weed crimes that are working for what, like 5 cents an hour so that they can package chicken, and have to serve decades for something that isn't even necessarily illegal in the state that they're currently in?
Oh, fucking shit, dude. Denims, you understand that yes, these people are only making about 5 cents an hour. You also understand that they are being housed, given beds to sleep on, tables to eat at. The food is given to them. The drinks are given to them. Bathrooms with running water, fucking showers with soap, toothbrushes with toothpaste. Like, all of their basic necessities are provided to them. And then these prisons are able to make some money in order to make up that difference, which then saves taxpayers money. Instead of having it all to go to prisoners, they're able to subsidize a lot of this with them. That is not the same thing as slavery. That is very different. When I was in prison, I worked the entire time, the whole time, for over a year, every single day. Well, not after I got my kneecap shattered, but I worked all the time, and then I didn't get paid at all. Not at all. Zip. Nothing. You just do the work. That's it. We would go out and mow all of the lawns that were on government property. We would go mow the lawns that were interstate, state interstates. We would go, trim all the bushes and shit like that. Did you get any time off? Yeah, sorry, we got weekends off. We didn't work Saturdays or Sundays. But yeah. So yeah, this is not insane, and I don't even know what percentage of inmates actually make any money at all. Now, I can understand like some arguments as why they think this is maybe a little unfair, and I'm happy to hear those. But what she's saying is just not an honest representation of what's actually happening, and this is why these people are so disingenuous and such fucking liars. But when they hear my argument, you know what they'll say is, wow, I can't believe this guy is defending slavery. Wow, I can't believe this guy is just sweeping for slavery. I can't believe we have a slavery sweeper here. This is disgusting. How do you sweep for slavery? I'm sorry that, like, actually being honest and telling things the way that they happen in reality instead of engaging in, like, far leftist propaganda to kind of try to brainwash people isn't really my thing. That might be y'all's thing, but it's not really my thing. So yeah, I suppose if like telling the truth is sweeping, I am definitely a sweeper. Call me the fucking sweeper for sure.
I don't care how many, you can slice it however you'd like, but that's just modern slavery. That's modern slavery. You're putting these people in jail for...
Wait, that means you're a freed slave, Tom? Yes, well, exactly. Which is why I think it's a little fucked up that they complain all the time about, you know, systemic racism and all the things that are happening to black people. But I don't ever hear them talking about the fact that I was also a slave. I was also a slave, okay? Where's my reparations?
For pathetic crimes, and when these things get eventually overruled as, like, not crimes, like, you're from California, you got arrested for weed. Although probably actually we've pardoned everyone in California, so California's probably not the best state. But you live in a state where it became legal after you'd already been imprisoned. And you have to keep serving your time. And you have to pay up to $250 a night for your stay in a prison that might just let you die, by the way, because that's another thing about America that's really, really good. If you go to prison, you have to pay per night in 48 states. And then you have to repay that money. So if you were in prison for a year, well, that's potentially...
Many states charge prisoners for their time in prison, practice known as pay to stay. As of 2021, about 40 states had pay-to-stay programs. Pay-to-stay laws charge prisoners for room and board and sometimes medical expenses. The fees can vary. Many states charge prisoners for their time in prison, a practice known as pay-to-stay. As of 2021, about 40 states had pay-to-stay programs. Pay-to-stay laws charge prisoners for room and board and sometimes medical expenses. So she said 48. This is as of 2021, so I suppose it's possible that there's 8 more states that have done this since then, but this is about 40. And this says that these states have these sort of programs, but it's not going to be all of them. Like, I didn't have to pay to stay. Georgia pay to stay. Yes, Georgia has a pay to stay fees for inmates, including medical costs, probation fees, room and board. Georgia also charges families fees to transfer money to incarcerated loved ones. Yeah, you have to pay a transfer fee every time. Medical costs make sense to me because that's not something that everybody necessarily gets, but I do believe that it's like, I do believe that I don't know. It's actually kind of complicated, but because I was going to say, I know that federal laws say that like the government has to pay for it. So yeah, maybe that would be a little bit better. I guess that could, but the probation fees, obviously, everybody has to pay. Inmates who can't pay for their fines in court for misdemeanor are placed on probation and must pay monthly supervision fees. Room and board. Some jails in Georgia charge room and board fees even before an inmate is convicted. So yeah, so this says some in Georgia. So let's see. How many prisons in Georgia are pay to stay? Georgia's does not pay prisoners in its correctional facilities. However, some jails in Georgia have charged inmates for room and board fees. Explanation: pay to stay allows government to charge incarcerated people for the cost of imprisonment. Blah, blah, blah. Georgia has 34 state prisons that house felony offenders. So it doesn't say how many. Looks like there's not much info available about how many jails in Georgia are pay to stay, but there's some information about pay to stay jails in the United States and jails in Georgia. Georgia has 12 residential substance abuse treatments facilities and 2 are integrated treatment facilities. Georgia's incarceration rates are 881 per 100,000 people. This is higher than any other independent democratic country. Okay. Yeah, it's not really telling us, but yeah, I don't think that this is like a super common thing. So where this is saying 40 as of 2021. Let's see. What percentage of U.S. prisons are pay to stay? The majority of states in the United States allow people to be charged for their time in jail, a practice known as pay to stay. At least 43 states allow incarcerated people to be charged for the cost of their imprisonment. 40 states and the federal prison system charged incarcerated people for medical copays. Oh, okay, so I guess even prisons don't. I thought federal prisons had to pay for everything, but apparently not. Fees and implementation of pay-to-stay programs vary by county. Yeah, nothing really tells you what percentage of prisons or jails are doing this. Private for-profit prisons incarcerated 90,873 Americans residents in 2022, representing 8% of the total state federal prison population. Since 2000, the number of people housed in private prisons has increased 5%. Okay. Huh. Okay.
$250 a day for a year that you have to pay back to the state. Yeah. Except for 2 states. And then, oh, that's not bad enough. Well, you are a registered felon, so good luck getting a job. But at least in the time that you were in prison, you were able to work and build something. Oh, except it's totally legal to pay people below minimum wage.
Or not pay them at all.
If they're prisoners. What you pay.
Oh, wait, hold on. I do remember reading this. Some of the work goes to the pay to stay. Yes, prison labor can go towards paying for incarceration in the United States. Prisons deduct fees from the wages of incarcerated workers to help cover the cost of incarceration. These fees can include room and board and other miscellaneous fees. There you go. So earlier when I was saying, yeah, they're paying you very little. They're giving you all of your basic necessities. Well, but then she's like, and then they charge you for it. Well, you are paying it off with the same work. So it's not really the same as actually getting 5 cents an hour.
Pay for prison? Yes. There are a lot of people that leave prison with like $50,000 in debt that they have to pay back. It's literally the Yeonmi Park meme.
Yeah, I think I had $15,000 for my debt, but most of it was restitution to people that I robbed. And then there's court fees and probation fees. But I don't think I had incarceration fees.
In America, you pay to go to prison. There was a
crime doesn't pay, guys.
Very good AP News article on this topic. At $249 per day, prison stays leave ex-inmates deep in debt. When her mother died 2 years ago, the state of Connecticut put a lien on the Stamford home she and her siblings inherited. It said that she owed $83,000 to cover the cost of her 2.5-year imprisonment for drug crimes. Oh, sorry. You got addicted to like meth or heroin. Well, you have to now give away 2.5 years of your life to a prison system where you will learn no valuable skills, where you will be treated subhuman, where you will get paid 5 cents an hour if you want to work. And then when you get out, you have to pay us $83,000. Also, you're a felon, so good luck getting a job. That seems like a no. America's system is fine. We don't need more coverage on something that's insane like this. What about the Uyghurs in China? China's so evil, guys. Stop talking about America. Oh, stop talking about.
Bro. This is actually insane. This is actually insane. She was earlier talking about the fact that he was willing to talk about Hasan instead of talking about genocide. Now he's talking about genocide and she's mad that he's talking about genocide. Why would you talk about genocide? This is insane.
About America. Stop. China's evil. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Is this a joke? Sorry, I'm making fun of his pronunciation on Uyghurs because he keeps saying it like that. Anyways, I think once you recognize that like so much of American media is focused on pointing out how evil China is. I mean, even just look at the recent DeepSeek, it's DeepSeek, right? Yeah, just look at the recent DeepSeek coverage on mainstream media. Half of the coverage is literally just, well, it's evil because they're stealing our data and it's not good. And it's not good. And it's not good. It's like, are you fucking kidding me, dude?
Does she mean social media? She said on mainstream media. She has to mean social media, right? Mainstream media is not stealing our data, are they? Am I unaware of this?
Let me just wrap up this point by saying one thing and one thing only, which is when there is reporting on the Uyghurs in China, it has the same energy as Americans who have never given a fuck about women's sports talking about fairness in women's sports. People who have spent quite literally years talking about how women shouldn't get fair treatment and pay because their sports aren't as fun to watch as the men's sports are. And it's an entertainment field. It's an entertainment business. And then the second that trans people are in the equation, suddenly you care a lot about people being treated fairly. Okay, sure, man, whatever. I'm starting to think you don't actually care about this and you're just looking for easy ways to dunk. Yeah, I know that botting has been happening.
Maybe she was saying that DeepSeek is stealing people's data. I'm so lost. I'm so lost on what the fuck she was even saying there.
Lately, I don't know what this view count is. It might be botting, I don't know.
AP articles seem not to
It
exist.
might be botting.
Reading the AP
Wait,
proves
what?
exactly the opposite. Hasan has happily eaten up the Chinese propaganda on this and has regurgitated it to his mainstream audience. Why is he defending China's genocide of their Muslim population? How does this even make sense? It only makes sense if A, he's being paid, or B, he has the political complexities of a 5-year-old. I know America bad is a meme that people laugh at online, but with Hasan, this does actually seem to be the beginning and the end of his analysis.
Two principles.
Yes.
Let me explain to you.
Correct.
Two principles that you should keep with you, coming from a person who's Turkish, okay? When you look at a situation in the Middle East, you look at what the local government is and who the Western forces are. Never align with the Western forces. So when I look at other countries, I look at the regional actor, whoever the regional power player is, and then I look at who is backed by the Western superpowers. That's a principle that you could take home with you. If you want to actually be moral or if you want to be smart about the way you analyze other countries, that's one basic principle that you can take home with you. All of a sudden,
Why is he putting this in the content?
magically, you are above on your foreign policy analysis. You're going to be better off than 90% of people that look at the situation.
After seeing all of this, I was already getting uncomfortable with our partnership. I started to wonder if I had any idea who this guy actually is. And then...
Did she just laugh and say, why is he putting this in the content? Like, she doesn't even understand why. His whole point was that his like the beginning and the end of his analysis is just America bad. That's it. That's everything. There's nothing else that he says, and then he shows him pretty much saying, "Oh, if you want to know how to analyze this, just go and look who the Western forces are backing, and then just make sure that you never support that side." That's literally what he just said. So it's like, yes, that is his analysis. Is just, oh no, I know that they might be terrorists, and I know that they might be horrible groups that are like raping people and you know, just killing tons of innocent people and tons of people who have absolutely nothing to do with the war. And I know that these guys might be genociding groups and really, you know, making sure that they're engaging in a cultural genocide to just totally wipe this group out of the country. But the other side is backed by the Westerners, so you should support the ones who are fighting against the ones that are backed by the Westerners, regardless of all of the other things that I mentioned. That doesn't matter. Like, yes, he is literally proving that this is correct and that that is just the beginning and the end of Hasan's analysis. And she's like, why would he even include that?
I like how so far there are so many clips in here that are just this. Like, I don't know what else to say other than this. Wow.
This happened.
We have breaking news out of Israel this morning where Hamas has launched a surprise attack within Israel's borders overnight.
After the shock of October 7th, I noticed a huge increase of anti-Semitic comments from Hasan's stream and Discord, including from his head mod. I was disturbed that Hasan was seemingly okay with this.
Can you do you care that your chat is calling me racist? Do you make any attempt to modify?
I have not looked at my chat.
Moderate that
I
at
have
all?
not looked at my
I
chat.
still think it's really funny that he keeps calling Frogan the head mod. It's still really funny. Like, it's objectively hilarious.
At all, but
Chat, vote in the poll. Vote, 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 vote. Vote, 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 vote. Be a liberal. Be the liberal that you knew you could always be.
I just opened it, but don't you have moderators? Do you care at all about what your audience says about
There's
me?
32,000 people in here right now.
I'm just trying to tell you guys how it feels. And I'm fucking shocked that you don't care that people in your chat are saying, who the fuck is this child cold, arrogant,
Ethan,
as fuck?
I love you, but there's
Don't you
only so
moderate?
much I can
How
do.
can you be surprised when your Discord is literally full of fucking
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do if you're making that argument. You know that, right? Like,
Hasan's chat had been calling me as
I wonder why he stopped it there. Hey, Ethan Klein, sorry, you're still accountable for the things that you say. I can't really do anything if you say some fucking dumb shit and people make fun of you.
Zionist, baby-killing genocider. Maybe it is unreasonable that I'm asking him to moderate his chat for a friend. He doesn't even know where I'm coming from because it's not something he would ever ask for.
and all these other content creators actually, you know, whipping their communities when their chat is going fucking absolutely bananas over random dumb shit and bringing my name up for no fucking reason. That you were just allowing that shit to run rampant in your chat, and I thought that was fucked up. Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do.
That is so insane,
especially
bro.
as someone who thought we were fucking friends. I think that's a reasonable expectation.
Maybe I misunderstood the purpose of putting this clip in. I'm sorry, we're watching this again.
Because it's not something he would ever ask for.
And all these other content creators actually, you know, whipping their communities when their chat is going fucking absolutely bananas over random dumb shit and bringing my name up for no fucking reason. That you were just allowing that shit to run rampant in your chat, and I thought that was fucked up. Ethan, I love.
Wait, two things. One, that's long hair Hasan, different context. Let's pretend like the context makes sense. Two, that's a claim about letting your chat just do whatever they want and say whatever they want. Hasan on so many occasions has told chat to be nice to Ethan. Ethan Klein actively posting on his Instagram story for months about how Hasan's audience is insane. They're a bunch of tankies. They're a bunch of insane tankies.
See, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I was saying earlier. Like, Hasan will tell his audience, guys, don't be anti-Semitic, guys. I tell them all the time, I don't like anti-Semitism. I think anti-Semitism is bad. I keep telling them that, dude. Meanwhile, every time everybody calls him out for anti-Semitism, he's like, what? That's not anti-Semitism. What? There's nothing wrong with this. What? This isn't against Israel. What? This isn't bad. There's nothing wrong with that. Come on. And then now, yeah, she's doing the same thing. This is great.
And Hasan still went on his stream and said, hey, listen, like, I think the situation is just really close for him. And it's very hard for him to distance himself from Israel because he has family members in Israel. And I just don't want to talk about it. Like, I think I really want him to get better. And I just want, you know, he did what you wanted him to do. He did what he was asking other people to do. What more can you do? What more do you want? That's actually the most that you can ask of any content creator, for them to curb their community's behavior and to say it in a way that you mean it. At that point, there kind of isn't anything else. You should try and cultivate a good community, and you should try and hold people accountable and, you know, burn a couple people at the stake as an example. Like, hey, stop talking about drama farming, stop. and then ban that chatter. What more are you supposed to do?
Of you, but there's only so much I can do. Especially as someone who thought we were fucking friends. I think that's a reasonable expectation for someone who you consider to be a friend.
The problem wasn't that he was pro-Palestinian, because I share a lot of those views, and I've been a stalwart supporter of the Palestinian cause for many years. The problem with Hasan's coverage, and a lot of people like him, was their complete lack of empathy for the Jewish people who were frankly slaughtered by Hamas. He refused to show even a crumb of empathy for the Jewish victims. But listen to what this guy has to say.
And as you might have seen, there was some sort of rave or desert party where they were having a great time until the resistance came in electrified hang gliders and took at least several dozen hipsters. But I'm sure they're doing very fine despite what the New York Post says. But nobody had seen this coming.
I mean, that's insane, right?
I don't even... Yeah, okay.
Okay. This is this is all a bit fucking wild. All right, so what is this? Oh, okay. So yeah, so JCLG said, "Let me get this straight. Destiny can't comment on his allegations because of pending litigation. Obviously, I don't know why you have to get that straight. I think everybody's aware. I think everybody knows this, but okay. But he can also take pot shots at one of his victims and someone supporting them publicly. What am I missing here? That one is going to get you in trouble in court and could make things worse for you, and the other one doesn't? You can still not like people and disagree with them while they're suing you. That's not against the law. Whereas, yeah, the other one is, yeah, if you're being sued for something, yeah, you just don't talk about that thing. What the fuck? I don't know how you can be missing that. That seems pretty obvious, but yeah, it says random reminder that this is from Destiny. He said, random reminder that I had to talk Cherry down from a blatant false allegation that she made against Mr. Girl on stream, and that same Mr. Girl showed up a few weeks ago to support her without question. Pepe laugh. Yeah, I can't, dude. The things that people take the time to do thinking this is like a smart idea is fucking insane. Yeah, Mantha said, the more you specifically comment on this, the less I give a fuck. Yeah, this is what I was talking about before. Is that, like, if you allow a bunch of people to come in with, like, pure bullshit that they're just muddying the waters with, it really does just make you care less about things. This is something that a lot of people have used in the past to get away with shit, is that if there is a criticism of them that is legitimate, but mixed in with this legitimate criticism is a bunch of bullshit criticisms, they will hyper focus on the bullshit criticisms and then say, look, this is the type of shit that they're saying about me. What the fuck? And then, yeah, everybody from then on just kind of thinks, oh, yeah, that wasn't all that bad. There's that aspect. And then there's also the, like, where you hyperbolize things, make them sound way worse than they actually are. You make it sound like they did something so much more horrible and horrific, to the point that later, then, when people find out what you actually did, it just doesn't sound nearly as bad. And you can do this with anything, dude. You can do this with anything. You can say, like, bro, this guy went and grabbed an underage girl. He put a fucking date rape drug in her drink. And then when she drank it, he picked her up and put her in the trunk of his car. And then drove her to a place where him and all of his friends raped this woman. And then later you find out that actually he didn't put a drug in her drink. and he didn't put her in his trunk, and him and his friends didn't rape her, but he did stealth her. He did, in the middle of having sex, take off his condom and have sex with her. That is a horrible fucking thing to do. That is a horrible thing to do, is to like sneakily take off your condom and then continue having sex with somebody who did not consent to having sex with you without a condom. That is a horrific thing to do. But if that is what you actually did, when this was the claim, by the time I get to that, I don't really care all that much at that point. I'm like, wait a second. This is not what I thought it was going to be. And this is what happens with President Sunday. We call it like pulling a President Sunday, is where you hyperbolize things way too much when you have a legitimate claim, but you don't just make the legitimate claim. You make a ton of other claims that hurt the legitimate claim. This is what JSTLK does often as well, is that like you can have a real problem with something that somebody's doing, and you can actually like call them out for that and try to make sure that people understand what it is that they did, but you're just stretching it so much farther than actually makes sense. And yeah, this Mr. Girl, like tons of people, they just do this all the time, where they cannot stop at the legitimate claim. They cannot do it. They will never stop at the legitimate claim. They just have to hyperbolize everything. I have a theory that how Sunday handled the Destiny allegation was perfect. Yeah, I have a theory that Destiny might have paid President Sunday to come out with that shit, to just make him look so much better, because President Sunday was instead hyperbolizing everything, adding in a bunch of bullshit, and then also accusing the victims of a bunch of fucked up shit. So and just being blatantly abusive towards the victims, to where, yeah, it just really made Destiny not look so bad afterwards. Yeah, there's a good chance of that. Yeah, here's Pisco. One more thing, Anna Kasparian. You can say whatever you want to say about Steven. He fucked up big time, no question. But he never bent the knee to MAGA. He never covered up for dark MAGA. Billionaire class like you do. And he sure as fuck didn't sit out the vote to save the country. And then Cherry said, "What the actual fuck is wrong with you?" And then JSTLK said, "Yeah, Destiny didn't sexually violate the consent of his friends, wife, and fans. Or sorry, did sexually violate the consent of his fans, wife, and friends. But at least he didn't publish a blog saying he was politically confused." Politically confused. It's some 4D chess stuff. No, seriously, Sunday made himself the villain, and his attack on Pixie gave her way more support than she may have had. I don't think so. I honestly, I don't even think most people know that President Sunday put out a video on it. I don't think most people know President Sunday put a video out on it, and I don't think that most people know that he attacked her. I think that most people just find out, like, I think most people just read her post on it, and then, or saw other people covering her post on it, and that there was just more than enough information there to make it obvious what had happened. So, yeah. Okay, well, where's the... Okay. So this... Emma Vigeland and Anna Kasparian going at it again. So here's somebody named Escaver or Escaver, something like that. Posted this video of Anna Kasparian on Twitter.
I know that Francesca Fiorentini is currently attacking you about this as if Donald Trump is unique. He's novel compared to past presidents, certainly a special kind of evil that we've never seen before.
He is. 100%. He most definitely is. And that if you are trying to whitewash the shit that he's doing, this is one of the grossest fucking things you can do when it seems obvious based on past remarks that you do at least understand to some extent what it is he's doing.
In her mind, these are the gulags that she was warning about. But in fact, this has been a long-standing practice. You can be against that practice, but Donald Trump isn't doing anything new here.
Yeah, so I'm going to address it. I think that
it's kind of a weird defense or attack or whatever. Destiny did fucked up shit in his personal life, but you have bad political takes. Yeah, it depends on what it is that Anna said, because I'll go back and check it, but I wanted to go through this shit first because I think that's what Pisco's responding to. And yeah, if she put out something saying something about Destiny, like not having principles or some shit like that, then yeah, that would be like a legitimate like attack at that point. Whereas if she brought up Destiny for some reason, like there's ways to where what it is that Pisco said could make sense and be relevant. Not sure. We'll have to see.
The clip that Francesca's using is misleading and totally out of context, but that's okay. But I know that...
No, it's not okay. No, it's not okay. That dishonesty is not okay.
Yeah,
but continue. Go ahead.
I hear you. I hear you. I don't mean to
but she's getting the likes that she wants, right? Otherwise, I mean, who would pay attention to anything she's doing if she's not attacking TYT? But anyway, continue, Jane.
Yeah, it's
also I do want to mention. She already blocked me, so I guess she already feels like I'm being too harsh on her, which I think that I've been like overly fair to Cherry in this scenario, but if she actually filed a police report and had the proof that she claims she does, I would assume that he would have been arrested by now. Now, I suppose it's possible that he would have been arrested and bailed out already, and that we just don't know about it, but I feel like she would probably know about it. So, I don't know. I don't know what to do. Like I kept saying that, like we don't have enough information with anything that she said to really make any claims about it, and that's what I've been saying. Not arrested, but at least proof that the report had been filed. At least, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is that like we haven't had anything like really substantiating her claims in any way whatsoever. But I figured, that we'll know in due time, and so obviously we're gonna find out fairly quickly what happened there, and at least if there's a legitimate claim. And it's been a couple of weeks, maybe almost a couple of weeks, and we don't really have any information. So for real, didn't she only file late January? Yeah, those things, those aren't things that like you wait a long time for. Don't they take time to investigate? What do you think the investigation would look like? Hey, here's a recording of me, and this person has the DMs to prove that this was sent to them. I say that I did not consent to this, and there is no way he should have been allowed to send this. That's subpoena records. That's not normally. Yeah, that's not normally like a thing that will be done at this juncture. It's possible that they would do that, like for court and everything, but not to just file charges. No. So yeah, normally if there's a report and the evidence that was claimed is there, that is definitely enough to just go ahead and place them under arrest. And I don't like Cherry, but I believe her. Just doubt anything can be done. Establish probable cause. That's what I'm saying, is that yes, that would establish probable cause. So yeah, that would but yes, the thing that I keep claiming that we have not seen, that we have not been shown. Again, like I think like one of the simplest things to do is for the person who supposedly messaged her and said, "Hey, I got this from Destiny," for that person to just take a screenshot with the shit. Like again, if it's an audio recording, you can just take a screenshot of the audio recording being sent and like messages kind of showing the context around it. But I feel like that would have been published with the initial claim, and the fact that that wasn't seemed odd. But then even now, this long after, that still hasn't been published, and nor has like a police report or anything, like people coming out with real details to substantiate anything. Like it just I find it odd, but I also know that it's probably best to just like leave some of it to the background. It's just that we're not we're probably not a priority. Like people on the internet may not be a priority. So are you searching on Florida court cases? I don't think they broadcast it. I said it earlier that she would at least know about it, and that she would have posted about it. So Tom, when are you gonna cover the Destiny nuke? I don't know. You're the first person that's telling me that it even existed, and yeah, as I said yesterday, the people in my audience keep getting pissed anytime I like go over that shit. So, but yeah, that's all I'm saying, is that it just seems a little odd. But JCLK says Cherry shared the audio, but he's been very vague, which is expected here. I think there's a chance that it could be the audio from a video. Maybe. I mean, look, I've asked for the clip of him talking about it numerous times. Nobody's shown it to me. So I know that people keep saying that it happened. I haven't seen it. So I'm not able to come to any sort of opinion on what is being said there or what is or isn't there. So I still don't know where this happened or where it exists, but I've heard that has happened. But all right, let me go back to this. Okay, sorry.
Tom has crazy stamina to stream like this. W Tom.
Thank you. I don't even know where I'm at. How long have I been on? Oh, 6 hours. Well, I'm supposed to get off now. Yeah, I gotta get off in just a minute. Thank you, Rudy, for the $2. I'll go over your video before I get off, though.
About. But in fact, this has been a long-standing practice. You can be against that practice, but Donald Trump isn't doing anything new here.
Yeah, so I'm going to address it. I think that the clip that Francesca's using is misleading and totally out of context, but that's okay. But I know that—
No, it's not okay. No, it's not okay. That dishonesty is not okay.
Yeah,
but continue. Go ahead.
I hear you. I hear you. I don't mean to.
But she's getting the likes that she wants, right? Otherwise, I mean, who would pay attention to anything she's doing if she's not attacking TYT?
I don't understand. The likes. I don't. Wait, what the fuck?
I know that Francesca Fiorentini is currently attacking you about this.
Oh, Francesca. Okay, Francesca Fiorentini. Okay, so Emma Vigeland posted and said, "Gotta love the performative." I don't know what that is. Poisonous of polymarket populists coming for ally and movement partner Franifio because she posted Cenk's own words coming from his mouth. Oh, piousness. Sorry. That's it. I don't know why this keeps happening too. This is like 3 days in a row where I've like seen words and just they're not registering to me. Because she posted Cenk's own words coming from his mouth. Go back to your roots, ranking celebrity camel toes. Oh my goodness. Get your clicks that way as the rest of us oppose fascism. Yeah, I don't know if you guys know, but there's like there's a video of her ranking people's camel toes, okay? And it's from a long time ago. It's from a long time ago. It's very different. And what's funny is Destiny, just like a month ago, was told, you know, he was watching something about TYT, I think, and somebody in the chat was like, Anna Kasparian is a horrible person. She ranked women's camel toes on a show. And Destiny's like, dude, anybody who like goes after people for their fucking camel toe shit, it's really dumb. Like, it was a different time. It was a different show. It was very different. And so I know that like it feels weird today, but back then it was really not the same back then. It wasn't even bad for progressives to do this back then. So it's very, very different. And then like 2 weeks, 3 weeks later, somebody's like, Destiny, did you see what Anna Kasparian said about your drama? And he's like, no, but you know what? Fuck Anna Kasparian, dude. That fucking bitch was out there ranking women's camel toes. Like, why does she have anything to say about this? Destiny, you literally just said the other day that like anybody who attacks them for that shit, that it's like bullshit. That's not a good attack on them. And now here you are attacking them on it. That's a little. Oh my goodness! Fuck you. I thought that you were giving me what we were talking about, not trying to link me. Fucking.
Ain't nobody gonna catch me. Because you're too streetwise. Yep, and all these hoes laughing like so funny. Just talk about the audience that they're laughing at her. So you saying the hoes are laughing? Yep. And the audience are a bunch of hoes? Yep. Catch me outside, how about that? Huh? Catch me outside, how about that? Catch you outside? What does that mean? What I just said.
Here it is. This is it.
You know who I really don't want to meet face to face at this point?
Kim Kardashian.
Do you know why?
Well, I heard something over the weekend, but go ahead.
Oh my god. Okay, so I'm looking up entertainment stories over the weekend, and I come across this bio on Kim Kardashian that mentions my name. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
I was amazed. It said Kim Kardashian is best known for her sex tape and also her celebrity feuds, including the Hilton sisters and radio personality Anna Kasparian.
That's so funny. Over the weekend, I had a friend say,
All right, well, I officially don't care about the Destiny stuff anymore. Night, guys. Wait, we're not talking about the Destiny stuff.
Celebrity feuds, including the Hilton sisters and radio personality Anna Kasparian.
that's so funny. Over the weekend, I had a friend say that he looked at all the different bios of Kim Kardashian, and all of them said that.
Yes, and I'm like, what is going on? There is a feud? Really? And if there is a feud, I want to know what Kim Kardashian said about me. I'm so excited about this.
Yeah, this is why I think this is BS, because in order for there to be a feud, they got to be back and forth. I know you've thrown crap at her for her thighs and stuff like that,
Right.
and you're the bad guy, right?
I'm the aggressor here.
Right, but I don't think she's swung back at all. If she has, that'll be awesome.
Yeah, that
Kim,
would
we
be-
welcome it.
I
God
know.
bless. Go forward.
Kim Kardashian, you have fat thighs.
There it is, running feud between the dueling Armenians.
Oh, look at that flab.
Oh no! Kasparian with another blow off the top rope. Oh, what's Kardashian gonna do? She's got to respond at some point. It's in her damn bio.
Right. I know. I don't know where this came from. Someone put that in like a Wikipedia page of me, and then I went and I looked at Kim Kardashian's Wikipedia page, and it was also in there. I mean, it's everywhere.
You know
So
what?
it's awesome.
Here's my guess as to what's happening.
Mhm.
TYT Nation. No, I'm serious. I mean, what else is happening? Did Kim Kardashian's publicist put it in her bio? I doubt it.
Of course not.
I bet one of our listeners is like, let's have some fun. Okay? Even if there isn't a feud, let's start one,
Right.
which I love. God bless. Go forward. Move forward. Kardashian, we're coming for you.
By the way, since we're talking about Kardashian, let me just say she's actually gotten into really good shape. She made.
Don't do that.
I know.
You're ruining the feud.
We'll cut this part out of the YouTube clip if there is a YouTube clip. But in all honesty,
No, we won't.
she just filmed this like workout video, and she got into really, really good shape, and her legs are looking point.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, you gotta bring me those pictures. I mean, that's old school Kim Kardashian. But if she tightens up her legs, man, she could skyrocket back into number one, because her face is number one material all the way.
Yeah, dude. I don't know. Maybe they fucking copyright claimed the fucking content or some shit, but they used to. There used to be clips of this all over the place back in the day. Now, yeah, I guess you can't even find it. Because I'm pretty sure some of it was about like Britney Spears and shit like that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see where it is anymore. But okay. All right, back to what I was on. Okay, so yeah, so she says, go back to your roots ranking celebrity camel toes. Get your clicks that way that way the rest of us, or sorry, get your clicks that way as the rest of us oppose fascism. Okay, so, and then she said, we're in the political debate and discourse space, and some folks just can't hack it. Sad to see. So Anna Kasparian replies to this with a fucking book, okay? And she says, I remember Emma telling me, verbatim, I never have to work a day in my life if I don't want to because of how wealthy her family is. Your mom threw a nice little fundraiser for Senator Gilbert in 2019, right? I get why you're so attached to a party that fucked over the working class over and over again. So I don't really expect her to understand what it's like to live in a neighborhood that's been so overrun with criminals due to the policies she preaches in the name of gaining social capital. Fran did a hatchet job on Cenk. Even though he was kind enough to waste his time going on her show in the name of openness and understanding, I knew he was making a mistake. These people aren't interested in building any coalition. They are not open to understanding anything. They don't even give a shit about winning policy goals. Literally, the worst thing Cenk ever did was open up the company to these people. They came in, leached off what he built, and turned on him for clout the first second they could. Also, tell me, Emma, since taking a sponsor is so unacceptable to you and the 4-person company you work for, how many of the dozens of employees at TYT should Cenk lay off to appease your judgmental ass? Tell us. I don't think there's... And then she also said, Emma, you should probably be open about the Harris campaign ad by on the Majority Report too. Maybe that's why you were cheering so hard for a woman who shooed away any left-wing activist who wanted to ask her legitimate questions about her foreign policy in the Middle East. Somebody named Mike said, I don't see the point of attacking someone for their parents' political beliefs and actions. Even you know, Anna, that people aren't their parents. It has nothing to do with who they are or what they have done and just seems to be purposefully cruel. She said, didn't she recently go on a rant about how the establishment is good, actually? LOL. And Trumpzilla said she will have Liz Cheney on her show soon, complimenting her father on the great decision on getting into the Iraq war. Emma Vigeland loves neocon establishment now. So this is this is great that yes, the person who replies to Anna is fucking Trumpzilla. Trumpzilla cheering Anna on. That's great. That's fucking great. And so then, yeah, Pisco says, taking a sponsor by a known dark MAGA billionaire, Teal, is problematic for the same reason TYT has stressed the corrupting influence of money in politics for almost 2 decades. Teal and his ilk are now running a criminal regime in the USA, and we want you to fight it. Yeah, I mean, if they're taking donos from Teal, that's a little weird. All right, let me see. They're saying that this other person did a hack job on fuck. All right, hold on. Shit. I lost the fucking tweet. Okay. This one. Okay. I want to see the hack job that she put out.
You want to have a beer with people who want to put people in mass deportation camps. They want to deport.
You think we're going to get put in camps? You sound all right.
Trump plans to build mass detention camps for deportees at Guantanamo Bay. Trump signs executive order opening detention camps at Guantanamo Bay for $30,000 migrants. Or sorry, for 30,000 migrants. Live updates. Okay. That is, no, come on. How is that a hack job? How is that a hack job? That's not a hack job at all. There's nothing about this that seems out of context. Even when we watch his response to this, there's absolutely nothing out of context about this. This is just them afterwards being like, so what? Like, everybody does this. That's
I
all
know
they're doing.
that Francesco Fiorentini is currently attacking you about this, as if Donald Trump is unique. He's novel compared to past presidents, certainly a special kind of evil that we've never seen before. In her mind, these are the gulags that she was warning about. But in fact, this has been a longstanding practice. You can be against that practice, but Donald Trump isn't doing anything new here.
Yeah, so I'm going to address it. I think that the clip that Francesco's using is misleading and totally out of context, but that's okay. But I know that—
No, it's not okay. No, it's not okay. That dishonesty is not okay.
Yeah,
but continue. Go ahead.
I hear you. I hear you.
I don't know what's out of context about it.
I mean,
But she's getting the likes that she wants, right? Otherwise, I mean, who would pay attention to anything she's doing if
Okay.
she's not attacking TYT? But anyway, continue, Jay.
Yeah, all right.
I know that Francesco Fiorentini is currently attacking you about this, as if Donald Trump is.
I don't know what this. I don't know what this has to do with anything. Like they're not showing anything that's out of fucking context here. This is insane.
That also spread through the right-wing base. That, hey,
Yeah, we watched this on
faking
stream.
populism. Remember, the people that are hearing that message don't realize it's fake, right? So they're talking anti-war, they're talking anti-corporate. You see Tucker Carlson talking anti-corporate. You see Steve Bannon saying we should increase corporate taxes. That doesn't mean Steve Bannon's an angel, but what it does mean, or anywhere near it, but what it does mean is that idea of populism and anti-establishment, et cetera, is spreading throughout the right wing. That is an amazing opportunity for us to actually coalesce on economic populism that they now believe in, even if their leader doesn't, right? So that's point one, and it's super important. Point two is, in some ways, that individual corruption is worse, and in some ways it's better. So how does it work?
Yeah, thank you, Philly. This is kind of the point that, like, the whole time we reviewed this was like, we kept going over the fact that he was, the random timestamp was irrelevant. Okay, I was going to say, the whole time we reviewed this, he was, like, doing this both sides thing, where he was doing exactly what it is that Anna's doing in that clip, where she's kind of saying, like, yeah, but everybody does this. Like, everybody's bad. This isn't anything novel. This isn't anything new. And it is different. When we're talking about Guantanamo Bay, you're keeping people out, like, in a specific area where we've purposely put people to, like, torture them. That's insane. That is actually insane. That, and even the, when we're talking about, like, people going to Guantanamo Bay for being terrorists versus, like, people who aren't terrorists but now have been put on terrorist watch lists and shit, like, these are just these things are insanely unprecedented and totally different. It is insanely different, and it's not but even outside of that, the fact that they're trying to call this a hack job and say that this is out of context, it's just not. There's no way that this is out of context. There's no context that changes this. Let's see.
Get some agreement on some things that we agree on, and then fight over the things we don't agree on, but treat each other as American citizens and human beings. And then at the end go, hey, by the way, I'm Muslim, okay? So do you think someone like me should be banned from the country? And when you do it that way, 9 out of 10 times they go, well, no, of course not. Of course not. But if I came in and I said, you're
right wing, that all you want to do is break bread with them, that you want to debate with them, but afterward you want to go have a beer.
Yes, I do.
You want to have a
All you
beer with
wanna do is
people
hate
who
them.
want
How's that work out for us, Randy?
who
How
want
is
to
the hate
put people
work out
in
for us?
mass deportation camps. They want to deport.
You think we're going to get put in camps? You sound all right. Anyway,
You think I sound crazy? They're starting with Chinese people. That's my fucking family, dog. Like, what are you
Randy,
talking about?
That's such an excuse.
This was weird as fuck. This part was weird as fuck. Both of them looked fucking unhinged here because they started fighting over who would get put in camps first. For like the next 10 minutes, they literally fight over which one of their like races or which one of their families were going to get put in camps first. It was so cringe, dude.
Yeah, no, they're going to start with Muslims. They're going to start with black people. Okay,
Sure,
they
sure,
started
sure.
all.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
stop hiding behind vulnerable communities.
I'm hiding behind vulnerable
yes,
communities.
you are. You're using them as human shields.
You literally did the same thing, Jank, when you immediately turn around and say, no, they're going to start with Muslims. You're literally doing the same thing and then telling her not to do it. Like, it's so cringe, bro.
Front of vulnerable communities.
No,
James,
you're
what
not.
are you doing? What are you doing?
I'm in front of vulnerable communities.
See,
I'm the most
he's
endangered
By
fact.
tweeting at Elon Musk?
See, he keeps doing it over and over. He keeps saying, stop doing this. And then he does it. It is so cringe, dude. Oh, man.
Please,
whatever.
don't help me. Come
Okay,
on,
so this
James. This
is
is so
total BS.
sad. That's
Okay,
so
so
sad.
let's break it.
But let's take it down. Let's simmer down. No. Simmer down. I'm asking. Let me just ask you. Real honest to God.
You already said 12 things that I need to
honest
respond to. Can I respond to them?
No. One. Okay. She wins. She wins a popular vote. She wins. Started.
Yeah, I'm sorry. But the fact that he kept arguing with her about that instead of making his points, like, I'm sorry. But yeah, this just, it doesn't seem out of context. There was nothing that changed any of this. Okay, yeah, it looks like Anna did say something. So about Destiny. It doesn't look like it. So I don't know if Freddy's still here, but it looks like Anna did say something about Destiny. Pisco said TYT is MAGA news. Washington Post is MAGA news. LA Times is MAGA news. Somebody said, named William Spencer Martin said, do you ever self-reflect on the fact that your party is so bad that not only did you lose to literal Hitler, but you lost Anna Kasparian as well? So the problem is that, yes, they always say literal Hitler, but I don't know who the fuck actually said this or called him that. I don't know. Like, there's never anybody they can point to that actually did this, but okay. Pisco said the party has a lot of problems. One thing I'm proud of is no one ever has to guess where my loyalties are. The Constitution and working class and poor of America, not polymarket, Teal, Elon, or MAGA. And somebody named The Science with a picture of Fauci said being loyalty to a party sounds very MAGA. He didn't say to a party. He didn't say a fucking party. That's the point. That's the very point. Yes, but correct. So yeah, so this is what he said. And then Anna replied to this where he said that TYT is MAGA news. And she said, are you still sweeping for the guy who secretly recorded sex with women without their consent and sent it to other women he was trying to have sex with? Insane that these people feel comfortable passing judgment on others. Okay, so this actually isn't an insane response now. This actually isn't an insane response anymore, because he said, who's sweeping? We're no longer collaborating, and I issued a condemnation. Are you still sweeping for the Trump administration, lying about the LA fire budget, lying about gangs taking over apartment complexes in Colorado, lying about concentration camps? Happy to discuss. One more thing, Anna Kasparian. You can say whatever you want to say about Steven. He fucked up big time, no question. But he never bent the knee to MAGA. He never covered for dark MAGA billionaire class like you do. And he sure as fuck didn't sit out the vote to save the country. And so, yeah, so Cherry is down here mad about this. What the actual fuck is wrong with you? But the point that's being made here is she's saying, insane that these people feel comfortable passing judgment on others. Well, if we're talking about politics and the way that you are sweeping for MAGA and kind of like pretending to you're both siding everything, pretending that they're equal all the time. You're always like downplaying what it is that Trump did and upplaying what it is that Democrats did. Like, this is her saying, who cares if I did that? These people don't have principles themselves if they're going to defend Destiny. And so Pisco's saying, Wait, Destiny still, when it comes to politics, has way more principles than you. Even as much as you think Destiny might be a piece of shit, somebody that I've condemned across the board and I don't work with anymore, I would still say he has more principles than you when it comes to politics, for sure. So yeah, there's nothing wrong with this. There's nothing wrong with this response. And people are just, like, especially JCLK, he is such a fucking white knight. Every chance this bitch gets, he just tries to find a way to, like, weasel his way into something to get some optical W. But this looks retarded. He looks like a fucking retard responding to this thing as though, like, there's something wrong with what it is that this guy said here. Pisco didn't say anything weird here. JCLK is just kind of being fucking soy. Like, the thing that Pisco's saying here is true. But he says, yeah, Destiny did sexually violate the consent of his friends, wife, and fans. But at least he didn't publish a blog saying he was politically confused. Like, that, if that's what you're doing, if that's what you're taking this to, is fucking, oh, she just said that she was politically confused, dude. And that's what we're comparing, being politically confused to violating people's consent. That's the comparison. I can't believe Pisco said, like, that's not what's being compared. But I can't tell if, like, JSTLK is this dishonest or if he's this stupid. Or what do you guys think? One's in chat if you think it's because he's stupid. Two's if you think he's just dishonest. Do you think he understands the comparison, but just wants to be a fucking weasel? Or do you think he just doesn't get it and he's just fucking retarded? I would, can we have a convo about your unmitigated and confusing sweeping in defense of Destiny? An honest convo, bro. I'm trying that. Wait, you're joking, right? This is a joke, yes? That has to be a fucking joke. Yes? No? Okay, I don't think you've seen anything that I've said on this. I'm sorry if you didn't see the fucking 7 streams of me just nonstop condemning him for like 12 hours a day, but that's been the majority of my content throughout this. Here's the first one: Pixie suing Destiny over revenge porn with Destiny and Pixie on the front. Not so erudite response, more allegations after Pixie. With Destiny on the cover, then Destiny and Not So Erudite on this one, Not So Erudite on Turkey Tom about Destiny drama, and then Pisco and Hutch also Burn Bridge. Then this is Destiny again with the counterpoints Queeman and Lav stuff, a debate on it. Then on this one, I'm pretty sure at the beginning I go over more Destiny stuff, even though it's not in the title or anything. Yep. Yeah, so here, yeah, we're going over more stuff about Destiny and this crap. Like, when I say that, like, my community is getting pissed off because I won't stop talking about Destiny, yes, it's because literally, like, almost every stream for over a week, it's just been nothing but Destiny from very beginning to end. And that, yeah, it has, it is, they're kind of tired of, me talking about the same thing. But even, yeah, if you want to go to, like, even my Twitter, you and I even had a conversation about how bad the shit that Destiny did was. I'm talking about your tweets saying he didn't fall off. Wait, okay, so you want to talk about my defense of his numbers, not the things that he did. That's what I'm so confused. Because, yeah, I was going to say, if you then go to my tweets and it's me tweeting out, like, how much worse this has gotten and, like, putting clips out of, like, the fact that he didn't tell any of the victims ahead of time and that, like, how much worse this is, showing clips of this and shit. I'm in chat, so it's a little unfair. I mean, yeah, I guess I'm willing. I said just a minute ago that I'm getting ready to get off. That I'm already an hour over. But if you want to talk on stream, I can set it up tomorrow, or if you want to just talk after stream, I'm happy to give you a call. Yeah, I was gonna go over the Brittany Simon stuff, but I don't really have time anymore. Did we already go over the Frogan clips? I think we did, right? I was asking for a convo, not like I said, not trying to attack. Okay. Yeah, like I said. Yeah, I think I did. I think I went over it. Yeah, I think that's everything. Okay. So tomorrow, there's a chance that we might take some time to go over the Brittany Simon stuff because I didn't get to it today. Oh shit. I wanted to go over that too. Do I still have that in my log? Yes. Okay. I still have that. Sorry to spoil the mood. You didn't spoil the mood. Like I said, I was just getting ready to get off. I literally just ended up finishing this. But yeah, this is. Oh, Mr. Girl replied to. He said, he fucked up big time. Leaving your stove on is fucking up big time. Sexually violating other human beings is reprehensible. And that's it. Don't compare it to anything else. You are minimizing sex crimes, embarrassing yourself, and doing further harm to the victims. Yeah, again, like they're just different things. Like obviously, I don't think anybody disagrees with any of this. It's just that if Anna is able to like turn around and use this against everybody who's like talked to Destiny to be like some sort of dunk on them, then yeah, like I'm sorry, but I think you do have to reply in some sort of way that says like, hold on, I'm attacking you for fucking politics. What this guy did is obviously fucked up. But even when it comes to politics, he's still better than you. So it doesn't matter like how much you might hate this guy. He is just still better than you. I'm sorry. And then yeah, like this person, like these people think it's worse to be politically homeless like Anna Kasparian than an abusive piece of trash like Destiny. Like yeah, again, that's not what's being compared here. And this is all, yeah, there's Mantis. True. Yeah, this is just not what's being compared. No, like he's not actually like saying what Destiny did was okay. That in his like response video, he put very clearly burns the bridge with Destiny and says like, yeah, I don't know that I'm ever going to engage with him again. Like he would have to go through some like major rehabilitation, and this would be very far down the line if I ever talked to him again. But that they had like real like business plans set up for the future that were like hardcore, like, you know, huge plans that they were going to do together. And Pisco straight up canceled all their fucking shit together, canceled all of their work together, canceled their podcast together, canceled their shows together, and said, no, I'm cutting him off. I'm done. Erudite and Connor L. Well, Erudite also cut off her fucking show with Destiny. Destiny talked about this the other day, saying that that Bridges is canceled. Not that it's on pause, that like it's done. He said that he's going to use the podcast room for other things now. So I don't know why you would say Erudite L when she did that before Pisco, I believe. I'm glad I did not become an orbiter. 453 followers. Yeah. This is just a good decision. It's good. It's a good thing that you chose not to be an orbiter. Oh, that reminds me. All of the people on that thread who were saying this is his first stream after a big controversy. I forgot. Today he was just sitting there like covering some like random politics and had 12,000 viewers again. And I meant to screenshot that and then quote tweet all of them with the fucking 12K. But all right, I should be back on tomorrow. If there's anything that you guys want me to cover, make sure you post it in the Discord. I'll be back on tomorrow and most likely covering some of that. So there's a channel in the Discord called Content Suggestions. And in there is where people put content that they want me to cover. So like how Philly is spamming that I cover the same thing that we've been covering for this whole time. This is one that Freddie posted for him in Discord on the content suggestions. Then there's criminal allegations. This is a lawyer's take from Aaron. Then Then Z King posted the conversation between Tucker Carlson and Piers Morgan. I tried watching some of that. I couldn't do it. It was so bad. So yeah, people are posting like all sorts of content in here. And so if this is if there's stuff that you want us to cover, just make sure that you put it in here and we'll go over it. And if it's something that I'm interested in, I'll go over it. So make sure you join the Discord. There's a link in the description. And once you join, make sure you accept the rules. There's a ton of other chats in there where we all have conversations and post news stories, memes, GIFs, all sorts of crap. So make sure you join the Discord. Link is in the description. I'll be back on tomorrow. Till then, appreciate you, love you, and I'll see you next time. Later, fools.
Later, fools.
Welch and Den says. Later fools. Thetrib1 says. STV Philly, if LeBron pushed this, we would have known about it, lol. This is just dumbassery by the Mavericks front office. As a Laker fan I can't stop smiling. Neon.Gutters.2020 says. Night all.
Also, make sure you guys hang out for a bit and leave a comment if you would. It's super helpful for the algorithm. And since you guys have been doing this, we have gotten a lot more views after stream is over. So yes, please leave a comment. It is super helpful. Thanks everybody who's been doing it lately. It's been awesome.
Where's my fucking name, Tom? Felix 954
It's in there.
says.
This is updated.
07. STV Philly says. Tom can't sweep for Destiny anymore. I will see to it until my last breath. Manic Inc. says. Peace out. Felix 954 says. Comment. Botrix says. Make sure to hit the thumbs up and subscribe if you enjoy. Iraeslin says. CYA everyone. Katmura 591 Mir says. American football is the worst football. Formerly Rudy says. You didn't show my video. Formerly Rudy says. Saw my name. STV Philly says. Tom can't sweep for Destiny anymore. I will see to it until my last breath. Brandon Cavallero says. Come. Tom Foolery Show says. Feature of one says Tom is who I want to be when I grow up. Especially the black part. Thetrib one says. Bing bong bang bing bop skibidi bibbidi bobida foolery. Botrix says. Want to call in? Join the Discord, link. Iraeslin says. Go to bed. Short Stack Goblin says. Philly L. Welch and Den says. Bing bing bong bong. ST